Chapter 1151. Brat, what are you going to do now? De Huang Dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. He knew Jiang Chen too well. With his ability, it was impossible for him to stay in the outer sect. If he insisted on keeping Jiang Chen in the outer sect, then the moment Jiang Chen stepped into the outer sect, the entire outer sect would never be peaceful again. Let's take it one step at a time. Jiang Chen shrugged. After all, he hadn't even entered Tianyun Pavilion yet. He had to wait until he entered and see what was going on. The opportunity might come later. With Fu Hui and De Huang Dog's speed, it only took them 2 hours to travel from Yunwu City to Tianyun Pavilion. In front of them was a boundless mountain range. Looking from afar, the mountain range was filled with verdant trees and flowing streams. The sky was filled with a faint mist. When they arrived here, they could clearly feel that the divine qi on the mountain range had become denser. It was at least twice as dense as the divine qi in Yunwu City. This mountain range was the location of Tianyun Pavilion. When they got closer, they could clearly see the buildings on the mountain. There were all kinds of ancient palaces and towering golden pagodas. Overall, it gave people a feeling of magnificence. This was the style of a big sect. Those small sects in Yen City couldn't be compared with it. They were on a completely different level. Brother Jiang, the sect of Tianyun Pavilion is in front of us, said Fu Hui. His eyes were glowing. Every time he came to this place he would be incomparably excited. This sect was the grandest, most honorable and largest sect he had ever seen. Although he had been here for several years, he was still amazed by the magnificence of Tianyun Pavilion every time. Similarly, a trace of pride could be seen on Fu Hui's face. It was the pride of being an inner sect disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. It was the symbol of one's identity. However, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were somewhat calm. After all, they were people who had seen the world. Tianyun Pavilion was indeed a big sect, but compared to those super sects in Saint Origin World it seemed weak. Putting aside the 8 families of Pure Land and Saint Origin Palace, the scale of Nebula sect alone was incomparable to Tianyun Pavilion. Of course, compared to Tianyun Pavilion, whether it was the 8 families of Pure Land or Saint Origin Palace, all of them lacked a profound foundation, and that was the heaven and earth luck. No matter how weak Tianyun Pavilion was, it was still an immortal sect. No matter how powerful Saint Origin Palace was, it was still a secular sect. There was an essential difference between the two. Brother Jiang, I'll bring you to the outer sect later. First, I'll find an elder of the outer sect to help you settle the disciple status of Tianyun Pavilion, said Fu Hui. Thank you, Brother Fu. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Fu Hui and said gratefully. Under Fu Hui's lead, 2 men and a dog flew towards the mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion. There were 4 disciples guarding outside the mountain gate. When they saw them flying over, they hastily went to greet them. Fu Hui and Jiang Chen also landed. The mountain gate of Tianyun Pavilion was very big. It was more than 100 meters high. The 3 words Tianyun Pavilion above the gate looked vigorous and powerful, containing great power. One had to land before the mountain gate. This was the rule of Tianyun Pavilion. Only the elders and core disciples of divine immortal realm could ignore this rule. They didn't need to walk through the gate and could fly directly into the sect. Everyone below the divine immortal realm had to land outside the mountain gate and enter through the gate. Even if they had to fly after entering the mountain gate, it wouldn't be a problem. The 4 disciples who were guarding the mountain gate were all outer sect disciples of Earth Immortal Realm. When they saw Fu Hui, they hastily went forward and saluted. Oh, it's Senior Brother Fu. The 4 of them were very respectful to Fu Hui. This was the basic respect that outer sect disciples had for inner sect disciples. In this world where the strong were respected and strength was the most important, the gap between levels was very obvious. Moreover, Fu Hui could be considered as a celebrity. Few people didn't know him, be it the outer sect or the inner sect. Fu Hui nodded casually and strode into the sect. Senior Brother Fu, may I know who this is? He doesn't seem to be from Tianyun Pavilion, does he? A disciple asked. He's the Jiang Chen who destroyed the mine of Xianyang School. I recommended him to join Tianyun Pavilion. From now on we'll be fellow disciples. Fu Hui said with a smile. What? He's Jiang Chen? The 4 of them exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes immediately fell on Jiang Chen. During this period of time, Jiang Chen's name had spread across the entire one-line sky. As a rival force to Xianyang School, Tianyun Pavilion naturally knew about it. Usually there were many topics about this audacious figure in the sect. They didn't expect that the real person would appear in front of them so soon. However, this young man who looked like a handsome scholar was different from the ferocious and fiendish appearance that they had imagined. Jiang Chen smiled at them, then followed Fu Hui into Tianyun Pavilion, leaving the four of them who were still in a state of shock. I never thought that this guy is Jiang Chen. I heard that this guy is only an Earth Immortal, but he could already fight against a Heaven Immortal. After destroying a mine of Xianyang school, he was able to escape from a late Heaven Immortal expert. He's simply inhuman. That's right. He's a rare genius. Never thought that senior brother Fu would rope him in. A genius is a genius, but I'm afraid that joining our Tianyun Pavilion is a dream come true for him. After all, he has offended Xianyang school. Xianyang school has already issued a must-kill order for him. Under such circumstances, only our Tianyun Pavilion would dare to take him in. That's right. If this guy is really a genius, then our Tianyun Pavilion will be bustling again. There's no lack of geniuses in the sect. The competition between geniuses is extremely intense. The four of them began to discuss. They didn't dare to underestimate Jiang Chen. A guy who dared to offend Xianyang school was destined to not be a kind person. If such a person were to join Tianyun Pavilion, they were afraid that the conflict between him and the other geniuses would be inevitable. Under Fu Hui's lead, Jiang Chen and the others arrived at the outer sect. Given Fu Hui's identity, he could go to the Institute of Elders of the outer sect and get an identity jade token for Jiang Chen, allowing Jiang Chen to officially become an outer disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Today there was only an old man called Niu Mang in the Institute of Elders. Most of the elders in the Institute of Elders of the outer sect were idlers. Most of the elders would cultivate by themselves and rarely manage the affairs of the sect. Generally, the Institute of Elders would ignore the conflicts between the disciples. The purpose of the sect was competition. As long as no one was killed, the Institute of Elders would rarely intervene. When Elder Niu Mang saw the arrival of Fu Hui, he hastily came to greet him. "Young Master Fu Hui, what brings you to our Institute of Elders today?" Chapter 1152. Elder Niu, I'm here to introduce a disciple to the sect, said Fu Hui. Then he turned to Jiang Chen and said, Brother Jiang, this is Elder Niu Mang of the outer sect. You can get to know each other first. Young Master Fu Hui rarely introduces people to the sect. I think the person you're recommending must be a genius, said Niu Mang with a smile. As an ordinary elder of the outer sect, he wouldn't dare to offend Fu Hui. Plus, recommending an outer sect disciple wasn't a big deal to him. Of course it's a genius, a super genius. Elder Niu, this is Jiang Chen, the one who has caused a stir in One Line Sky recently. Fu Hui introduced. Upon hearing the name Jiang Chen, Niu Mang's facial expression changed visibly. His reaction was no different from that of the other four disciples. You're the Jiang Chen who managed to escape from the hands of a late Heaven Immortal expert? Niu Mang asked in astonishment. The incident of Xianyang school's mine had already spread across the entire One Line Sky. Because of the order to kill on sight in Xianyang school, it was hard not to know about Jiang Chen. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so famous. De Huang Dog darted a glance at Jiang Chen. Of course. My name is like a signboard wherever I go. Jiang Chen shrugged. Greetings, Elder Niu. I'm Jiang Chen and I've come to join Tianyun Pavilion with sincerity. I'm sure Elder Niu has already heard about my matter. I've offended Xianyang school and I have nowhere else to go. So I'm sure Elder Niu is aware of my sincerity in joining Tianyun Pavilion. Jiang Chen went straight to the point. He wouldn't put on airs because of his talent. Sometimes, it would be easier for him to gain a good impression by lowering himself. Moreover, this was Ouyang He's sect. His purpose for targeting Tianyun Pavilion was only Tianmuyun. Of course. Given your talent, Jiang Chen, your future achievements will be limitless. Now that Xianyang school has issued the order to kill on sight, Tianyun Pavilion is the only sect that dares to accept you. Plus, you're recommended by young Master Fu Hui, so there's no doubt about your sincerity. This old man will immediately process the jade token for you. Niu Mang immediately said. He had no doubt about the purpose of Jiang Chen's visit. Under normal circumstances, if a new disciple wanted to join a sect, he or she would have to go through a strict assessment. First of all, it was necessary to ensure that the disciple was sincere in joining and would not have any ulterior motives towards the sect. After all, Tianyun Pavilion had a lot of enemies. It would be hard to guard against any of them if they managed to sneak in. However, Jiang Chen's identity didn't need to be assessed at all. The order to kill on sight from Xianyang School was enough to prove Jiang Chen's identity and intention. Young Master Fu Hui, you've introduced a genius to the sect. This old man will ask the inner sect elders' courtyard to give you some rewards," said Niu Meng. In Tianyun Pavilion, whether it was the outer sect elders' courtyard, the inner sect elders' courtyard, or the core elders' courtyard, they were all interconnected. It was just that they had different statuses. To put it bluntly, the status of the elders' courtyard was worlds apart. "Thank you," Fu Hui said casually. As a matter of fact, he didn't care about these rewards at all. The main thing was to make friends with Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was a genius, his cultivation was too low. He was just an earth immortal. He would only be an outer sect disciple in Tianyun Pavilion. He wouldn't get any good rewards if he introduced an outer sect disciple to the sect. Next, the process for the identity jade card went smoothly. After Jiang Chen got the jade card, Niu Meng found a place for him to stay and then left him alone. Although Jiang Chen was a genius, he didn't receive any good treatment. After all, the sect didn't lack geniuses. The place where Jiang Chen stayed was a huge dormitory area. There were buildings everywhere. It was noon now, but there were very few people here. This made Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog a little puzzled. Brother Fu, Tianyun Pavilion is a first-class sect in One-Line Sky. There are thousands of outer sect disciples. Why can't I see a single person? Jiang Chen asked curiously. This is the time when the immortal qi is the densest. Naturally, everyone would go to the martial arts hall to cultivate. Fu Hui said. Martial arts hall? What kind of place is that? Jiang Chen asked. It's a place for disciples to cultivate. There are a total of 3 martial arts halls in Tianyun Pavilion. The outer sect martial arts hall, the inner sect martial arts hall, and the martial arts hall for core disciples. The martial arts hall was built by the experts of the sect. It has a huge array. The immortal qi inside is much denser than outside. Cultivating in the martial arts hall is very beneficial. Fu Hui explained. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled with a cunning radiance. He had always been dissatisfied with being an outer sect disciple, but he couldn't find a way to enter the inner sect. Now that Fu Hui's reminder had given him a plan, Jiang Chen's mind instantly came up with a plan. Brother Fu, bring me to the martial arts hall. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang is going to the martial arts hall to cultivate so soon? Fu Hui was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so fanatical about cultivation. How could he know that Jiang Chen didn't care about a mere martial arts hall even though he was fanatical about cultivation? He had an ulterior motive for going to the martial arts hall. Am I not qualified to cultivate in the martial arts hall now? Jiang Chen asked. That's not it. You have already obtained the identity jade token. You are already a disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. Naturally, you are qualified to enter the martial arts hall. Alright, I will bring you there now. You can go cultivate. I have to return to the inner sect. Fu Hui said and brought Jiang Chen to the outer sect martial arts hall. Kid, what wicked idea do you have this time? The Huang Dog transmitted a message to Jiang Chen. Fu Hui couldn't see through Jiang Chen's thoughts, but the Huang Dog could. Just by looking at Jiang Chen's eyes, he knew that this guy was up to no good. He had just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion, and he had already thought of a plan? If I make the entire outer sect unable to cultivate normally, they will definitely give me a chance to enter the inner sect. Jiang Chen let out a mischievous laugh. The Huang Dog rolled his eyes. Although he couldn't figure out what wicked idea Jiang Chen had, he had already prayed silently for those outer sect disciples in his heart. To them, encountering Jiang Chen was an extremely unlucky thing. Soon, under Fu Hui's lead, Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog arrived at the martial arts hall. The martial arts hall was a 9-story golden pagoda, emitting golden brilliance. This pagoda reminded Jiang Chen of the refining pagoda in St. Origin Palace. Both of them had the same function, they were both used for cultivation. After bidding farewell to Fu Hui, Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog went straight into the martial arts hall. Since he had obtained the identity jade token, he didn't encounter any obstruction. What are you going to do? Asked a Huang dog curiously. You will know in a moment. Chapter 1153. Jiang Qin strode into the martial arts hall with the Huang dog. The interior of the martial arts hall was extremely spacious and was divided into many rooms. In every room there were plenty of people cultivating. The immortal aura in this place was extremely dense and couldn't be compared to the outside world. The immortal aura in this place is several times denser than the outside world. It was absorbed and compressed by the array. Cultivating in this place is indeed much better than the outside world. The Huang dog said. Let's find a place first. Jiang Qin randomly chose a room. At this moment the stone door of the room was tightly shut. He could clearly feel the cultivation aura of the disciples inside and hear different sounds coming out from time to time. Jiang Qin didn't care so much and didn't care if his actions would disturb the people cultivating inside. He went up and pushed the stone door open. If someone else came late, they would definitely carefully push open the stone door, afraid that they would make too much noise and affect the people inside. If there was an existence inside that they could not afford to offend, and it just so happened that they were at the most crucial moment of their cultivation, then they would be in trouble. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin didn't care so much. He came with a plan. Therefore the way he opened the door was very barbaric and rude. Naturally, the noise he made was also very loud. It was impossible for him to not disturb the cultivation of the disciples inside. Such an action instantly caused dissatisfaction among the disciples inside. There were nearly 20 disciples inside. At this moment, all of them opened their eyes and looked angrily at the man and dog who walked in. They wanted to see who was so bold and dared to ignore the rules of the martial arts hall. They must be tired of living. There were 20 people in a room. This was the treatment of the outer sect disciples. If it was an inner sect disciple, there would be at most 2 or 3 people in a room. If it was a core disciple, he would have his own individual cultivation place. This was the difference between the grades. Who are you? Are you new here? Don't you know to be careful when entering? Someone shouted at Jiang Qin. In their eyes, Jiang Qin was a stranger and they had never seen him before. But since he was able to walk into the martial arts hall, it meant that he had the identity jade token of Tianyun Pavilion. It meant that he was a newcomer. There were too many outer sect disciples in Tianyun Pavilion, and there would always be newcomers. It was normal for them to not know each other. Jiang Qin didn't care about these angry gazes at all. He looked around the empty room and realized that there were no more praying mats for cultivation. Praying mats were special things. Sitting on them to cultivate could help people calm down and concentrate, and it could also help them condense immortal qi. Of course, for Jiang Qin, he didn't need something like a praying mat, but he wanted one today. Why did you bring a dog in? Get out. This is the martial arts hall. Who gave you the right to bring a beast in? A mid-earth immortal shouted. Because Jiang Qin's action of opening the stone door had already aroused everyone's disgust. Now that Jiang Qin had brought a dog with him, they naturally wouldn't give Jiang Qin any face. Then Jiang Qin's eyes locked on that mid-earth immortal disciple. He was just worrying about where to start, and this guy had delivered himself to him. Jiang Qin walked up to the disciple and said with an indifferent tone, You, get up, I'm going to take this cushion. What? Is he robbing me as soon as he arrived? For a moment, it wasn't just the disciple who was stunned. All the outer sect disciples on the scene were dumbfounded, staring at Jiang Qin in disbelief. Did this bastard have to be so arrogant? He immediately started a fight the moment he arrived. In Skycloud Pavilion, it was common for people to fight each other for a cultivation mat, but none of them were as tyrannical as this. Forcefully opening the door, interrupting the cultivation of his fellow apprentices, and bringing a dog in. This was simply lawless. Damn. Are all the newcomers so arrogant now? We haven't even found any trouble with him and he already came to rob us. This bastard seems to be courting death. A newcomer who doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and the immensity of the earth will definitely not have a good ending for him. The crowd couldn't stand it anymore. Some of them even stood up from their praying mats and surrounded Jiang Qin. There were many late Earth immortal experts among them, but none of them were half-step heaven immortals. Hua. The disciple who was robbed by Jiang Qin suddenly stood up from the ground. His face was filled with anger. Without saying a word, he raised his fist and punched towards Jiang Qin's face. Brat, don't you know what kind of place this is? Are you courting death? Pop. Unfortunately, this punch was like a showy but impractical move in front of Jiang Chen. His fist was caught by Jiang Chen. Then Jiang Chen exerted a little force. With a cracking sound, the younger brother's entire arm was twisted and broken on the spot. Arg! A blood-curdling scream was heard. That disciple's forehead was covered with cold sweat due to the pain, but he was even more shocked in his heart. He never thought that this guy in front of him could be so abnormally powerful. Get lost. Jiang Chen casually kicked the disciple away, then came to the praying mat and sat down to cultivate. Damn it. This bastard is too arrogant. Everyone, let's kill him together. Someone shouted out loudly. 20 men surrounded Jiang Chen at the same time. They had seen arrogant men before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as this. This newcomer didn't put them in his eyes at all, and he attacked them as soon as he arrived. How could this happen? Fine. Since you guys dare to disrespect me, I will punish you by breaking one arm each. Jiang Chen said casually. After that, he struck with lightning speed. In the next moment, the entire room was filled with blood-curdling screams, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. In just a dozen seconds, all 20 of them had fallen to the ground, wailing in pain. At this time, apart from anger, there was more fear in their eyes when they looked at Jiang Chen. This man was just too strong. No one in the outer sect had ever seen such a tyrannical expert. Even a half-step heaven immortal expert wouldn't be able to cripple all of them in a dozen seconds. All of them couldn't help but wonder where this bastard came from. When did such a powerful figure appear in the outer sect? Jiang Chen casually clapped his hands, ignored those wailing disciples and sat on the praying mat. De Huang, do you still remember the scene in the refining tower? Jiang Chen smiled at De Huang. Kaka, of course I remember. You're such a bad guy. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. He already knew what Jiang Chen was going to do. Dragon transformation skill, absorb it. Chapter 1154. What's going on? Why is the immortal chi gone all of a sudden? Who is it? Who did this? All the immortal chi has been sucked clean. Is there something wrong with the array that caused all the immortal chi to disappear at the same time? Many of the outer sect disciples in the rooms were shocked. They had been cultivating in the martial arts hall for a long time, but they had never encountered such a thing. If the sect wanted to change the array, they would definitely inform them in advance. And this was just the beginning. The immortal chi in countless rooms began to be sucked out one by one, leaving the rooms empty. This situation made the outer sect disciples think that there must be something wrong with the array. They shouldn't think so because the immortal chi in the entire martial arts hall was incomparably dense. It was impossible for a single person to absorb it in such a short period of time. In just a dozen minutes, the entire martial arts hall was in an uproar. All the stone doors were opened and many disciples ran out, but no one could find the reason. At this moment, Jiang Chen pushed open the stone door and swaggered out of the martial arts hall with De Huang Dog disappearing quickly. Kaka, this is really a vicious move of yours. I guess those guys still don't know what happened. De Huang Dog shouted excitedly. This is just the first day. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. He had to admit that absorbing so much dense immortal chi was very beneficial to Jiang Chen. Although he didn't condense any new dragon pattern, his foundation was strengthened a little. If you go on like this every day, those outer sect disciples won't be able to continue their lives. De Huang Dog said. That's why I said that the outer sect isn't a place for me to stay. Jiang Chen said. The martial arts hall was in an uproar at this moment. Countless outer sect disciples gathered together and were discussing what happened just now. What's going on? The martial arts hall had been established for such a long time, and nothing like this had ever happened before. If the array formation had a problem, the elders should have informed us in advance. Even if the array formation had lost its effect, there should still be some immortal aura left in the martial arts hall. Now it had actually been sucked dry. Look, there is no problem with the array formation. The immortal aura in the martial arts hall is starting to condense again. This is the effect of the array formation. However, according to this speed, it will take at least tomorrow for the immortal aura to return to its previous state. We can only come back tomorrow. Since there's nothing wrong with the formation, what happened just now? Could it be that someone absorbed all the immortal chi at once? That's impossible. The immortal energy here is too thick. It's impossible for someone from the outer sect to possess such great abilities. Everyone was discussing, but they could not find the main reason. At first they thought that there was a problem with the formation, but now that the formation was still operating at high speed, continuously gathering new celestial chi, this meant that there was no problem with the formation, which was really strange. Everyone look. Someone saw some disciples lying on the floor in the room where Xianxia was, and quickly rushed into the room. The scene in front of them shocked them. All 20 disciples were lying on the floor and all their arms were broken. Also, it seemed like they had been brutally beaten, so much so that they couldn't even stand on their feet anymore. What happened? Who beat you guys? A half-step Heaven Immortal Outer Sect disciple frowned and asked. He was Wang Tao, one of the top disciples in the Outer Sect, a half-step Heaven Immortal, just a step away from the true Heaven Immortal realm. He was the genius who had the highest chance of advancing to the Heaven Immortal realm in the shortest time possible and enter the inner sect. Yes, it's a newcomer. Senior Brother Wang, you have to stand up for us. Someone said while crying. What? A newcomer? A newcomer actually beat up a senior disciple? How could this be? What a ruthless attack, but I can see that this person still had some leeway. Although his arm was broken, it's just a fracture. It's just a superficial wound that will recover in a short period of time. How dare he? Even if it's just a disagreement, he didn't have to be so heavy-handed. Everyone sighed. While they were shocked by the ruthlessness of this newcomer, they were even more shocked by this newcomer's strength. There were a few late Earth Immortal experts here. Didn't that mean that this newcomer's cultivation base was at least a half-step Heaven Immortal? Oh yes, Senior Brother Wang, the immortal chi here was completely absorbed by that newcomer. Someone said. They had been staying in this room all the time, so they saw how Xianxia absorbed the immortal chi. There was no mistake about it. What? This time everyone exclaimed. All the questions had been answered, but no one believed it. Even a half-step Heaven Immortal expert wouldn't be able to absorb all the immortal chi in the Martial Palace in such a short period of time. Furthermore, the immortal chi here was constantly being condensed due to the support of the formation. This was also the reason why the amount of immortal chi in the Martial Palace didn't decrease even though there were so many disciples cultivating here every day. Is what you said true? Wang Tao asked with a frown. After all, this matter was too unbelievable. It's completely true. That bastard even brought a dog with him. He is very powerful. He snatched our praying mats and knocked all of us to the ground. I don't know what method he used, but he instantly absorbed all the immortal energy in the room. Then all the immortal energy in the entire martial arts hall was absorbed by him. That person's body is like a bottomless pit. Simply too terrifying. Someone recalled the scene just now and still had lingering fear in his heart. What's his cultivation base? Wang Tao continued to ask. I can't tell, but the fact that he could come here to cultivate, he must have obtained the identity jade token of an outer disciple. That means he must be an Earth Immortal expert. Someone said. Impossible. An Earth Immortal can't be so powerful. The immortal chi in the Martial Palace is very dense. Not to mention a half-step Heaven Immortal, even a half-step Divine Immortal would find it hard to absorb it all at once. This isn't something a human can do. No one believed that they had never seen such an abnormal Earth Immortal before. Where is that man now? Wang Tao continued to ask. He left before you all came in. I don't know where he went. Someone answered. Where can a new disciple go? He must have gone to the dormitory area. Let's go and take a look. No matter how perverted this person is, he can't do this. He absorbed all the immortal chi by himself and didn't even leave a strand of hair for us. How are we going to cultivate? Chapter 1155. Outside the dormitory was a spacious square. No one knew where Xianxia got a rattan chair from. He reclined on it lazily with his legs crossed, enjoying the warm sun. The Huang dog kept glaring at him, but Xianxia turned a blind eye to it. The reason why Xianxia was sitting here was because he was waiting for the outer sect disciples who were coming at him angrily. Not long after, a large number of outer sect disciples appeared on the square from the direction of the martial hall. There were at least a few hundred of them. Xianxia took a casual glance and thought that this Tianyun pavilion was indeed a major force in one-line sky. Just the aura of these outer sect disciples alone was incomparable to ordinary people. Moreover, among these people, There were at least 5 to 6 half-step heaven immortal experts, and many of them were late earth immortal experts. There were thousands of outer sect disciples in Tianyun Pavilion. These people in front of him were just a small part of them. Those angry outer sect disciples saw Jiang Chen at first glance. They didn't know who Jiang Chen was, but they had heard the description of him from those people just now. Plus, this man was accompanied by a dog, which was the most obvious sign. Soon, hundreds of outer sect disciples arrived not far away from Jiang Chen. There were still a large number of disciples coming from behind. It seemed like Jiang Chen had angered the public, but Jiang Chen's method was indeed the kind that deserved to be killed. You are probably the first newcomer in the history of Tianyun Pavilion to be so unpopular. De Huang Dog said while wagging his tail. So what? Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Facing hundreds of earth immortal experts, his expression didn't change at all, nor did he show any fear. You are the newcomer? You injured someone on your first day here. A half-step heaven immortal genius said. They offended me. Naturally, I have to teach them a lesson. I'm just telling them with facts that those who offend me will not have a good ending. So you better stay away from me and don't provoke me. Jiang Chen said indifferently. He didn't even lift his butt during the whole process. But sure enough, this bastard was very arrogant. There were a few half-step heaven immortal experts on the scene, and they were the top geniuses of the outer sect. In the outer sect, no one dared to look down on them, but this bastard didn't even lift his head to look at them. Damn it, how did this bastard join Tianyun Pavilion? Are his eyes growing on top of his head? Too arrogant. Arrogant. I've never seen such an arrogant person before. Today I'll definitely teach him a lesson and let him know that newcomers shouldn't be arrogant. Otherwise he won't be able to imagine or bear the consequences. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just attack him. Many of the disciples couldn't stand it anymore. Some of them even rubbed their fists, seemingly wanting to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. Although this bastard was very strong and could defeat 20 outer sect disciples, there were hundreds of them, including 6 half-step heaven immortals and a genius like Wang Tao. Everyone knew Wang Tao's strength very well. He had once defeated an early heaven immortal elder without using his flying ability. All the immortal qi in the martial palace was absorbed by you? Wang Tao opened his mouth and spoke. His qi was overbearing and pressed towards Jiang Chen. Yes. My cultivation technique is a little special. I need to absorb a large amount of immortal qi every time. Jiang Chen said disapprovingly. After hearing what Jiang Chen said, many of them were incomparably shocked. What kind of powerful cultivation technique could achieve this? It was simply impossible. Jiang Chen must be lying, but one thing was for sure. The loss of the immortal qi in the martial palace was really related to Jiang Chen. Brat, I don't care who you are. I don't care what method you used to absorb all the immortal qi, but your action has damaged the normal cultivation of the other disciples. So you must pay the price. Wang Tao said. Price? Jiang Chen slowly stood up from the rattan chair and walked towards Wang Tao. He squinted his eyes and said, What price do you want? Wang Tao's soul shivered. He didn't know why, but under the gaze of Jiang Chen he felt uncomfortable and his soul couldn't help but shiver. His intuition told him that this young man in front of him wasn't simple. But this was not the time to retreat. He had already made a name for himself. If he retreated now, all the outer sect disciples would look down on him, and he wouldn't be able to survive in the outer sect anymore. It's very simple. You have injured so many disciples. You have to bear the cost of their treatment and the loss of the immortal qi. You also have to apologize to all the disciples in front of everyone. Wang Tao snorted coldly. In his opinion, this was already a very small price to pay. Nice words. Unfortunately, you still have the ability to make me pay the price. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you see me in the future, stay far away from me and don't provoke me. Also, from today onwards, all the immortal qi in the martial palace will belong to me. You guys go find another place to cultivate. Jiang Chen said. His words were extremely arrogant. It had completely touched the bottom line of all the outer sect disciples. Damn it. This bastard is too arrogant. The martial palace is a place for everyone to cultivate. How dare he chase us away and make it his own? This is intolerable. Damn it. Kill him. Who asked him to be so arrogant? Many of them couldn't stand it anymore. Some of them had already unleashed their immortal qi, ready to attack Jiang Chen at any time. courting death. Let me teach him a lesson. Let's see what gives him the right to be so arrogant. A half-step heaven immortal disciple beside Wang Tao was infuriated. With a roar, he threw a punch that carried a powerful chi at Jiang Chen. But, facing this man's attack, Jiang Chen didn't even look at it. He just casually slapped the disciple's face. That half-step heaven immortal expert let out a blood-curdling scream. His whole body was sent flying away by the slap. His body landed 10 meters away with a puff, spitting out 2 bloody teeth. What? The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone, including Wang Tao, stared with wide eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. The disciples who had been ready to attack all at once now hurriedly retracted their auras. They were truly frightened out of their wits. How strong was this bastard? Chapter 1156. No one wasn't shocked. The entire scene fell into silence. That was a half-step heaven immortal expert, the strongest expert in the outer sect. Despite such a cultivation base, he was sent flying away with a single slap without any strength to fight back. How could this scrawny and weak-looking guy be so powerful? How could this be? Who is this guy? How could such a powerful guy come to our outer sect? Is the sect trying to make life difficult for us? That's right. He should have entered the inner sect directly. Why did he come to the outer sect to compete with us? There must be a reason why he came to the outer sect. The sect will decide whether a newcomer will enter the outer sect or the inner sect based on their cultivation. Since this guy came to the outer sect, it means that his cultivation hasn't reached the heaven immortal realm. If that's the case, it's too scary. How could there be such a powerful earth immortal? That's right. He's too powerful. Even if Sect Master Tian was here, he wouldn't be able to do what he did. What's the background of this guy? No matter what his background is, he has already affected our normal cultivation. We have to get justice for him. Let's attack together. I don't believe he can defeat us. These outer sect disciples were shocked and angry. Some of them gritted their teeth, but none of them dared to attack again. Even Wang Tao gave up the idea of attacking Jiang Chen. He was slightly stronger than the outer sect disciple who attacked just now, but only slightly. He still had no chance of winning against Jiang Chen. Brat, do you know what you are doing? You are making an enemy of all the outer sect disciples. It won't do you any good. Wang Tao said fiercely. His fists were clenched tightly, but he didn't dare to attack. I don't think I did anything wrong. You guys were the ones who provoked me, and you guys were the ones who made the first move. I was just passively fighting back. As for me absorbing the immortal aura in the martial arts hall, that was my own capability. Didn't you guys enter the martial arts hall to cultivate to absorb the immortal aura? I'm just absorbing faster and more than all of you. Is this a violation of the sect's rules? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. After listening to his explanation, those outer sect disciples were stunned on the spot. Each and every one of their faces were filled with astonishment. This bastard had absorbed all the immortal energy and even injured someone. What he said was actually reasonable, and they actually couldn't refute it because the martial arts hall was originally prepared for the outer sect disciples to absorb a large amount of immortal energy. Jiang Chen had absorbed all the immortal energy, and that was his own ability. It didn't seem to violate any sect rules. So, if I don't provoke you, you'd better not provoke me either, because I'm an existence that you can't afford to provoke. Jiang Chen said with a smile. De Huang Dog, who was at the side, grinned. He really admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. This was what it meant to be powerful. Even after beating someone up, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid. Jiang Chen was in the right, and absorbing the immortal energy wasn't wrong. As for injuring someone, be it in the martial arts hall or here, Jiang Chen seemed to be the one who made the first move. Since he made the first move, Jiang Chen naturally had to fight back. Kid, what's your name? Wang Tao gritted his teeth. It seemed like there was no way to solve today's matter. It was impossible for him to make a move. He couldn't even see through Jiang Chen's cultivation. It seemed like he could only find an inner sect disciple to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. However, he still had to know the name of this new disciple. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen reported his name. There was no need for him to conceal his name. After all, he was already a disciple of Skycloud Pavilion. That's right. Jiang Chen. Why does this name sound so familiar? Some of them frowned. They all felt that this name sounded familiar, but they couldn't recall where they had seen it before. Zhou Xian. He is Zhou Xian. The one who issued the order to kill in Xianyang school. Zhou Xian. Finally, someone recalled the origin of the name Zhou Xian and exclaimed on the spot. What? He is the Zhou Xian who destroyed a mine in Xianyang school and successfully escaped from a late heaven immortal expert? How did he come to our Tianyun pavilion? That's right. It must be him. No wonder he's so powerful. I heard that he was able to fly when he was only an earth immortal expert and could even fight against a heaven immortal expert. I never thought that this monstrous genius would join our Tianyun pavilion. That's right. He is now being hunted by Xianyang school and the order to kill has been issued. Apart from our Tianyun pavilion, he has nowhere else to go. This malefic star even dared to destroy a mine in Xianyang school. He's a true ferocious genius. Today we finally witnessed how powerful he is. We are no match for him. Everyone exclaimed. The way they looked at Zhou Xian had changed. Many of the outer sect disciples looked at Zhou Xian with a trace of admiration instead of anger. That's right. They were all young men, but he was able to do something earth-shattering. How could they not admire him? If it was them, even if they had the strength of Zhou Xian, they probably wouldn't have the courage to do it. After Zhou Xian left his name, he turned and walked towards the dormitory area, ignoring those outer sect disciples. He had already achieved his goal on the first day he came to Tianyun Pavilion. Next there would be a better show to watch. Looking at the back of Zhou Xian, hundreds of outer sect disciples were speechless. They were originally here to find trouble with Zhou Xian. But now it seemed that this trouble wouldn't be solved so easily. Senior Brother Wang, what should we do now? This malefic star actually came to our outer sect. If we let him cultivate in the martial arts hall, we won't have any good days. That's right. With his strength he should be able to enter the inner sect directly. Such a prodigy came to the outer sect to compete with us for cultivation resources. This is too unfair to us. What else can we do? We can only seek help from the inner sect experts. In the entire outer sect, no one is a match for Zhou Xian. Everyone began to discuss. They all felt that they should seek help from the inner sect experts to suppress Zhou Xian. Otherwise, Zhou Xian would be the absolute king of the outer sect. No one would be able to suppress him. Only Zhou Xian would be able to suppress them. Don't alert the inner sect first. I will go to the Elders' Hall to explain the matter and ask if the Elders' Hall is going to intervene. Chapter 1157. On the same day, Wang Tao gathered some half-step heaven immortal experts and went to the Institute of Elders to tell them about Zhou Qian's incident. The one who received them was still Elder Niu Mang. After hearing the news, Niu Mang was stunned because if he remembered correctly, this Zhou Xian had just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion not long ago. At most it would be 2 hours. A prodigy is a prodigy. Some people are destined to be different no matter where they go. Niu Mang sighed and said to Wang Tao and the others, "You guys go back. There's nothing wrong with him absorbing the immortal qi." What? He sent them away just like that. Zhou Xian absorbing the immortal qi was indeed not wrong. But if Zhou Xian continued to absorb it like this, how were they going to live in the future? Elder, this guy is a freak. He absorbed all the immortal qi in the entire martial arts hall in just 10 minutes. Not a single bit was left for us. How are we going to cultivate in the future? Someone said with a sad face. I think that Zhou Xian did this because he didn't know the rules on his first day here. Didn't you guys find trouble with him? I believe he will restrain himself in the future. Niu Mang said. Restrain? Elder, this guy is very arrogant. I don't think he will restrain himself. If we have a way to solve it ourselves, we don't have to come to the Institute of Elders. Wang Tao was speechless. This Elder Niu Mang obviously didn't want to get involved. All right. Go back. Zhou Xian didn't do anything wrong. It's not worth the Institute of Elders to get involved. Niu Mang chased them away impatiently. The Institute of Elders didn't usually care about the fights between the disciples. Moreover, Niu Mang had a good impression of Zhou Xian. He even wanted to befriend Zhou Xian. After all, ordinary people didn't have the ability to absorb all the immortal qi in the martial arts hall. In the end, although Wang Tao and the others were unwilling, they had no choice but to leave the Institute of Elders. Senior Brother Wang, what should we do now? It looks like the Elder Council isn't going to do anything about this. In my opinion, we should ask our senior disciples from the inner circle to stand up for us. That Xianxia is too arrogant, we need to suppress him. Someone said. As a half-step heaven immortal expert and one of the best experts in outer sect, they often kept in touch with some inner sect experts. Obviously, it was no longer possible to seek help from the Institute of Elders. Under such circumstances, they could only seek help from the inner sect experts to suppress the situation. Don't be anxious. Let's wait and see tomorrow. Let's see if Xianxia will restrain himself a little. No matter how talented he is, I don't believe that he would dare to go against all the outer sect disciples. Wang Tao said. Many geniuses had appeared in Tianyun Pavilion, but no matter how talented they were, they wouldn't let themselves become the target of public criticism and become the target of everyone's hatred. In that case, it wouldn't do them any good. The next day, not long after the immortal aura in the martial arts hall was restored, a large group of outer sect disciples headed over. However, when they entered, they were so infuriated by the situation inside that they vomited blood again. The entire martial arts hall was empty again. Apart from the simple air, there was no trace of immortal aura. Damn it. That bastard has been here. God damn it. He came so early to absorb all the immortal chi. He must have done it on purpose. Damn it. We can't cultivate today. We can only come again tomorrow when the immortal chi is restored. What if he comes earlier tomorrow? If this goes on, we won't be able to continue our days. Many of them were on the verge of spurting out blood. An ingrate had come to the outer sect, leaving no leeway for the other outer sect disciples. If this continued, all the cultivation resources in the outer sect would be taken away by Xianxia. By that time, how could they still cultivate? On the third day, the same situation happened again. It was as if Xianxia had calculated the time. The moment the immortal chi in the martial arts palace was restored, he would go in and sweep it clean. Then he would leave without leaving any leeway for the other disciples. Their days couldn't continue. Many of the outer sect disciples were going crazy. If this continued, the outer sect would be in chaos. This won't do. This bastard has gone crazy. He doesn't leave any immortal chi for us. We can't let him continue like this. I didn't expect this Xianxia to be so arrogant. Since he has gone to the extreme, we can't just sit here and wait for death. The Elders Institute isn't going to do anything. We can only ask the experts in the inner sect to help us. Yes. We have to suppress him. Otherwise, we won't be able to continue our days. It had been like this for 3 consecutive days. From the looks of it, Xianxia wouldn't be able to stop. He had become the public enemy of the outer sect. He must be suppressed as soon as possible. Otherwise, the others wouldn't be able to cultivate anymore. None of the outer sect geniuses was a match for Xianxia, let alone suppressing him. I heard that Senior Brother Wang has a good relationship with Senior Brother Feng Hao of the inner sect. Why don't you ask Senior Brother Feng Hao for help? Senior Brother Feng Hao is a mid-heaven immortal expert. He has a certain status in the inner sect. It won't be easy to ask him for help. We have to ask him even if we can't. If we can't suppress Xianxia, how are we going to cultivate in the future? At this time, Wang Tao was naturally elected to take on the heavy responsibility of standing up for the outer sect disciples. All right. I will go to the inner sect now and see Senior Brother Feng Hao. Let's see what he has to say. As soon as Wang Tao finished speaking, he walked towards the direction of the inner sect. At this time, there was no way to avoid it anymore. Not long after that, 2 silhouettes flew back from the sky and landed in front of the martial palace. At this time, a large number of outer sect disciples were still gathered in the martial palace. When they saw the newcomers, they were shocked. One of them was Wang Tao and the other was an inner sect disciple, a heaven immortal expert who could fly. The newcomer wasn't Feng Hao, but an early heaven immortal expert. Everyone knew him. His name was Liang Hong, a follower of Feng Hao. His appearance should be sent by Feng Hao. But it was reasonable. Given Feng Hao's status, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for an outer sect disciple. In everyone's opinion, an early heaven immortal expert should be enough to suppress Xianxia. Greetings, Senior Brother Liang. Many outer sect disciples came forward and clasped their fists. They wouldn't dare to show any neglect in the face of a heaven immortal inner sect disciple. And where's that Xianxia? Liang Hong asked. He had already heard about what happened here. Naturally, he had also heard about Zhou Xian. Today he would like to meet Zhou Xian. He really wanted to see what kind of person this Zhou Xian was. That guy must be in the dormitory area. Someone said. Let's go. Bring me there. Chapter 1158. Following behind Liang Hong, many outer sect disciples saw hope. After all, Liang Hong was a true heaven immortal expert and a respected inner sect disciple. No matter how arrogant Zhou Xian was, he would have to restrain himself in front of Liang Hong. To everyone's surprise, Zhou Xian was still sitting in the square of the dormitory area with his legs crossed, basking in the sun leisurely. Looking at him like this, all the other outer circle disciples had the urge to vomit blood. This was too shameless. Their days here were about to end, but Zhou Xian was still leisurely basking in the sun. They were all outer circle disciples, but why was there such a huge gap between them? Brother Liang, he is Zhou Xian. Wang Tao pointed his finger at Zhou Xian and said fiercely. Sure enough, arrogant. Liang Hong snorted coldly. This guy who was lying on the rattan chair and pretending to sleep was really arrogant. He dared to ignore Liang Hong's existence, which meant that he didn't put Liang Hong in his eyes at all. As a noble inner sect disciple, how could Liang Hong accept this? Liang Hong strode to the front of Zhou Xian and shouted at Zhou Xian, "Get down here. De Huang, who is barking here? Hurry up and clean him up. He's having a sweet dream." Zhou Xian didn't even raise his head or open his eyes as he spoke in a strange tone. Hearing this, Liang Hong's face turned extremely ugly. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This was the first time he met such an arrogant outer sect disciple. All along, no matter how powerful an outer sect disciple was, he or she would have to be respectful to an inner sect disciple. De Huang dog wagged his tail and swaggered to the front of Liang Hong and said disdainfully, "Bastard, what are you shouting here for? Is this your home turf? Don't you know that barking here is very immoral to disturb people's sleep? As an inner sect disciple, you don't even have the least bit of respect. Can't you have a bottom line?" Ugh. Everyone was stunned. Then they all spurted out blood. Motherfucker, this guy just said one sentence and this dog even used his bottom line. How could he be so shameless? Also, what is this dog? How could a dog be so arrogant? A dog dared to look down on an inner disciple of Tianyun Pavilion. What did he think an inner disciple was? Could it be that like master like dog? Liang Hong's face was flushed red. He could feel his anger rising. He couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to suppress Zhou Xian, but he didn't expect that Zhou Xian didn't even put him in his eyes. Zhou Xian was so arrogant that he didn't even get down from the rattan chair and sent a dog to humiliate him. That's right, it was a humiliation. He was a dignified inner sect disciple, a heaven immortal expert, but he was humiliated by a dog. How was he supposed to live? Damn it, even a dog is so arrogant. Who does it think we are? Damn it. This damn dog actually dares to humiliate senior brother Liang. He's simply courting death. Kill him and skin him. We'll eat dog meat today. Countless outer sect disciples gritted their teeth, seemingly ready to skin De Huang dog alive, but De Huang dog didn't care at all. That arrogant look of his was exactly the same as Zhou Xian. Humph. Sure enough, you're arrogant. Zhou Xian, I heard that you were able to escape from a late heaven immortal expert, but I don't know how strong you are. Your actions have aroused public anger. You have damaged the interests of the entire outer sect and have become the target of public criticism. If you apologize and compensate us now, you might still have a chance. Liang Hong harumphed coldly. How can you be so shameless? I've already told you not to disturb people's sleep. You are a dignified inner sect disciple. Don't you have any public morality? De Huang dog continued. Hong. Liang Hong finally couldn't stand it anymore. Being reprimanded by a dog, no matter how well-mannered a man was, he wouldn't be able to stand it. You're courting death. I'll skin you alive first. Liang Hong was infuriated. The immortal force in his body burst out. Suddenly he reached out a huge palm. The palm shone brightly like a huge cage enveloping De Huang dog. Io. How dare you attack Master Dog? Looks like you're tired of living. De Huang dog widened his eyes and charged forward with his head. Seeing that De Huang dog actually used his head to collide with his palm, Liang Hong's face revealed a trace of a sneer, looking at De Huang Dog as if he was looking at an idiot. This dog was indeed barbaric and ridiculous, using such a suicidal method to collide with him. Liang Hong was almost sure that De Huang Dog's head would immediately burst into pieces. Unfortunately, he hadn't witnessed the power of De Huang Dog's head, otherwise he wouldn't have such a funny thought. Bang! Liang Hong's huge palm smashed onto De Huang Dog's head, but it was directly smashed into pieces. De Huang Dog's speed didn't decrease at all. Carrying a powerful force, it hit Liang Hong's chest in the blink of an eye. Arg! Accompanied by a scream, Liang Hong's entire body was directly sent flying, landing heavily tens of feet away. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and after wriggling a few times he completely fainted, lying there motionless. Many of the outer sect disciples heard the sound of bones breaking, and when they looked at Liang Hong again, there was indeed a huge dent in his chest. And this was because De Huang Dog showed mercy. Otherwise, Liang Hong's entire body would have been pierced through. De Huang Dog's head was a true divine weapon, an existence that could directly fight against an immortal weapon. Liang Hong's current cultivation base was also at the early heaven immortal realm, so it was impossible for him to find an opponent at the same level as him. What? Looking at the fainted Liang Hong on the ground, countless exclamations were heard. Everyone's jaws dropped and they couldn't help but re-evaluate this dog. Liang Hong was a mighty heaven immortal expert, but he was sent flying by a dog. Motherfucker, was this not a joke? What are you looking at? Do you want to have a taste of Master Dog's power? De Huang Dog's majestic words made all the outer sect disciples leave hastily. Wang Tao carried Liang Hong's body and left quickly. That dog was just too ferocious as Jiang Chen. If they continued to stay here, they wouldn't know what would happen to them. Outside the square, countless outer sect disciples had gathered together, their faces covered with dirt. Liang Hong, who had fainted, hadn't woken up yet. After being hit by De Huang Dog, if he didn't have any medicinal pills, it would be normal for him to be unconscious for half a month. Why is that dog so terrifying? I think the reason why Jiang Chen is so arrogant is most likely because of that dog. Senior Brother Wang, what should we do now? Even Senior Brother Liang of the inner sect couldn't suppress Jiang Chen. We really don't know what to do. That's right. This bastard is too arrogant. With him around, we won't be able to live a good life. Chapter 1159. I'll go to the inner sect again and see if Senior Brother Fong Hao can suppress him. Wang Tao gritted his teeth and decided to carry Liang Hong's body to the inner sect to look for Fong Hao. In his point of view, Fong Hao was a powerful intermediate heaven immortal expert. If Fong Hao could take action, he would definitely be able to suppress Jiang Chen. If Fong Hao didn't take action, there was nothing they could do. Inner sect. In a quiet courtyard, a man in white robes who looked to be in his 20s stood there. His face was fair and clear and his eyes were bright. At this moment, his gaze fell upon Liang Hong, who was lying motionless on the ground, and he frowned. Wang Tao, are you sure that dog only has its head to hit Liang Hong to this state? Fong Hao asked. Yes, Senior Brother Fong. We didn't expect that dog to be so powerful. It's even scarier than Jiang Chen. Plus, both Jiang Chen and that damn dog were incomparably arrogant. They didn't put us in their eyes at all. They're simply lawless. They don't put anyone in their eyes. They really think that they are the local tyrants of the outer sect. Wang Tao's words were full of complaints, but he had to admit the power of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. He told them everything that happened without hiding anything. What a powerful dog. Judging from Liang Hong's injuries, that dog has shown mercy. I'm afraid that dog's combat strength is on par with mine. Fong Hao said. One could tell how powerful an expert was from his injuries. This was what surprised Fong Hao the most. Liang Hong had been following him ever since he entered the inner sect. Fong Hao knew very well how powerful he was. Even so, he still couldn't withstand a single strike from De Huang Dog. Fong Hao knew that he might not be a match for De Huang Dog even if he personally attacked Liang Hong. That can't be true. No matter how strong that dog is, he can't be a match for Senior Disciple Fong, can he? I hope Senior Disciple Fong can teach Jiang Chen and that dog a lesson, and seek justice for the outer circle. If that's the case, Senior Disciple Fong will be able to establish a great reputation in the outer circle, and we will join hands to give you some benefits," Wang Tao said in a pleading tone. He had no other choice. It had been 3 days since Zhou Xian had entered the outer sect. Everyone in the outer sect was in a state of panic. No one could cultivate. There were complaints everywhere. It could be said that the heavens were angry and the people were resentful. "Wang Tao, I can't do anything about this." Feng Hao shook his head. "What?" Wang Tao looked at Feng Hao in surprise. If Feng Hao didn't do anything, would he allow Zhou Xian to do whatever he wanted? Could it be that even Feng Hao was afraid of Zhou Xian? "It's not that I'm afraid of Zhou Xian. There are 2 reasons why I can't do anything. First, I have a rough idea of that dog's strength. Even if I personally take action, I may not be a match for him. To put it bluntly, if I'm unlucky enough to lose to a dog, I can't afford to lose my face. Even if I win, it won't be something to be proud of. Second, I have already investigated. Zhou Xian was personally introduced into Tianyun Pavilion by Fu Hui. Fu Hui's connections in the inner sect are pretty good. I don't want to make things difficult for Fu Hui," Feng Hao said. These 2 reasons weren't fake at all, especially the first one. If he took action, he had to ensure his victory. Once he failed, he would lose a lot of face and become the laughing stock of the inner sect. Even if he won, it wouldn't be something to be proud of. After all, he was an intermediate heaven immortal inner sect genius. Plus, Zhou Xian was personally introduced into the pavilion by Fu Hui. Feng Hao didn't want to make things difficult for Fu Hui. Therefore, no matter from which angle, Feng Hao had a reason not to take action. AI. If even senior brother Feng isn't willing to take action, our outer sect will really become the world of Zhou Xian. Wang Tao couldn't help but sigh. He wasn't a fool. He understood Feng Hao's concern. After all, whether it was Zhou Xian or that dog, both of them were too powerful. If he was in Feng Hao's shoes, he wouldn't act rashly without absolute confidence. Furthermore, it wouldn't be good for an inner sect disciple, an intermediate heaven immortal expert, to find trouble with an outer sect disciple, let alone a late heaven immortal expert. All of these geniuses were working hard to break through to a higher realm, so how could they have the time to care about the matters of the outer sect? As a matter of fact, even if Zhou Xian became the local tyrant of the outer sect, it wouldn't be a problem as long as it didn't harm the cultivation of the outer sect disciples. But the current situation was that Zhou Xian was too overbearing. He alone had monopolized all the cultivation resources, leaving no chance for the other outer sect disciples to survive. If this continued, the outer sect disciples wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life. "Although I can't take action, I can give you an idea," Feng Hao said with a smile. "What idea?" Wang Tao's expression changed. "This matter isn't something we inner sect disciples can meddle in. If Zhou Xian was an inner sect disciple and acted so arrogantly, there would naturally be countless people who would teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, he's an outer sect disciple now. It would be beneath our status to deal with him. The one who can help you suppress him is the Institute of Elders. No matter how arrogant Zhou Xian is, he wouldn't dare to offend the Institute of Elders. You should know that there are late heaven immortal experts in the Institute of Elders. You can go to the Institute of Elders to lodge a complaint against Zhou Xian and let the Institute of Elders uphold justice for you," Feng Hao said. "We have gone to the Institute of Elders before, but they didn't care at all. Senior brother Feng, you should know that the Institute of Elders doesn't care about the fights between disciples. Although Zhou Xian has gone overboard, he didn't do anything wrong by absorbing the immortal qi in the martial palace." Wang Tao shook his head. That was in the past. Now that Zhou Xian has become more and more arrogant, the Institute of Elders has no choice but to intervene. You can send a large number of people to the Institute of Elders every day, constantly pressuring the Institute of Elders. The Institute of Elders will naturally help you. As the outer sect elders, if they allow the outer sect to be in a mess, they won't be able to answer to their superiors," Feng Hao said. Wang Tao thought for a moment and nodded. "It seems like that's the only way. I'll take my leave first." Wang Tao bid farewell to Feng Hao and returned to the outer sect. This time he was going to gather a large number of outer sect disciples to lodge a complaint against Zhou Xian. Just like what Feng Hao said, the Institute of Elders was the only one who could help them at this time. That afternoon, hundreds and thousands of outer sect disciples gathered at the entrance of the Institute of Elders, blocking the entrance. The Institute of Elders was the supreme existence in the sect. No one dared to disrespect the Institute of Elders. This was the first time in the history of Tianyun Pavilion that a large number of disciples had besieged the entrance of the Institute of Elders. Chapter 1160. In the dormitory area, there were only two people, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. All the other outer sect disciples had gathered at the Institute of Elders. Everyone was doing this for their own benefit. As for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, they were the public enemy of the people. Brat, those outer sect disciples have gone to the Institute of Elders to complain about you. De Huang Dog said with a smile. And this is the result I want. Just wait and see. Wait for the Institute of Elders to summon me. Jiang Qin had a relaxed look on his face. If these people didn't go to the Institute of Elders to complain about him, then wouldn't his efforts in the past 3 days be in vain? Jia, you brat, you're really insidious, but I like it. De Huang Dog laughed evilly. He liked Jiang Qin's wisdom. Jiang Qin was a cunning old fox that others couldn't even catch up to. In front of the gate of the Institute of Elders, hundreds and thousands of outer sect disciples had gathered together. It was inevitable that there would be some chaos. These outer sect disciples were gnashing their teeth in anger. That was a kind of hatred towards Jiang Qin. There was no way they wouldn't hate Jiang Qin. This was too abominable. A good outer sect was turned into such a state by Jiang Qin. Even senior brother Feng Hao won't help us. We can only rely on ourselves. The Institute of Elders must give us an explanation. Otherwise we will continue to cause trouble here. That's right. That Jiang Qin has gone mad. If the Institute of Elders doesn't come forward to solve this problem, we won't be able to cultivate in the future. Damn it. This is too abominable. We must let Jiang Qin receive the punishment he deserves. He must pay the price. The heavens were angered and the people were resentful. All the resentment had gone out of control. Tianyun Pavilion had been established for so long, but there had never been such an insane person. Creak. The gate of the Institute of Elders was opened. 3 elders walked out from inside. All of them were early heaven immortal elders. The leader was Niu Mang. Why aren't you cultivating? What are you doing here? Niu Mang shouted. There was some anger in his tone. These people's actions were already very disrespectful to the Elder Council. If it were not for the fact that there were so many people involved, he might have directly punished them. Cultivate? What's there to cultivate for? There isn't even a place to cultivate. We want to cultivate, but you can find a place for us. Elder know that Jiang Qin has lost his mind. He has already absorbed all the immortal qi in the Light Martial Palace for 3 consecutive days, depriving us of our right to cultivate. I beg the Elder Council to give us justice. Elder, please suppress Jiang Qin, punish him and seek justice for us. The Martial Arts Hall is a public cultivation ground, and it doesn't belong to Jiang Qin alone. That's right, Elder. We can't live like this anymore. That Jiang Qin is very powerful. We can't defeat him. Many people have already been injured by him. Even the inner sect disciples are no match for him. That dog beside him is even more powerful. We can't afford to offend him. Otherwise he wouldn't have come to the Institute of Elders. I beg the Elder Council to give us justice. I beg the Elder Council to punish this evil thief severely. We must punish Jiang Qin and return peace to our outer sect. The crowd was stirred up. All the outer sect disciples were extremely emotional. Some of the disciples who had been beaten up by Jiang Qin had even burst into tears when they talked about their sorrows. The scene was so spectacular that it shocked the 3 elders. The Institute of Elders had been in charge of the outer sect for so long, but such a thing had never happened before. AI. Geniuses don't act according to common sense. It seems that our Tianyun Pavilion has another devil incarnate. One of the elders couldn't help but sigh. It seems that our Institute of Elders has to step in. Otherwise the outer sect will be in a mess. I would like to see what kind of person this Jiang Qin is. He is so ruthless in his actions. I will go and find that Jiang Qin. One of the elders said. Let me go. I have seen him before. His identity jade token was personally made by me. Niu Mang said. Previously Wang Tao and the others had come to the Institute of Elders to look for him. In his opinion, it was just a competition between the disciples. He didn't take it to heart at all. He didn't expect that Xianxia wouldn't restrain himself at all and cause such a commotion. Alright, all of you can go back first. I will go and find Xianxia in a while. I believe he will give me face. Niu Mang waved his hand at the crowd and then walked toward the outer sect's dormitory area. Seeing that the elders of the Institute of Elders had stepped in, the outer sect disciples finally calmed down a bit. They seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. As far as they could tell, no matter how arrogant Xianxia was, he would have to give face to the Institute of Elders. In the outer sect, no matter how powerful a disciple was, he wouldn't have the courage to go against the Institute of Elders. In the plaza of the dormitory area, Xianxia was still sitting calmly on the rattan chair with a dog lying next to him. It seemed that apart from taking a nap, the man and the dog had nothing else to do. Niu Mang walked over with a smile when he saw Xianxia and Daoist dog. Niu Mang's eyes lingered on Daoist dog for a moment. When they first met, Niu Mang didn't pay much attention to this dog. He thought that this dog was just an average pet of Xianxia's. Little did he know that this dog could be so powerful that not even Liang Hong could survive one move from it. Naturally, Niu Mang didn't dare to put on airs in front of this dog. It should be noted that Niu Mang himself was no match for Liang Hong, let alone Daoist dog. Xianxia. Niu Mang called out. Xianxia stood up from the rattan chair and cupped his fists at Niu Mang. Oh, it's Elder Niu. I don't know what brings you here. Xianxia, we're all smart people. I think you already know why I'm here. These days, because of you, the outer sect has been in a mess. If this continues, the Institute of Elders will lose face. I hope you can give the Institute of Elders some face and restrain yourself. Xianxia said with a smile. Niu Mang went straight to the point. As he said, they were all smart people. There was no point in beating around the bush. Elder Niu, I'm just cultivating normally. I don't think I'm breaking any rules. Besides, they took the initiative to trouble me. I haven't gone to the Elders' Hall to complain yet. Xianxia said with a wronged expression. Xianxia, I know you. But the situation is special. Your ability to absorb divine energy is too strong. It has seriously affected the peace of the outer gate. I hope you can restrain yourself. If you become the target of public criticism, it won't be good for you, Niu Mang said earnestly. A genius like Xianxia was destined to achieve immeasurable achievements in the future. Niu Mang was just an insignificant elder of the outer gate. It was better for him not to offend Xianxia for no reason. Yes, I will consider Elder Niu's words carefully. Alright, I know why you're here. Chapter 1161. Sigh. Niu Mang let out a sigh and turned around. He didn't feel anything about Xianxia's arrogance. Geniuses were always arrogant. As an elder of the outer sect, he had seen too many arrogant geniuses. Xianxia had already given him a lot of face. Niu Mang might be a member of the Outer Sect Elders Institute, but he wasn't qualified to represent the Elders Institute. Why didn't you state your conditions directly to that old man? Daoist dog asked puzzledly. What's the use of that? Can Niu Mang make a decision on behalf of the Elders Institute? I have to wait for the real decision-maker to come to me. Xianxia smiled casually. He was very clear about Niu Mang's status in the Elders Institute. There was no difference between him and Niu Mang. Xianxia wanted to enter the inner sect through the iron dummy array, which wasn't something that Niu Mang could decide. Therefore, Xianxia didn't state his conditions and didn't even bother to say anything to Niu Mang. After Niu Mang went back, he told those outer sect disciples that Xianxia had promised to restrain himself and asked them to cultivate peacefully. Such an answer didn't satisfy those outer sect disciples. After all, in their opinion, Xianxia needed to be punished. But geniuses always had certain advantages which they knew very well. Besides, as long as Xianxia didn't absorb all the immortal qi in the martial arts hall and didn't affect their cultivation, they didn't mind letting Xianxia be the local tyrant of the outer sect. At worst, they wouldn't provoke him in the future. Even if they couldn't afford to provoke him, they could at least hide from him. However, things didn't go as smoothly as they imagined. It turned out that Niu Mang didn't have that much influence. The next day, when a large number of outer sect disciples rushed to the martial arts hall excitedly, the same thing happened again. Many of them had already wasted 3 days. They thought that they must cultivate well today to make up for the previous delay. They didn't expect to suffer another merciless blow. Arg, this damn bastard. He absorbed all the immortal qi again. Is he going to let us live? Lawless, truly lawless. Does he really think that the outer sect belongs to him? He doesn't even give face to the elder. What should we do? This person has completely lost his mind and acted without the slightest scruple. He robbed us of all our cultivation resources. The outer sect was once again thrown into chaos. Many of them had the urge to go crazy. Some of them wanted nothing more than to find Xianxia and tear him into 1,000 pieces. But fortunately, their remaining rationality prevented them from doing so. Otherwise, they could already imagine the consequences. They had no choice but to block the entrance of the Elders' Council again. Apart from relying on the Elders' Council, they had no one else to rely on. Unfortunately, the elders clearly didn't want to care about such matters, and the main gate didn't open. For the next 3 days, Xianxia became even more aggressive. Every day he would be the first to go to the martial arts hall and absorb all the immortal qi, leaving nothing for the other outer sect disciples. His actions had finally infuriated all the outer sect disciples. The outer sect was in chaos, complete chaos. Curses could be heard everywhere, and a large number of outer sect disciples surrounded the elder's courtyard. "Elder, please save us. Give us justice and chase away that vampire. I beg the Elders' Council to return justice to the outer sect. Chase Xianxia away. We can't live anymore. We can't live anymore. If the Elders' Council doesn't do anything, we will commit suicide in front of the Elders' courtyard. Yes, mass suicide. I have my saber ready. I want to be the first to mutilate myself." Crazy. The outer sect was going crazy. Inside the Elders' Council, more than 20 elders had gathered together. This was the gathering of all the elders. To the outer sect's council of elders, they might not be able to gather together even once a year. But this time they were all gathered in an orderly manner. They could hear the clamor of the disciples outside clearly. All of them frowned and felt an incomparable headache. They had ruled the outer sect for so long, but they had never encountered such a thorny problem before. What's wrong with that Xianxia? Why doesn't he know how to appreciate kindness? Isn't he deliberately stirring up chaos in the outer sect? An elder in a loose robe said with extreme dissatisfaction. He was sitting at the seat of honor and had the highest cultivation base. He had already reached the peak of late heaven immortal realm, only a step away from advancing to the half-step divine immortal realm. He was the great elder of the outer sect Yuan Kuei. He was in charge of the entire elders' courtyard. Given his identity, he had the right to speak even in the inner sect. As the leader of the outer sect, Yuan Kuei wouldn't usually come out to manage the outer sect's affairs. But this time even he, the great elder, was alarmed. This showed how serious the matter of Xianxia had become. "Great elder, this matter has to be resolved, otherwise, I'm afraid that the chaos in the outer sect will alert the higher-ups." "That's right, great elder. That Xianxia's way of doing things is a little too arrogant. Even if he is a genius, he should at least restrain himself. Now that he has made the entire outer sect angry, if we can't resolve this quickly, the elders' courtyard's reputation will be tarnished." The elders of the Institute of Elders also felt that this matter had to be resolved. Otherwise, the chaos would only get bigger and bigger. It wouldn't take long before the higher-ups were alerted. "Elder Niumang, go and call Xianxia over. I want to see if the genius who destroyed a mine in Shenyang School really has 3 heads and 6 arms." Yuan Kuei said to Niumang. At this time he had to meet this legendary genius. "Yes, great elder." Niumang clasped his fists at Yuan Kuei and walked out of the Institute of Elders. As soon as he stepped out of the gate, he was immediately surrounded by countless outer sect disciples. "Don't panic. This time the great elder has personally come out to resolve your matter. I will go and bring Xianxia here now." Niumang said loudly, then flew towards the direction of the dormitory area. "All right, this time the great elder has come out personally. I'm sure he will be able to help us solve this problem. We must resolve this matter today. Otherwise we will block the gate of the Institute of Elders and not leave. That's right. If this matter isn't resolved, we won't be able to stay in the outer sect anymore." The crowd was still excited, but the Grand Elder personally coming forward made them feel much more at ease in their hearts. In the outer court, the Grand Elder's reputation was still extremely high, and no matter how amazing a genius was, They wouldn't dare not give the Grand Elder face, unless they didn't want to live in the outer court anymore. Chapter 1162. Greetings to Elder Niu. Before Niu Mang could say anything, Zhang Chen cupped his fists and greeted first. Zhang Chen, I've reminded you before to restrain yourself, but you've become even worse. Now the outer sect is in a mess. All of the outer sect disciples are blocking the entrance of the Institute of Elders. This has never happened before. Your matter has already alerted the Great Elder. Now the Great Elder wants you to go to him. Zhang Chen said with a smile. Niu Mang spoke. All right, Elder Niu, please lead the way. Zhang Chen smiled and said. His reaction surprised Niu Mang. He thought that Zhang Chen would show a trace of fear or dread when he heard that the Grand Elder was alarmed. He didn't expect this guy to not only not worry, but also reveal a trace of joy on his face. Niu Mang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The mentality of this prodigy was really hard to grasp. Outside of the Elder's chamber, Zhang Chen arrived with Niu Mang. This time he didn't bring De Huang dog. After all, not every place allowed a dog to come in. When those outer sect disciples saw Zhang Chen's arrival, each of their faces revealed a happy expression. In their opinion, since the Grand Elder came personally, he must be going to punish Zhang Chen. Looking at Zhang Chen and Niu Mang entering the Elder's chamber, there were people who gritted their teeth and said, "We must punish him well, or else we won't be able to dispel the hatred in our hearts." That's right. Because of this guy we have lost a few days of cultivation. If we don't punish him it will be unreasonable. What punishment? Logically speaking, Zhang Chen didn't do anything wrong, and absorbing the immortal energy in the Wu Wu Hall isn't against the rules. I don't expect Zhang Chen to receive any severe punishment. As long as he doesn't go to the martial arts hall to create trouble, I will be satisfied. In terms of hatred, there was not a single outer sect disciple present who did not hate Zhang Chen. After all, such a big thing had never happened in the outer sect. Zhang Chen had affected their normal cultivation, so they naturally hated him. However, there were also some sensible people in the outer sect. Although they had come to the Elder's Hall to complain about Zhang Chen, they knew that Zhang Chen had not done anything wrong. It could be said that he had been cultivating normally, but because he had been cultivating too vigorously, it was not his fault. Zhang Chen strode into the Elder's court. Looking at the over 20 heavenly immortal elders seated in the Great Hall, Zhang Chen's expression did not change at all. Looks like the outer sect still has some foundation. They actually have a late heaven immortal elder. Zhang Chen thought in his heart. The higher the cultivation of the Grand Elder, the happier he was, because the higher the cultivation the greater the authority he had. All the eyes of the elders fell on Zhang Chen the moment he entered the Great Hall. They had long heard of Zhang Chen's name. They all wanted to see what the guy who dared to destroy the mine of Shenyang School looked like. Shock could be seen in the eyes of these elders. Anyone who saw Zhang Chen for the first time would be shocked, because he looked too young and he had a delicate and kind face. Just by looking at his appearance, it was really hard to associate him with that ferocious and evil man. I didn't expect him to be such a young genius. Plus, he didn't show any signs of nervousness in front of so many elders. His temperament is very rare. He's indeed a dragon among men. Such a figure will have limitless achievements in the future. It's just that he doesn't know how to conduct himself. He has offended the entire outer sect as soon as he arrived at Tianyun Pavilion. AI. It's really rare for a young man to have such a temperament. One should know that this is the Elder's Court. Ordinary outer sect disciples would be agitated when they come here. This was the first impression that the elders had of Zhang Chen. Could be said that it was pretty good. After all, being in the Elder's Court, they also liked the appearance of geniuses in the outer sect. When a powerful genius appeared in the outer sect, they would also feel proud. In their point of view, it was really rare for Zhang Chen to remain calm in front of so many heaven immortal elders. As a matter of fact, these people couldn't make Zhang Chen nervous, because if a fight really broke out, all of these elders combined wouldn't be a match for Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, this is the Grand Elder Yuan Kuei. Niu Ben introduced in a low voice. Greetings, Grand Elder. May I know why Grand Elder called me here? Zhang Chen clasped his fists at the Grand Elder and said seriously, "What is it for?" This bastard was still playing dumb at this time. Zhang Chen, I can see that you are a smart man. I'm sure you know why I've asked you to come here. You're just a new disciple, but you've offended the entire outer sect the moment you arrived. Even we, the old men, are worried about you. What do you think we should do about this matter? Yuan Kuei pretended to be cold and said lung lung. In front of a disciple, he, the Grand Elder, had to show some imposing manner. Disciple doesn't understand what Grand Elder means. Disciple doesn't want the outer sect to be in a mess. Disciple has always been dutiful since I entered the Tianyun Pavilion. It's just that because of the special cultivation technique I cultivate, I need a huge amount of immortal chi for every cultivation. The immortal chi in the martial arts hall isn't enough for me to absorb. But you can't blame me. As for beating those outer sect disciples, the heavens can bear witness that they attacked me first. I was just defending myself. This isn't my fault, right? I can't just stand there and let them hit me. Jiang Qin said with a wronged expression. The elder's court was a reasonable place and Jiang Qin had this reason. That was why he acted so unscrupulously. All the elders were shocked and stunned on the spot after hearing such words. They deeply felt how shameless this guy was, but they couldn't refute Jiang Qin's words. Jiang Qin wasn't wrong at all. Was it his fault for absorbing immortal chi? No, was it wrong for him to defend himself? Not at all. Since that was the case, what reason was there to punish Jiang Qin? There didn't seem to be any reason. Could it be that they had to restrict Jiang Qin from entering the martial arts hall to cultivate? That would be too unfair. In the history of the Tianyun Pavilion, there had never been a situation where disciples were prohibited from entering the martial arts hall to cultivate. If even cultivation was restricted, then why would disciples come to the Tianyun Pavilion? What a headache, what a headache. How could there be such a weirdo in the outer sect? Jiang Qin didn't care about the punishment, but if they didn't restrict Jiang Qin, how were they going to deal with those outer sect disciples outside? Chapter 1163. Looking at these elders who were frowning in front of him, Jiang Qin's heart was blooming with joy. Everything was going according to his plan. This ending was what he wanted the most, and it was also one of his goals. Jiang Qin, you are not in the wrong in this matter, but it is a fact that the outer sect is in such a mess because of you. This elder thinks that you better not go to the martial arts hall to cultivate in the future, and return peace and tranquility to the outer sect. Yuan Kuei pondered for a moment and made a decision. The outer sect was in a mess now, and it had to be resolved as soon as possible. In order to resolve the root of this mess, it had to start with Jiang Qin. The only solution was to stop Jiang Qin from entering the martial arts hall to cultivate. There was no other way. It had to be said that the elders present were all shocked by Jiang Qin's ability to absorb all the immortal energy in the entire martial arts hall in a short period of time. They couldn't imagine how Jiang Qin did it, but they also knew that there were always some geniuses in this world who couldn't be judged by common sense. Geniuses always had their own trump cards and methods. I can choose not to go to the martial arts hall, but Grand Elder, please find a place for this disciple to cultivate. Jiang Qin spoke in a calm tone, without any intention of contradicting the Grand Elder. What he said was also reasonable. You don't want me to go to the martial arts hall to cultivate, but you have to find a place for me to cultivate, right? This request didn't seem to be excessive at all, and it was a matter of course. After hearing Jiang Qin's words, Grand Elder Yuan Kuei and the other elders looked at each other and finally shook their heads helplessly. What a joke. The immortal energy in the martial arts hall was the densest in the outer sect, and it wasn't enough for Jiang Qin to absorb. Where else could they find a place for him to cultivate? However, if he didn't find a place for Jiang Qin to cultivate, then Jiang Qin definitely wouldn't do it. Depriving Jiang Qin of his cultivation for others' cultivation was no different from Jiang Qin depriving other outer sect disciples of their cultivation. Moreover, all the elders present understood that a monstrous genius like Jiang Qin had a truly boundless future. As outer sect elders, they were very clear about their own status. Even the most honorable great elder Yuan Kuei was not willing to offend a genius like Jiang Qin for no reason. But where could he find a place for Jiang Qin to cultivate? For a monster like Jiang Qin, only the inner sect's martial arts hall could accommodate him. I see that the elders are having a hard time dealing with this matter. Disciple has a way to ensure peace in the outer sect. Seeing that the time was right, Jiang Qin said with a smile. Oh, if you have a method, tell me about it. Yuan Kuei looked at Jiang Qin curiously. It's very simple. Let me challenge the iron dummy array. As long as I enter the inner sect, the outer sect will naturally be peaceful. In this way, it won't affect the cultivation of other outer sect disciples and it won't affect my cultivation. It can be said to be the best of both worlds. I think all the elders should be very clear that with my current strength, the outer sect will not be able to accommodate me. Although my cultivation is still at the Earth Immortal realm, I already have the combat strength of a Heaven Immortal. Zhou Xian said. In fact, what he did before was to create the conditions for him to create the iron dummy array. Otherwise, with the rules of Tianyun Pavilion, it would be impossible for him to challenge the iron dummy array. This won't do. You have just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion. According to the rules, you are not qualified to challenge the iron dummy array. This is against the rules. That's right. New disciples who have not been here for a year are not qualified to challenge the iron dummy array. This is the rule of Tianyun Pavilion. Zhou Xian, your method won't do. Several elders shook their heads in disapproval. They had thought that Zhou Xian would come up with a good idea. They didn't expect that it would be against the rules. The rules are dead but people are alive. Moreover, if I am allowed to stay in the outer sanctum for a year, I will definitely go to the martial arts hall every day. Zhou Xian said. Hearing this, many elders couldn't help but roll their eyes. This guy was acting shamelessly. But according to the current situation, if Zhou Xian was allowed to stay in the outer sanctum for a year, the result would be unimaginable. Moreover, they had no reason to prohibit Zhou Xian from entering the martial arts hall to cultivate. All the outer sanctum disciples were qualified to enter the martial arts hall and absorb the immortal qi with their own ability. This was also the rule. If it was against the rules to allow Zhou Xian to challenge the iron dummy array, then it was also against the rules to prohibit Zhou Xian from cultivating in the martial arts hall. Zhou Xian, the iron dummy array is not that easy to challenge. You have just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion and have no idea about the horror of the iron dummy array. Only a few geniuses have succeeded in challenging the iron dummy array. Great Elder said. This is my own choice. Zhou Xian said in an unusually firm tone. Alright, I will let you challenge the iron dummy array. Great Elder Yuan Kuei thought for a moment and said. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't expect the Great Elder to be so strong-willed and agree so easily. This made Zhou Xian's impression of the Great Elder improve a lot in an instant. Great Elder, this is unprecedented. Yes, and the iron dummy array is controlled by the inner sanctum elders. If anyone tries to challenge the iron dummy array, the inner sanctum elders must personally supervise it. The other elders spoke one after another. Zhou Xian snorted coldly in his heart. This group of stubborn old men who didn't know how to be flexible. Such people wouldn't achieve anything no matter where they went. Great Elder Yuan Kuei was a shrewd man. Compared to the trouble that Zhou Xian would bring to the outer sanctum, if Zhou Xian could break through the iron dummy array and enter the inner sanctum, it would be a great thing for both the outer sanctum and the inner sanctum. Sending Zhou Xian away was equivalent to sending away a huge trouble. Yuan Kuei waved his hand, indicating for everyone to keep quiet. He then looked up at Zhou Xian and said, Zhou Xian, I can let you challenge the iron dummy array. As for the inner sanctum, I will talk to them personally. But you have to agree to one condition of mine. No problem. If I fail in the iron dummy array, I will never step into the outer sanctum martial arts hall in the future. It won't affect the cultivation of the other outer sanctum disciples. Zhou Xian was very smart. He knew what Yuan Kuei's condition was before Yuan Kuei said anything. Therefore he agreed immediately. As for the iron dummy array, although he was curious about it, he didn't really care about it. After all, his combat strength was too strong. If he used the dragon transformation and went all out, it would be easy for him to kill Yuan Kuei. Yuan Kuei looked at Zhou Xian with admiration. It was always a happy thing to talk to smart people. Some things didn't need to be said clearly. Alright, it's good that you agree. Go back and wait. Come to the Elders Institute tomorrow. I will bring you to the inner sanctum to challenge the iron dummy array. Yuan Kuei waved his hand, indicating for Zhou Xian to leave. Thank you, Great Elder. Chapter 1164. The Institute of Inner Sect Elders. As the Great Elder of the Outer Sect, Yuan Kuei was the only one who could enter the Institute of Inner Sect Elders at will. This was the privilege given to him by the sect. At this moment Yuan Kuei met with the elders of the inner sect. There was a fundamental difference between the elders of the inner sect and the outer sect. The most obvious difference was the cultivation level. In the Institute of Outer Sect Elders, the lowest cultivation level was Early Heaven Immortal and the highest was Late Heaven Immortal. In the Institute of Inner Sect Elders, the lowest cultivation level was Half-Step Divine Immortal and the highest was the Great Elder, a Late Divine Immortal Supreme Expert. Therefore Yuan Kuei was a little nervous and excited when he arrived here. After all, the gap in cultivation level would make people lack confidence. The few inner sect elders in front of him were all divine immortal experts, which was much higher than him. The great elder Li Zhong was also here. His cultivation level was at the terrifying late divine immortal realm. At this level, even in Tianyun Pavilion he had a certain status and countless people had to respect him. Great Elder, if we really allow Jiang Qin to challenge the Iron Dummy Array he will be breaking the rules. But even Yuan Kuei has come here in person. It seems that the outer sect is at a loss on how to deal with this Jiang Qin. Is this Jiang Qin really that scary? If he really is a peerless genius, Tianyun Pavilion can nurture him well. It's not a big deal to make an exception for him. I just don't know if he has the ability to get through the Iron Dummy Array. This man's reputation was raised because of the order to kill in Shenyang School, but we don't know what his real ability is. After listening to Yuan Kuei's introduction, a few of the inner sect elders were slightly surprised. All of them had been in Skycloud Pavilion for a long time. They had seen plenty of geniuses in Skycloud Pavilion, but none of them had ever seen someone like Jiang Qin. He was just a new outer sect disciple, but the Institute of Outer Sect Elders was at a loss of what to do. Alright, then we will make an exception for him. If he can really pass the Iron Dummy Array, the sect will definitely nurture him well. If he can't, then it means that he is just a proud and arrogant person. He is just a superficial braggart and doesn't have any real capabilities. When the time comes he will not be allowed to enter the martial arts hall to cultivate. The great elder of the inner sect, Li Zhong, said. The Iron Dummy Array was under his control. If he said that he could make an exception then he would. Although Yuan Kuei was only an elder of the outer sect, he had the right to participate in the Iron Dummy Array due to his identity. This was also the reason why he agreed to Jiang Qin's request. Alright then, please set a date, elder. Yuan Kuei said. 3 days later. The Iron Dummy Array will be opened in 3 days. This Iron Dummy Array has not been opened for a long time. I also want to see whether this Jiang Qin, who has caused a ruckus in One Line Sky, can break out of the Iron Dummy Array. Li Zhong said with a smile. On the same day, the news that Jiang Qin was going to challenge the Iron Dummy Array spread across the entire Tianyun Pavilion, setting off a huge uproar. In Tianyun Pavilion, every time the Iron Dummy Array was opened, it was a major event. Be it the higher-ups of the sect or the disciples, they were all very concerned about those who had the guts to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. Anyone who could break out of the Iron Dummy Array was a genius among geniuses. Their future would be limitless and they would receive the attention of the higher-ups. In the past, when someone successfully broke out of the Iron Dummy Array, the Golden Immortal Elder of the sect made an exception and made him a true disciple. Could be said that he soared to the sky. Have you heard about it? That Jiang Qin is really daring to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. But this is a great thing for us. If he can succeed, he will enter the inner sect. From then on, our outer sect will be at peace. Finally, this god of plague has been sent away. Moreover, he has reached an agreement with the Grand Elder that if he fails to challenge the Iron Dummy Array, he will never enter the martial arts hall to cultivate and won't affect us anymore. That's right. Such a decision is indeed a great thing for us. At least it has solved the problem of our cultivation. But it is also a miracle that Jiang Qin could make the elders open the Iron Dummy Array for him. Otherwise, what other solutions can there be? That guy is too powerful. The outer sect can't tolerate him. Are we going to let him stay in the outer sect and be a local tyrant? I suddenly feel that the reason why that Jiang Qin unscrupulously absorbed the immortal energy in the martial arts hall and didn't leave any leeway for us was because he wanted to challenge the Iron Dummy Array. He used us as a hostage to make the elders make an exception. What a smart guy. We have all been used by him. Who cares? Anyway, we can't afford to offend Jiang Qin. Isn't it better for us to let him go to the inner sect? When the people in the outer sect heard the news, they were all elated. They had no reason to be unhappy that the god of plague had been sent away. Even if Jiang Chen failed to challenge the iron dummy array, he wouldn't come to the martial arts hall to affect them anymore. At most, they would take a detour when they saw Jiang Chen in the future and not provoke this evil star. For the next 3 days, the name Jiang Chen was being discussed everywhere. Apart from the outer sect, it was the same for the inner sect. A person who had just arrived at the sect for a few days had created such a big incident. How could it not be shocking? Naturally, he would become the topic of discussion among everyone. Interesting. Someone is challenging the iron dummy array again. I have to go and have a look 3 days later. I want to see what this Jiang Chen looks like. He has been very famous recently. What's so great about him? He just came to our Tianyun Pavilion to seek refuge. If Tianyun Pavilion doesn't take him in, he will die in the hands of Xianyang School in a few days. This guy is too arrogant and doesn't know how to restrain himself. He has just arrived here for a few days, but he has already created a foul atmosphere in the outer sect. He even made the elders open the iron dummy array for him. Humph. I don't believe he can really break out of the iron dummy array. Don't underestimate this guy. What if he really succeeds? In that case, he will immediately attract the attention of the upper echelons. Perhaps, there might even be a golden immortal elder who will come out to accept him as a direct disciple. A direct disciple. Don't be ridiculous. Golden immortal elders are very busy. They won't have the time to waste on him. Besides, is it so easy to break out of the iron dummy array? In the past, I also broke out of the iron dummy array and almost died in it. If I wasn't rescued by the elders at the last moment, I would have been torn into pieces by those barbaric puppets without spiritual intelligence. Some people were optimistic about Jiang Chen, but most of them were not optimistic about Jiang Chen. After all, there weren't many people who could successfully break out of the iron dummy array. In addition, Jiang Chen's behavior was too arrogant and domineering after coming to Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore, many people didn't have a good impression of him. Chapter 1165. Brother Jiang, you've really surprised me. Fu Hui sighed. He didn't pay attention to the situation of the outer sect these days. It was only when he heard that Jiang Chen was going to challenge the iron dummy array that he understood what Jiang Chen had done to the outer sect. He was afraid that only Jiang Chen could do something that would be recorded in the history of Tianyun Pavilion. Fu Hui was also very surprised. He had thought highly of Jiang Chen, but now it seemed that he had underestimated Jiang Chen's strength. After all, there weren't many people who could absorb all the immortal qi in the martial arts palace. At least he had never seen such a person. Jiang Chen was the first one who had done it. I have to find a way to enter the inner sect. If I don't do something, why would the Institute of Elders make an exception for me to challenge the iron dummy array? Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. Haha, it seems that you have started to plan after I told you about the iron dummy array. But it's fine now. With your capability, the outer sect indeed can't accommodate you. However, it won't be that easy to challenge the iron dummy array. Brother Jiang, you have to be prepared. Fu Hui reminded. He could already tell that a figure like Jiang Chen was destined to be extraordinary no matter where he went. There's nothing to prepare. Let nature take its course. I also want to see how difficult the legendary iron dummy array is. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated. Tianyun Pavilion was supported by Ouyang He. Tian Muyun merely stole the fruits of Ouyang He's labor. Jiang Chen had two purposes in coming to Tianyun Pavilion. One was to kill Tian Muyun to avenge Ouyang He, and the other was to help Ouyang He develop Tianyun Pavilion and lead the entire one-line sky. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to make a name for himself in Tianyun Pavilion, step by step to the top of Tianyun Pavilion to the top, and to control the whole Tianyun Pavilion in his own hands. This was destined to be an extremely difficult process. After all, Tian Muyun had been in charge of Tianyun Pavilion for 2 years. In addition to his tyrannical cultivation base, extraordinary talent and accumulation in Tianyun Pavilion over the years, he must have gained a lot of people's trust. To Jiang Chen, these people were obstacles and enemies. Therefore, the seemingly peaceful appearance of Tianyun Pavilion was destined to be disturbed by Jiang Chen's arrival. Of course, this was his biggest secret and it was impossible for him to tell Fu Hui. I believe that Brother Jiang will be able to break through the iron dummy array and create another miracle. Fu Hui said. The confidence in Jiang Chen's every move would infect him. That kind of confidence was innate and came from his bones. For the next 3 days, Jiang Chen didn't go to the martial arts hall to cultivate. He wasn't interested in the martial arts hall itself. If it wasn't for his own purpose, he wouldn't have competed with the other outer sect disciples for the immortal qi in the martial arts hall. Now that his purpose had been achieved, he had no more interest in the martial arts hall. This situation was undoubtedly a great thing for those outer sect disciples. Without Jiang Chen's disturbance, it was a wonderful thing. They didn't have to worry about not being able to cultivate anymore. 3 days later, a lot of people gathered at the border between the outer sect and the inner sect early in the morning. There was a mountain peak here and the scenery on the peak was beautiful. There were no other buildings on the peak except for a very ordinary-looking palace. There were 3 big words engraved on the door of the palace: Iron Dummy Array. This was a very important place in the Tianyun Pavilion because those who could come out from here were destined to be the prodigies of the prodigies and the best of the best. It had been a long time since anyone tried the Iron Dummy Array, but every time someone tried it, it would attract a lot of onlookers, especially the outer sect disciples and the inner sect disciples. For the outer sect disciples, once someone passed the Iron Dummy Array, it meant that there would be a powerful figure in the inner sect. People would try to make friends with him. Of course, there would be no shortage of jealous prodigies who would make things difficult for them. In addition, the outer sect elders and the inner sect elders would also appear. The Iron Dummy Array was controlled by them. Even the high-level and powerful elders would observe secretly. After all, it was a good thing for the sect to have a prodigy. They all understood the power of the Iron Dummy Array. As long as someone could pass the Iron Dummy Array, he was destined to be extraordinary. Sometimes, some powerful golden immortal elders would judge the true potential of the challenger based on his performance in the array. If the challenger caught their eye, they might appear in person and accept the challenger as a true disciple. To the challenger, it was undoubtedly a good thing that a pie fell from the sky. From then on, the challenger would soar to the sky. There were already several elders standing in front of the palace gate. Some of them were from the outer sect and the other were from the inner sect. However, Yuan Kuei and Li Zhong hadn't appeared yet. Usually, heavyweights like them would only appear at the critical moment. More and more people gathered around the mountain peak. Many of them wanted to see if Jiang Chen could walk out of the Iron Dummy Array, but according to the previous examples of disciples who had entered the array, there weren't many people who were optimistic about Jiang Chen's chances. Why hasn't that Jiang Chen appeared yet? Isn't he too arrogant to let us wait here? That's right. Don't be afraid to show up at the last moment. That would be a great disgrace. I don't think so. After all, he was the one who proposed the condition. I think Jiang Chen has some means, otherwise he wouldn't dare to boast like that. Just as everyone was talking about it, a silhouette flew in from the outer sect, instantly attracting everyone's attention. At this time, all eyes fell on the silhouette in the sky. It was a white-robed youth with a pair of flaming wings on his back. It was extremely dazzling, causing countless people to exclaim in admiration and envy. Look at Jiang Chen. Sure enough, he can fly. I'm really envious that an Earth Immortal can fly. No wonder he has the ability to destroy the mine of Xianyang School and escape from a late Heaven Immortal expert. It seems like he's not that simple. Earth Immortals can't manipulate the spatial airflow. It's rare for them to be able to fly, and the ability to fly is extremely rare. Jiang Chen's flaming wings look extraordinary. It really makes people jealous. Those who exclaimed in admiration were all outer sect disciples. They thought that inner sect disciples were all heaven immortals and could manipulate the spatial airflow to fly. So they weren't envious, but they were still surprised. After all, when they were at Jiang Chen's level, flying was an extravagant hope for them. Chapter 1166. At this point, Jiang Chen had nothing to hide anymore. Plus, it wasn't a secret that he could fly. What happened in Xianyang School had already spread across one-line sky. It was just that he had never displayed the flaming wings in front of outsiders. Now that he was going to challenge the Iron Dummy Array, he naturally had to make it look more magnificent. Swoosh. Jiang Qin retracted the flaming wings and landed right outside the palace. He cupped his fists at the elders and said, "Disciple Jiang Qin greets all the elders." All the elders nodded secretly. Judging from his appearance and demeanor, Jiang Qin was a dragon among men, the kind that ordinary people couldn't compare with. Not long after that, Inner Sect Great Elder Li Zhong and Outer Sect Great Elder Yuan Kuei appeared at the same time. Li Zhong's appearance attracted countless respectful gazes. The scene calmed down. Li Zhong was a late divine immortal expert. The pressure that he exuded was unbearable to the Earth Immortal Outer Sect disciples. Li Zhong's eyes fell upon Jiang Qin and said faintly, "Jiang Qin, I have to remind you that all the iron dummies here have gone through special training. They have no spiritual intelligence and are cold-blooded and ruthless. Once you enter the array, you will have to bear a great risk. In the past, there were some arrogant geniuses who entered the iron dummy array, but as a result, they couldn't withstand the pressure and were crippled. Since then, they have never been able to recover." These words were said to warn the disciples who were going to challenge the iron dummy array, but as a matter of fact, those who were determined to challenge the iron dummy array had tried their best and were proud and arrogant. Now that there were so many people watching them, they couldn't back down even if they failed. "I have made up my mind," Jiang Qin said. This was his purpose. There was no reason for him to back down. "All right, take out your identity jade token." Li Zhong stretched out his hand. Jiang Qin turned his palm, took out his identity jade token and handed it over to Li Zhong. Li Zhong took Jiang Qin's identity jade token and walked to the front of the palace. There was a secret compartment at the center of the palace gate. The size of this compartment was exactly the same as the identity jade token. Li Zhong placed Jiang Qin's identity jade token on top of the secret compartment. Crack crack. The door immediately made a creaking sound and was gradually opened. Perhaps because it had not been opened for a long time, the sound of the door opening was particularly ear-piercing and unpleasant. Jiang Qin's identity jade plate was still on top, emitting a golden light. Remember, you only have 10 seconds because the puppets will only stop attacking for 10 seconds. If you don't come out, the puppets will continue to attack endlessly. Unless you call for help or your identity jade card goes dim, I will only go in and save you. Of course, if I save you, it will also mean that you have failed in the iron dummy array. Jiang Qin, do you understand what I'm saying? Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, "Jiang Qin, after the door is opened, you will enter it. The brightness of your identity jade card will represent your situation inside. You only need to stay in there for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the puppets will stop attacking." Li Zhong told Jiang Qin the rules of challenging the iron dummy array. This disciple understands. Jiang Qin nodded and then walked into the palace without hesitation. He had basically understood the principle of the iron dummy array. The identity jade plate of every outer disciple was the key to open the gate of the iron dummy array. When the identity jade plate was placed in the secret compartment, it would directly connect to the aura inside the array. The golden light on the jade plate represented the basic situation of the disciple inside. If the light was bright, it meant that the disciple was in good condition. If the light dimmed, it meant that the disciple was in danger. After Jiang Qin entered, the gate of the palace was closed again. No one could see the situation inside clearly. The only way to know Jiang Qin's situation was the identity jade plate exposed outside the secret compartment. No one knew whether Jiang Qin could succeed or not, but at least Jiang Qin's current situation was very good. Do you think Jiang Qin can successfully walk out of the iron dummy array? Li Zhong, the great elder of the inner sect, asked with great interest. "I think it's very difficult. You should know that there are not many geniuses who can walk out of the array successfully." "That's right. We are very clear about the situation inside the iron dummy array. The stronger the challenger is, the stronger the puppets inside will be. The 28 puppets also cooperate with each other quite well. It's very difficult for one to fight against 28 puppets for 10 minutes. Let's not jump to conclusions too early. I think Jiang Qin is extraordinary. Maybe he can really succeed in breaking out of the iron dummy array. In that case, Tianyun Pavilion will have another peerless genius." Many elders were guessing whether Jiang Qin could successfully break out of the iron dummy array. However, most of the elders were not very optimistic about Jiang Qin. After all, the power of the iron dummy array was still there. It was very difficult to succeed. The great elder Li Zhong and Yuan Kuei were both smiling. No one knew what they were thinking. Inside the palace, after the door was closed, it was as dark as ink without any color. However, this situation did not affect Jiang Qin in the slightest. With his current cultivation, there was no difference between darkness and daylight. He could see everything in the palace clearly. Huff! There was a cold wind blowing under his feet which made his heart cold. Jiang Qin could clearly see that the entire palace was filled with black puppets. Each puppet was in the shape of a human, but it was much more majestic than an ordinary person. Each puppet was more than 3 meters tall. There were a total of 28 puppets. They did not breathe or move. They just stood there quietly, which made people think that they were statues. The position of these puppets did not seem to be anything special. However, for a person like Jiang Qin who was proficient in all kinds of formations, it was very different. The 28 puppets were divided into 7 directions. Each direction had 4 puppets standing surrounding each other in a square formation. What a powerful iron dummy array. These 28 dummies occupy 7 different positions. There are no blind spots in their attacks. Once I fall into the array, they will take turns to attack me. Moreover, because of the array, they have a tacit understanding with each other. At the very least, their cooperation is much better than that of cultivators. I have to study this array and see how I can break it. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. However, if he wanted to figure out these puppets and the iron dummy array, he had to choose to take the initiative. If he did not take action, he would not get any results. Crack. Chapter 1167. As Jiang Qin entered, the formation began to rotate. As the formation rotated, all the puppets noticed Jiang Qin immediately. The hollow eyes of each puppet looked extremely cold. Although they didn't emit any coldness, it made people feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. The invisible pressure of the 28 puppets fused together. If it was an ordinary person who entered, he or she would be scared to the point of trembling. In terms of aura alone, Jiang Qin had already lost. The result could be imagined. However, Jiang Qin wasn't an ordinary person after all. It was impossible to suppress him with aura or pressure. In Jiang Chen's eyes, these puppets were just killing machines without life. There was nothing to be afraid of. Come on, let me see what's different about you puppets. Jiang Chen's body emitted a strong desire to fight. He wanted to see how these puppets could make him last for less than 10 minutes. Crack. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice fell, a puppet suddenly attacked. The puppet was extremely fast. Almost as soon as it moved, it was already in front of Jiang Chen. The movement of the puppet was simple. It was just a simple punch. However, this punch couldn't be underestimated. It was fast and ruthless. Even with Jiang Chen's reaction speed, he couldn't help but be surprised. So fast. Jiang Chen's eyes trembled. However, he didn't pay too much attention to it. The speed of the puppet was indeed fast. However, compared to him, it was still lacking. Jiang Chen clenched his fist and instantly threw a punch. He had never lost in a competition of pure strength. Bang! 2 fists collided with each other, creating a large amount of sparks. The sparks lit up a corner of the palace. The puppet had obviously underestimated Jiang Chen's strength. Its majestic body was sent flying by Jiang Chen's punch. The puppet's arm was instantly shattered by Jiang Chen's violence, turning into pieces on the ground. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen shook his head. The iron dummy array was said to be magical by the people of Tianyun Pavilion. Now it seemed that it was just SOSO. If these puppets only had this little strength, Jiang Chen was confident that he could destroy all the puppets in half a minute. However, what happened next made Jiang Chen's jaw drop. The surrounding formation started shaking once again, and the broken pieces on the ground started flying back to the broken arm of the puppet. In an instant, the broken arm was completely fused with the broken arm, and the puppet returned to its original state without a single scratch on it. No way. Jiang Chen was stunned. He suddenly felt that this iron dummy array was interesting. At least it was much more magical and powerful than he had imagined. The puppets that were broken could recover with the help of the formation. In other words, these puppets were simply immortal. So, any disciple who tried to challenge the iron dummy could never destroy these puppets. The only thing they could do was to hold on for 10 minutes. The cold wind in the surroundings became more and more intense. This was the result of the rapid operation of the formation. With the operation of the formation, Xianxia could clearly feel that the cold aura coming from the puppets was getting stronger. In other words, the strength of these puppets was getting stronger very quickly. I understand now. The puppets inside the iron dummy array will adjust their strength according to the strength of the person who comes in. This is the terrifying part. That puppet just now was just a tentative attack. To put it bluntly, it was just testing my strength. Next is the real attack. It's getting more and more interesting. Xianxia was not a fool. He instantly understood the key point. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire the iron dummy array. Such a wonderful formation. The person who created this formation must be a genius. Xianxia didn't know that this iron dummy array was created by Ouyang He. It was specifically targeted at the outer sect disciples. The purpose of this array was to help the sect promote geniuses. However, there weren't many people who could pass through the iron dummy array in recent years. Tian Muyun was one of the most powerful ones. Kaka. Just at the moment when the formation was completed, 7 puppets appeared in 7 different directions. Each of them moved at an extremely fast speed, even faster than before. The 7 puppets cooperated with each other tacitly and attacked from 7 different directions at the same time. This was a kind of omnidirectional attack with no blind spots. Xianxia himself was restricted by the formation, so it was difficult for him to dodge. Now that these puppets were attacking so quickly, it was indeed not easy to deal with them. Good timing. Xianxia shouted in a low voice without the slightest fear. His footsteps were mysterious and his body movement was also extremely fast. He punched out 7 times in a blink of an eye, and each punch collided with the fists of the 7 puppets. Bang 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 bang. The dull sound brought about a large number of sparks, but this time the 4 puppets were not damaged like before. They were only pushed back 2 steps by Xianxia's thighs. The scene of their arms being smashed by Xianxia's punch didn't happen at all. Motherfucker, I don't know what material these puppets are made of, but they are so abnormal. With the adjustment and blessing of the formation, their bodies have become tyrannical and strong to such an extent that they can already compete with me head-on. But this is also good, I can use them to temper my body. This kind of most primitive collision is also very beneficial to me and can greatly enhance my foundation. Xianxia's competitive spirit was aroused. He decided to have some fun with these puppets. Kaka. This time it was not the previous 7 puppets but 14. The number had doubled. At the same time they attacked from different directions and their speed was getting faster and faster. Xianxia took a deep breath. In the face of so many powerful puppets, if it was someone else they would immediately feel numb. It seemed that the outside world's description of the iron dummy formation was somewhat reasonable. This formation was indeed terrifying. 9 phantom wolves. Xianxia shouted again and directly displayed the 9 phantom wolves. For a moment, the entire formation was filled with Xianxia's figure. This situation immediately disturbed the perception of the puppets and directly disrupted the tacit cooperation between the puppets, which greatly reduced the pressure on Xianxia. Good body movement. Chapter 1168. Even Li Zhong and Yuan Kuei, who were outside the iron dummy array, couldn't see the situation inside the iron dummy array. They could only judge Xianxia's basic situation through the light emitted by his identity jade token. However, the old man could clearly see the situation inside the iron dummy array through the crystal ball. Moreover, the old man owned an independent mountain in the core of Tianyun Pavilion and his own cultivation palace. All these indicated that the old man's identity and status in Tianyun Pavilion was beyond the reach of ordinary people. The old man's casual movement would emit an extremely powerful qi. He was an existence that had completely surpassed the immortal realm. He was a true golden immortal expert who had comprehended the profound meaning of Daoist. Normally, an existence at this level would not pay attention to the situation of the outer sect and inner sect. After all, given their status, these things were completely beneath their notice. However, there would be some elders who would take a look when they had nothing to do. This was also the reason why some outer sect disciples were accepted as true disciples by golden immortal experts after successfully breaking through the iron dummy array. The old man happened to be bored today and happened to see Xianxia breaking through the iron dummy array, so he took a look out of curiosity. Unexpectedly, he was immediately attracted by Zhou Xian. Originally, he thought that he would just take a look, and if the performance of the person inside was not very good, he would directly turn off the crystal ball. But now he was ready to keep watching. Inside the iron dummy array, Zhou Xian and the 14 puppets fought for a round. It was a very enjoyable and comfortable fight. During the process of colliding with these puppets, Zhou Xian felt that all the muscle cells in his body began to throb. These puppets not only had powerful and violent attack power, but also unparalleled speed, which forced him to fight with all his strength. In such a situation where his energy was highly concentrated and his body functions were fully mobilized, it was very beneficial for Zhou Xian to fight these puppets. Ka. The next round was about to begin. This time all the puppets moved. There was a total of 28 puppets, and all of them had locked onto Zhou Xian. Following the rotation of the formation, the 28 puppets shifted their positions. It was a dazzling scene. Their teamwork had reached the pinnacle. In addition to their incredible speed, they looked exactly the same. For a moment, the entire formation was filled with the figures of the puppets. At first glance, there were more than thousands of them, causing people to feel dizzy. He managed to mobilize all 28 puppets so quickly. This is the most terrifying moment of the iron dummy array. Just the appearance and aura of those puppets is enough to make people want to retreat. This old man wants to see how this kid will deal with the next battle. The eyes of the old man who was secretly watching the crystal ball lit up once again. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 7 or 8 minutes for the geniuses to mobilize all the puppets in the iron dummy array. This was because by this time, the geniuses inside had basically displayed all their skills. The number of puppets would increase according to the opponent's ability. Most of the disciples who failed to mobilize all the puppets would fail before they could even mobilize all the puppets. However, Zhou Xian only used 2 minutes to mobilize all the puppets. Furthermore, Zhou Xian looked calm and relaxed. It didn't look like he was trying his best. It seems like I'm going to have a great harvest today. Fighting with these puppets is more beneficial than cultivating in the martial arts hall for a few years. 28 puppets, come at me together. Let's have a good fight. Zhou Qian's entire body was filled with battle intent. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. A blood-colored dragon shadow was hovering above his head. That was the blood qi. The blood qi was like a dragon, and it was the sign that the blood qi was extremely dense. Zhou Xian could already use the dragon transformation, and his blood qi was several times more terrifying than any ordinary unparalleled great demon. With the release of his soul force and the coverage of the great soul derivation technique, those fast puppets had nowhere to hide. Every move of theirs was in the range of Zhou Qian's perception. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, Zhou Qian attacked with lightning speed. He didn't use any combat skills and only used his terrifying physical body to fight. The entire battlefield was in complete chaos. There were shadows everywhere. Zhou Qian's shadow and the puppet's shadow. It was a dazzling sight, and it was impossible to tell who was who. Every time they clashed, there would be large sparks. Due to the speed of the collisions, the entire array formation was about to be engulfed in a sea of fire. Every time he fought with these puppets, Zhou Qian's arm would feel numb, but the numbness would automatically recover in the next moment. This kind of high-intensity battle had caused the qi and blood in his body to circulate faster and faster, and his abilities and potential were constantly being developed. For Zhou Qian, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Given his eyesight, he was naturally able to see everything clearly. He could clearly see that Zhou Qian was facing the attacks of the 28 puppets at the same time. Zhou Qian was able to deal with the puppets with ease and accurately pinpoint the positions of the puppets. What a keen perception. This man has actually given me such a big surprise. This old man is going to divine this brat's future. The more the old man watched, the more astonished he became. Immediately, he couldn't help but begin his divination. Speaking of the art of divination, everyone in One Line Sky knew about the famous Tianjizi, who had the title of divine divination. This old man was Tianjizi. His cultivation base was only at the peak of intermediate golden immortal realm, but his status in Tianyun Pavilion was equal to those late golden immortal elders. In the past, even Ouyang he had to address him as a brother. Even Tian Muyun had to address him as uncle. The so-called art of divination was to see through the heavens' secret. Although Tianjizi was a golden immortal expert, his cultivation base was still far from enough in the art of divination. Therefore Tianjizi couldn't predict everything. Even so, it was already very terrifying. Tianjizi and Ouyang he had a very good relationship. 2 years ago when Ouyang he was breaking through to the Immortal King realm, Tianjizi happened to be away from the sect. Otherwise he would have divined for Ouyang he. Although he couldn't predict that Tian Muyun would frame his master, he could at least predict a good or bad luck. The death of Ouyang he had made Tianjizi blame himself for 2 years. Today when he saw how miraculous Jiangchen was, Tianjizi couldn't help but divine, but the result of his divination gave him a great shock. What a good brat. Even with this old man's ability, I can't divine anything about him. This man doesn't seem to be part of the heaven's secret. He seems to be an existence that transcends fate. It seems like this man isn't simple. He is indeed a man with great luck. The possibility of Jiangchen becoming Tianyun Pavilion's secret is a variable in one-line sky. Chapter 1169. 5 minutes later, Jiangchen was still in the fierce battle with all the puppets. At this moment Jiangchen had completely fallen into a state of selflessness. For him, fighting with these puppets was no longer a kind of torture but a kind of enjoyment. It was a rare cultivation that could let him enter another rare state. Jiangchen did not notice that this kind of development of potential and function actually made his qi restless. Under the automatic operation of the dragon transformation skill, new dragon marks began to condense in his body. Outside the palace, everyone's eyes were fixed on the identity jade card. They saw that Jiangchen's identity jade card was shining brightly and there was no sign of it declining. Amazing, he has already persisted for 5 minutes and he can still maintain such a good state. This guy is really extraordinary. Yeah, the light of the identity jade card is basically the same as when he first entered. That is to say, his condition is still as good as at the beginning. I can't believe it. I just don't know if he can persist for 10 minutes. See, I don't think it will be so easy. The horror of the iron dummy array is beyond our imagination. Many people revealed a trace of shock. Perhaps for the geniuses who entered the iron dummy array, persisting for 5 minutes was nothing. But to be able to persist for 5 minutes and still maintain such a strong state at the beginning was too surprising. One should know that fighting with those puppets was a great consumption of energy. This kind of consumption was not something that ordinary people could bear. It looks very surprising. Do you think he can succeed? Li Zhong looked at the other elders with a smile. The other elders did not speak. They did not expect Jiangchen's performance. At this time, no one dared to guarantee that Jiangchen would not be able to break through the iron dummy array. They even had some expectations in their hearts, especially those outer sect elders. After all, there had not been a decent genius in the outer sect for a long time. If Jiangchen could break through the iron dummy array, they would also be proud. Inside the palace, Jiangchen was sweating profusely. His eyes were filled with obsession. He had completely entered a state of forgetfulness. Now he no longer needed to deliberately observe the traces of the puppets. He had already grasped the trajectory of the iron dummy array. His fighting with the puppets was getting easier and easier. It didn't feel like a fight but more like a game. If outsiders were to see this, they would be so shocked that they would not be able to close their mouths. Tianjizi stared unblinkingly at the crystal ball. He didn't know what to say about Jiangchen's state. He didn't dare to say that there was no genius more talented than Jiangchen in the ethereal immortal domain, but he was sure that Jiangchen was the most talented genius he had ever seen. Jiangchen had surpassed Tian Muyun. Soon another 4 minutes passed. It had been 9 minutes since Jiangchen entered the iron dummy array. There was only 1 minute left before he succeeded. At this time there was a commotion outside the palace. My God! There's only 1 minute left. His state is still the same as before. Could it be that he is still unscathed under the attacks of so many puppets? It's too abnormal. Seems like he is really going to break through the iron dummy array. He has persisted for 9 minutes in his peak state. The last minute is never a big deal. Another genius has emerged in Skycloud Pavilion. Don't worry. The last minute is often the easiest time for changes to occur. Maybe his actual state isn't as good as the Jade token shows. The sound of discussion began again. Most of the disciples and elders were excited. Although they weren't the ones who were trying to break through the array, It was still very good to be able to witness the birth of a genius. After all, it had been a long time since someone had succeeded in breaking through the iron dummy array. The last minute passed very quickly for Zhou Xian. The fierce battle in the array also came to an end. The 28 puppets actually stopped their attacks and returned to their original positions at the same time. Zhou Xian was stunned. When he regained his senses, he found that the battle was over. But to him there was still a feeling of longing for more. Is the 10-minute time up? Zhou Xian shook his head reluctantly. Just as he was about to withdraw his qi and walk out of the palace, he suddenly found that 2,000 new dragon marks had been condensed in his dantian. This was no small matter. 2,000 new dragon marks. I didn't expect that fighting these puppets would bring me such great benefits. With just 8,000 more, I will be able to assail the half-step heavenly immortal stage. My potential has yet to be fully stimulated. I have yet to utilize the dragon transformation technique. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I just walk out like this, I will suffer a great loss. These puppets can adjust their strength according to my strength. If I were to utilize the dragon transformation technique to fight them, I would be able to fully utilize my fleshly body's functions. Qin Feng thought to himself, to think that I could condense out 2,000 dragon marks. Unexpectedly, fighting these puppets would bring me so many benefits. I was only 10,000 dragon marks away from the half-step heavenly immortal stage. Now I have condensed out 2,000. Zhou Xian was pleasantly surprised. He decided not to walk out of the formation. This terrifying iron dummy array had become the best training ground for him. If he continued to fight, he was confident that he could break through to the half-step heaven immortal realm. He wouldn't forgive himself if he missed such an opportunity. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Dragon Transformation. With a sway of his body, Zhou Xian transformed into his dragon form, instantly increasing his combat strength by 10 times. Li Zhong had told him clearly that after the puppets stopped attacking, Zhou Xian would have 10 seconds to walk out of the palace. Once that happened, he would be considered to have passed the trial. If he didn't come out within 10 seconds, the puppets would attack him again. Therefore, Zhou Xian decided not to walk out of the palace. He would continue the battle after 10 seconds. What kind of technique is this? How can his combat strength increase by 10 times in an instant? In the palace, Tianjizi sprang to his feet when he saw Zhou Xian's transformation technique. His face was filled with shock. He could see that this was a transformation technique that surpassed the forbidden art. He wasn't too surprised by this technique. What really surprised him was the increase of Zhou Xian's combat strength. 10 times of combat strength. This was a heaven-defying increase. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. He has succeeded. Why isn't this kid going out? Could it be that he wants to continue fighting these puppets? It seems like he has gained great benefits from the battle just now. Now he is treating the iron dummy array as his training ground. How audacious. Doesn't this bastard know that once the iron dummy array is activated again, it won't be able to stop? Chapter 1170. Tianjizi was somewhat moved. He had already understood Zhou Qian's actions. It was obvious that Zhou Qian had gained a lot of benefits from the previous battle with the iron dummy array. Now his combat strength had soared to the extreme and he wanted to pursue greater progress. In other words, in the eyes of Zhou Qian, breaking through the iron dummy array was meaningless. It was as if it was an extremely simple thing. What Zhou Qian wanted was to stimulate his potential to a higher level. He completely regarded the iron dummy array as a training ground. Outside the palace, 10 minutes had passed. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Many people seemed very excited. Fu Hui was very excited. He had been paying attention to Zhou Qian's situation. He didn't expect that Zhou Qian would really succeed. This made him very shocked and happy. Fu Hui didn't choose the wrong person. Brother Zhang's future is immeasurable. In the future, if I follow him, there will be endless benefits. Fu Hui thought in his heart. He was very happy for his eyesight. Damn, this guy actually succeeded in breaking through the iron dummy array. It's really amazing. No one has been able to break through the iron dummy array for a long time. Zhou Qian has created another miracle. It is indeed a miracle. From the beginning to the end, the light on Zhou Qian's identity jade plate didn't change at all. It didn't dim at all. This is the rarest thing. Sooner or later he will be valued by the higher-ups. I really envy him. He is destined to be an extraordinary person since he can break through the iron dummy array. However, it is also good for us that he can successfully enter the inner sect. Finally, we have sent this plague away. During these days when he was in the outer sect, we didn't have a good time. Many disciples sighed, especially those outer sect disciples. Although they hated Xianxia very much at this moment when they saw that Xianxia had succeeded, they actually felt happy. They were not happy for Xianxia but happy for themselves. After all, sending away Xianxia was something worth celebrating. However, 10 seconds passed quickly. The crowd didn't see the palace gate open, nor did they see Xianxia coming out. What's going on? 10 seconds have passed. Why isn't this guy coming out? Grand Elder Li Zhong was the first to change his expression. He seemed to have sensed something. That's right. 10 seconds have passed. Why hasn't Xianxia come out? Could it be that he wants to continue fighting those puppets? That's insane. Doesn't he know that if those puppets attack again, it won't be a matter of 10 minutes, but a never-ending attack? What the hell? Why don't you come out? You've already succeeded, so why don't you come out? Is it very comfortable to stay in the iron dummy array? Time has passed. Xianxia still hasn't come out. The puppets will definitely continue attacking. I don't think that guy will be able to come out. He's too careless. Before the crowd could recover from the shock of Xianxia's success, they were even more shocked. The iron dummy array had been established for a long time, but such a situation had never occurred. In the past, all the geniuses who succeeded in breaking through the iron dummy array would rush out after 10 minutes. Those who came out were exhausted and injured. Basically, none of them were in good condition. After experiencing the horror of the puppets, they were unwilling to stay in the iron dummy array for another second. But today Xianxia chose to stay in the iron dummy array after succeeding. In the eyes of outsiders, this was simply a suicidal move. Grand Elder, what should we do now? Yuan Kuei asked Li Zhong. I guess that Xianxia must want to temper himself with the help of the puppets. He wants to gain experience inside. Don't worry, his identity jade card is still shining brightly. When he can't hold on any longer, I will rescue him. I want to see how long this guy can stay in the iron dummy array. Li Zhong said. He was extremely curious about Xianxia now. Such a situation had never happened in the iron dummy array. Not only him, but many people were also wondering how long Xianxia could stay in the iron dummy array. This was destined to be the birth of a miracle. No matter how long Xianxia could stay in the iron dummy array, the matter of Xianxia breaking through the iron dummy array would eventually become a legend in Tianyun Pavilion. It was likely that no one would be able to break Xianxia's record in the future. Once again the atmosphere became tense. What was supposed to have ended seemed to have started anew. All the elders and disciples had their eyes fixed on Xianxia's jade token once again. In the palace, after 10 seconds, those puppets once again attacked Xianxia crazily. The iron dummy array's formation was operating at a high speed, and it was operating more violently than before. Rumble. Xianxia displayed his dragon transformation body. It was as if he had entered the origin state. The dragon blood in his body was constantly beating. Every punch carried an ancient and heavy aura. In just a moment, 6 or 7 puppets were blown up by Xianxia on the spot. They seemed to be completely vulnerable. But in the next moment, the destroyed puppets regrouped and turned into new puppets. Moreover, when they sensed the change in Xianxia's strength, the formation began to change as well. The surface of the puppets' bodies began to emit rays of light, and once again they attacked Xianxia fiercely. In the palace, Tianjizi's facial expression changed again. At first he didn't pay special attention to the strength of these puppets, but after Xianxia displayed his dragon transformation body, he began to pay attention to the combat strength of these puppets, which shocked him greatly. This bastard is absolutely a peerless monstrous genius. The attack strength of these puppets has already reached the late heaven immortal realm, while this kid is only a late earth immortal expert, not even a half-step heaven immortal expert. Even though his dragon transformation body has increased his combat strength by 10 times, he can still fight 28 late earth immortal experts at the same time without falling into a disadvantageous position. He's simply a monster. Tianjizi couldn't keep his calm. As a senior elder of Tianyun Pavilion and a famous figure in One Line Sky, he had seen plenty of geniuses. Tian Muyun was already very outstanding, but compared to Jiang Chen, the gap between him and Tian Muyun wasn't just a little bit. Tianjizi had already developed a strong interest in Jiang Chen. He even made a decision that he had never made before, to accept Jiang Chen as his true disciple. Of course, this idea had just sprouted in his mind. Whether Jiang Chen would have the opportunity to be accepted by Tianjizi as his true disciple would depend on Jiang Chen's performance. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 1171. Jiang Chen's blood and qi were surging. He fell into a crazy state of fighting. He didn't even deliberately lock the position of those puppets, nor did he deliberately block all the attacks of those puppets. Sometimes during the fierce battle he let the puppets' fists hit his body. The dragon scales on his body were broken and blood flowed out. However, Jiang Chen didn't seem to feel such injuries at all. He was immersed in the pleasure and couldn't extricate himself. His potential and physical functions were constantly stimulated and new dragon marks were constantly condensed. In the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had passed. From the time Jiang Chen entered the iron dummy array to the present, half an hour had passed. For Tianyun Pavilion, this was already a miracle among miracles. Damn, it's been half an hour. Is he still a human? I feel that his identity jade plate hasn't changed at all. It's still as vigorous as before. He can actually persist in the iron dummy array for half an hour and still maintain his original peak state. How is this possible? Beast, he's simply a beast. I have never seen such an abnormal person. It's been half an hour. Is he still a human? I don't know how long he will persist in there. It's been half an hour. Do you think he can persist in there for an hour? It's really hard to say. I won't be surprised even if such an evildoer creates a big miracle. At this time many people were numb. Some people guessed how long Jiang Chen could persist in the iron dummy array, but no one could give a conclusion. After waiting for half an hour, no one felt impatient. On the contrary, they were all in high spirits because this was the birth of a miracle. For them it was not easy to witness a miracle. Tianjizi watched all of Jiang Chen's performance. He was getting more and more shocked. With his eyesight he could clearly see that although Jiang Chen was constantly injured in the array, these injuries didn't affect Jiang Chen at all. Tianjizi also felt that these injuries were deliberately caused by Jiang Chen. If he wanted to, those puppets wouldn't be able to hit him at all. The number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had already reached 7,000. With only 3,000 left, he could directly break through to the half-step heaven immortal realm. To Jiang Chen this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His potential hadn't been exhausted yet. Jiang Chen was absolutely sure that he could break through to the half-step heaven immortal realm in this iron dummy array and reach an even more terrifying level. Time passed very slowly, but it also passed very quickly. Half an hour had passed in a blink of an eye. Jiang Chen still hadn't walked out of the iron dummy array, but the jade token that was exposed to everyone was still shining brightly, showing no signs of dimming. By this time even Li Zhong couldn't stand it anymore. He rolled his eyes from time to time. Such a blow was really hard to accept. How could there be such an abnormal person in this world? Oh my god. It's been an hour. I can't stand it anymore. It's fine if it's an hour, but his condition is still as good as before. Could it be that he didn't consume any energy in there? I can't stand it either. I really don't know how long he can last. Many of them couldn't stand it anymore. It was too terrifying. An hour. Who could last an hour in the iron dummy array? By this time, Jiang Chen had already achieved his goal. After an hour his qi suddenly stirred. 3,000 dragon marks were completely condensed. Adding the 7,000 dragon marks from before, he now had a total of 10,000 dragon marks. Currently, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's qi was 450,000. 450,000 dragon marks was the threshold of the half-step heaven immortal realm. The instant he successfully advanced to the half-step heaven immortal realm, Jiang Chen finally regained his senses. He had completely recovered from the brutal battle just now. He took a deep breath and absorbed a large amount of immortal metastones as if they were worthless. In just a short period of time he had successfully advanced to the half-step heaven immortal realm. Advanced. Tianjizi, who had been paying attention to the situation inside the crystal ball, couldn't help but be stunned. He instantly understood that this was Jiang Chen's goal. He wanted to stimulate his potential with the help of the iron dummy array so that he could break through the bottleneck and reach a higher realm. Courageous and resourceful. Not bad. Tianjizi couldn't help but praise Jiang Chen once more, but he was also curious about how Jiang Chen was going to get out of the iron dummy array. Although Jiang Chen had advanced, the attacks of the puppets would still continue, and the strength of the puppets would increase along with Jiang Chen's strength. Caca. The puppets didn't show any signs of stopping. They continued to attack Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen had already lost interest in tangling with these puppets. He exerted a massive amount of soul power and covered the entire array with the Great Soul Derivation technique. Looks like I'll have to get rid of these puppets if I want to get out of here. These puppets are only able to fight because of the support of the magic array. As long as I break the magic array and find the key point of the magic array, I'll be able to destroy these puppets and make them unable to recover. Jiang Chen thought to himself. Now that his goal had been achieved, he had successfully advanced to the half-step heaven immortal realm. What he needed to do now was to get out of this place, but the 10 minutes deadline had already passed. The only way to get out of this place was to break the iron dummy array and destroy these puppets. Perhaps, when Ouyang he created the iron dummy array, he wouldn't have thought that an outer sect disciple would be able to break the array. No matter how talented an outer sect disciple was, it was almost impossible for them to do so. Unfortunately, the one standing here today was Jiang Chen. With the help of the Great Soul Derivation technique, Jiang Chen was able to grasp the trajectory of the array very quickly. The 7 positions of the array worked seamlessly with each other. It was almost impossible to find a flaw in this array. Not even Jiang Chen could find it. This array has been integrated with the profound meaning of the Big Dipper transposition technique. The 7 positions work together with each other. Each of them is part of the array and none of them are part of the array. It's impossible to break it. Jiang Chen shook his head. Deep in his heart he had a trace of respect for the creator of this iron dummy array. To be able to create such an array, it was enough to show that the creator had an extremely profound attainment in the Tao of array. Jiang Chen used the Great Soul Derivation technique again, diverting his attention from the array to the puppets. In Jiang Chen's point of view, no matter how perfect an array was, there must be a way to break it. Since the flaw of the iron dummy array wasn't in the array itself, it must be in the puppets. Chapter 1172. Jiang Chen used the 9 Phantom Wolves transformation art and the spatial shift. Countless figures shuttled back and forth among the puppets. The Great Soul Derivation technique was like an invisible sword that swept across these puppets one by one, trying to find out all the flaws of these puppets. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes locked on the glabella of one of the puppets. At first glance, this puppet looked no different from the others, but no subtle changes could escape the perception of Jiang Chen's Great Soul Derivation technique. There was a dark dot on the glabella of this puppet. It was a very small dot, so small that one couldn't even see it standing in front of them. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could discover such a small difference. This was the magic of the Great Soul Derivation technique. Plus, Jiang Chen had lived 2 lives and was once an ancestor-like existence, which gave him advantages in all aspects that ordinary people couldn't reach. It's you. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Suddenly he pointed his finger. This finger carried all his strength, emitting a bright light. With a snap, it touched the glabella of the puppet. Bang! The moment the puppet's glabella was touched, its head exploded. Its huge and majestic body began to disintegrate, turning into a pile of ruins. This time the puppet didn't recover. Not only that, the iron dummy array immediately stopped operating. The entire palace instantly returned to its previous tranquility. The remaining 27 puppets were all motionless, as if everything had stopped moving. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. It turned out that the flaw of the iron dummy array could be found so easily. In the palace, Tianjizi almost jumped up. Both of his eyes were wide open, staring unblinkingly at the crystal ball in front of him. He couldn't believe what he saw. Good boy, he actually broke the spirit array. This is the spirit array that sect leader Ouyang personally set up. It's almost perfect. He actually broke it and used this method to successfully walk out of the spirit array. Is this guy trying to defy the heavens? Tianjizi could no longer maintain his composure. As a powerful golden immortal expert, his mind was very tough. There were not many things in the world that could cause such a huge change in his mood. But today Zhang Qian had created 3 miracles in the iron dummy array, which made him unable to calm down at all. This young man is the true son of heaven, not someone like Tianmiyun can compare to. His appearance in Tianyun Pavilion is a great blessing for Tianyun Pavilion. After Tianjizi finished speaking, he seemed to have made a huge decision and disappeared from the palace. Outside the palace, everyone was still waiting. However, the tightly shut door of the palace was slowly opened. Zhang Qian, dressed in white, walked out from inside. He was just as calm as when he entered. There was no change of expression on his face. However, the brilliance he carried was completely different. He was a miracle creator, a miracle who could persist in the iron dummy array for an hour and still walk out by himself. But how did he manage to walk out? The iron dummy array was running endlessly and the puppets were attacking endlessly. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for one to walk out of the array by himself. He could only be brought out by the elders when he couldn't hold on any longer. However, Zhang Qian walked out of the array by himself. What's going on? Why did he walk out by himself? That's right. What happened in the iron dummy array? Could it be that Zhang Qian didn't fight with those puppets at all? Look, Zhang Qian doesn't have any injuries. Something's wrong. There must be something wrong. Many of them were surprised. They couldn't see the situation inside, so they didn't know what had happened inside. However, the fact that Zhang Qian could walk out by himself was a miracle in itself. Li Zhong and Yuan Kuei looked at each other and then flew into the palace at the same time. The other elders also followed them. They must see what happened inside. Zhang Qian had reactivated the iron dummy array and it was impossible for him to walk out. Therefore, the result was beyond their imagination and they had to find out what had happened. Inside the palace, all the inner and outer elders were dumbfounded. Their expressions were the same, their eyes and mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. The iron dummy array had been broken. There was no longer any array in operation. One of the puppets had turned into ruins. Although the other puppets were intact without the support of the array, they were no different from scrap iron. My God, what did he do? He actually broke the formation and walked out by himself. How is this possible? This is impossible. This formation was created by sect leader Ouyang himself. How could an outer disciple break it so easily? Everyone was dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine how an outer disciple at the Earth Immortal realm could break the formation set up by Ouyang He. This could no longer be described as a miracle. Let's go out. Li Zhong turned around and walked out. All the elders came to Zhang Qian. Li Zhong looked at Zhang Qian from head to toe. He still couldn't believe it, but he had to accept the fact that it had become a fact. Zhang Qian, you actually destroyed the iron dummy array. Li Zhong felt that his voice was trembling. What? This guy destroyed the iron dummy array? How is this possible? It was created by sect leader Ouyang himself. My God, is he still human? He broke the iron dummy array and walked out of it calmly. This has never happened before. Even the talented sect leader Tian couldn't do it. Abnormal. This is too abnormal. But the iron dummy array is a symbol of our Tianyun Pavilion. It's a big crime for him to destroy the iron dummy array. He might be punished. The whole place was in an uproar. From the inner sect to the outer sect, Zhang Qian's performance today was destined to be recorded in the history of Tianyun Pavilion. Regardless of whether he would be punished by the sect for destroying the iron dummy array, no one else would be able to do what he did. Yes, Elder. I have to break the formation in order to walk out of it. In this way I can be considered to have successfully broken through the iron dummy array. Zhang Qian said unhurriedly. He was no longer breaking through the formation but breaking it. If this wasn't considered a success, then what else could be considered a success? Zhang Qian, you have indeed succeeded, but you have destroyed the iron dummy array. That was the symbol left by sect leader Ouyang. This is a big crime. Li Zhong said. Now that the iron dummy array was destroyed, he, the great elder, wouldn't be able to escape responsibility if the higher-ups investigated. Don't worry, great elder. I have a way to destroy the iron dummy array, so I also have a way to restore it. Give me 1 day and I will return an intact iron dummy array to the sect. Chapter 1173. What did you say? Li Zhong was dumbfounded. He suspected that his ears were playing tricks on him. Jiang Qin said that he would restore the iron dummy array. Was he joking? How could an ordinary person repair the iron dummy array created by Ouyang He? Are you kidding me? This guy must be bragging. It's already a miracle that he could break the iron dummy array. I don't believe that he can restore it. Could it be that his attainments in array surpass sect leader Ouyang? That's right. This person is too arrogant. He doesn't even think about boasting. With his cultivation, it's impossible for him to completely repair the iron dummy array. I don't think that Jiang Qin is lying. Maybe he really has a way to restore the iron dummy array. Did you believe that he could break the iron dummy array? Most of the people thought that Jiang Qin was bragging. It was simply a joke. It was not easy to restore the iron dummy array. However, some people thought that Jiang Qin was not bragging. After all, he had created a miracle. Who could guarantee that he could not create another miracle? Don't be surprised, Elder. I do have some knowledge in array. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break the iron dummy array. Just give me one day and I promise to restore the iron dummy array. I have completely mastered the characteristics of the iron dummy array. If I can't restore it completely, I'm willing to be punished. Jiang Qin cupped his fist and said confidently. If he only relied on himself, it might be difficult to restore the iron dummy array. However, with the help of De Huang Dog, it would not be a problem. He trusted De Huang Dog's ability. De Huang Dog was proficient in the Holy Book of Source Formations. His attainments in array were incomparable to Ouyang He's. If Ouyang He had an advantage over De Huang Dog, it was only in terms of cultivation. Jiang Qin believed that the iron dummy array would be more exquisite after being rebuilt by De Huang Dog. If he had brought De Huang Dog with him when he tried to break through the formation, he would not have needed to expend so much effort to break the formation. Good Jiang Qin, you are really amazing. I hope you are not bragging. If you can completely restore the iron dummy array, the sect will definitely give you some rewards. Every genius who can walk out of the iron dummy array will get some rewards. With your talent, your future achievements are bound to be limitless. Li Zhong nodded and praised. His impression of Jiang Qin had completely changed. Not only him, but Jiang Qin had also changed many people's view of him with his actions. He was a creator of miracles. Countless people were amazed by his miracles. At this time, basically everyone was sure that Jiang Qin's talent had reached an unparalleled level. Although they didn't dare to say it, they knew that Jiang Qin's talent was above Tian Muyun's. Jiang Qin's achievements would probably surpass Tian Muyun's. From today onwards, Tianyun Pavilion had another monstrous genius. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew out from the inner core of Tianyun Pavilion and descended from the sky. As soon as this person appeared, the entire mountain peak was shrouded by a faint pressure. Under this pressure, everyone felt a little unnatural. Everyone's eyes fell on the old man who suddenly appeared. The old man was dressed in a clean robe and looked to be in his 50s. His eyes were incomparably bright and full of expression. His every movement gave people a sense of transcendence, making them unable to help but feel a sense of respect. After the old man appeared, he didn't pay attention to the others. His eyes were directly locked on Jiang Qin. Now that he was looking at him face to face, it was different from looking at him through the crystal ball. The old man only felt that this young man was calm, full of vitality, and vaguely shrouded by the chi of a true dragon. He was the true son of heaven, a person with a boundless future. It's Elder Tianjizi. My God, why is he here? Could it be that Jiang Qin's challenge of the iron dummy array alarmed him? Elder Tianjizi has appeared. He's the most powerful person of this generation in One-Line Sky. He's the apex elder of our Tianyun Pavilion, second only to the sect master. Moreover, Elder Tianjizi has an eccentric personality. I've been in Tianyun Pavilion for so many years, but I've only seen Elder Tianjizi once. This is the second time. Elder Tianjizi can see through the mysteries of heaven. His divination technique is extremely good. He has a good relationship with Sect Master Ouyang. Even Sect Master Tian has to be polite to him. The appearance of Tianjizi immediately caused a commotion. However, in front of a character like Tianjizi, no one dared to speak loudly. Even if they were discussing in a low voice, they had to be careful. If they offended this elder, it would be normal for them to be killed on the spot. At that time they wouldn't even have a place to reason with him. "Greetings, Elder Tianji." Li Zhong and the others didn't dare to show any neglect. They immediately bowed to Tianji Zi with incomparable respect. Although they were curious about the sudden appearance of this supreme elder, there was one thing they were sure of: Tianji Zi's appearance was for Jiang Chen. This could be seen from Tianji Zi's behavior. Currently, all of his attention was focused on Jiang Chen, and he had already turned a blind eye to them, treating them as air. While Tianji Zi was sizing up Jiang Chen was also sizing him up. He felt that this elder in front of him was unfathomable. There was a simple ethereal aura about him that made him unfathomable. He was like an eminent monk or a banished immortal who had transcended the laws. More importantly, he was a golden immortal expert, a powerful perfected golden immortal. "Jiang Chen, why aren't you greeting Elder Tianji Zi? Jiang Chen, your great opportunity has come." Elder Tianji Zi is the most distinguished elder of the sect. He has been proud and aloof all his life and is a good friend of Master Ouyang. Although Elder Tianji Zi is only at the peak of intermediate golden immortal realm, his status isn't any weaker than those late golden immortal elders. He is proficient in the art of divination and is good at predicting the future. Even Master Tian has to give him some face. Furthermore, Elder Tianji has never accepted a true disciple. It seems like your performance in the iron dummy array has alarmed Elder Tianji. If Elder Tianji really wants to accept you as a true disciple, you will be really lucky to become a true disciple all of a sudden. From then on, your status in Skycloud Pavilion will skyrocket, and your status will be countless times nobler than any ordinary inner sect disciple. Jiang Chen said with a frown. Chapter 1174. After listening to Li Zhong's words, Jiang Chen was slightly surprised and instantly developed a strong interest in Tianji Zi. This interest was much more than his interest in Ouyang He. Because Jiang Chen was basically involved in all the fields that Ouyang He was involved in, so he didn't care at all. However, Tianji Zi was involved in the field of divination, which was something that he had never been involved in. The art of divination was broad and profound. Jiang Chen couldn't refuse this temptation at all. Just as Li Zhong said, this was a great opportunity for him. Disciple Jiang Chen pays respect to Elder Tianji. Jiang Chen hurriedly cupped his fists towards Tianji Zi. His posture was neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes didn't waver at all. Good boy, neither servile nor overbearing. You can still maintain a basic calmness in front of this elder. This temperament is very good. Furthermore, this elder observed the whole process of you breaking the array and found that your soul force is incomparably vigorous. This is a necessary condition for cultivating the art of divination. Tianji Zi was not stingy with his words of praise for Jiang Chen. Because he was the only one who witnessed the whole process of Jiang Chen breaking the array, he could no longer maintain his composure. The purpose of his appearance was to accept Jiang Chen as his true disciple. Therefore he didn't put on any airs and stated his purpose right away. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned and then felt a lingering fear. From Tianji Zi's tone, it wasn't difficult to tell that the higher-ups in Tianyun Pavilion had a way to see everything that happened inside the iron dummy array. Fortunately, his performance inside was stable and he didn't expose any trump card that shouldn't be exposed, especially the aura of the Heavenly Dragon Combat Halberd. As for the dragon transformation technique, it was no longer a secret. Back when he destroyed the mine of Shenyang School, he had used it. This was a unique combat technique that didn't need to be hidden. Jiang Chen, this old man now wants to accept you as a true disciple and impart the art of divination to you. Are you willing? But you have to think it through. The Tao of divination is difficult to understand and extremely difficult to cultivate. If you're not willing, this old man will not force you. Tianji Zi stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes and stated his purpose straight away. Hua. As soon as this statement came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with envy and hatred. God damn it. Just what kind of dog's hit luck does this kid have? To think that a golden immortal elder would take the initiative to accept him as a legacy disciple. Not to mention it's the renowned Elder Tianji Zi. Elder Tianji Zi is famous for his eccentricity. He has been in Skycloud Pavilion for so many years, but he has always been alone. He has never accepted any disciple. Today, because of Jiang Chen's boldness, he is going to accept Jiang Chen as his true disciple. Isn't this guy's luck a little too good? Motherfucker, this bastard is actually still hesitating. Oh my god, hurry up and strike him to death with a bolt of lightning. Envy, jealousy, hatred. Why can't such dog shit luck fall on me? That's Elder Tianjizi we're talking about. Someone realized that Xianxia was still hesitating at this moment. This was simply making them want to spurt out blood. If it was someone else, they would have already knelt down and kowtowed without hesitation. If this Tianjizi was unhappy and changed his mind, it would be a great loss. Xianxia raised his head and looked at Tianjizi. Honestly speaking, his impression of this Tianjizi was quite good. This Tianjizi didn't have that kind of overbearing attitude. One must know that when a golden immortal elder came to accept a true disciple, they would definitely put on a high and mighty attitude, as if it was Xianxia's fortune to be accepted as a disciple. But the way Tianjizi looked at him was different. There was no arrogance, only admiration and a kind of desire. That was the desire for something that one admired. Moreover, Tianjizi was talking to him in a negotiating tone, giving him the right to choose. He wasn't afraid of losing face after being rejected. Xianxia, what are you thinking about? This is such a great opportunity. Quickly grab hold of it. Li Zhong and Yuan Kuei couldn't help but remind Xianxia, feeling anxious for Xianxia. Disciple is willing. Xianxia bowed to Tianjizi. The temptation of Tianjizi was too great that Xianxia couldn't refuse. Back then he could refuse Ouyang He, but he couldn't refuse Tianjizi. After all, times had changed. Firstly, Xianxia was very interested in the art of Tianji. Secondly, he was now in Tianyun Pavilion. If he could get the position of a true disciple, it would be of great help to his future growth. At least with Tianjizi as his backer, he could save a lot of trouble. Furthermore, Tianjizi and Ouyang He were best friends, which meant that they were truly on the same side. Besides, Tianjizi was a proud and aloof person, so it was impossible for him to be bribed by Tianmuyun. Therefore, if Xianxia wanted to avenge Ouyang He, Tianjizi was someone that he had to get close to. Now that Tianjizi had taken the initiative to appear, it couldn't be any better. Haha. Good. From now on, Xianxia is my true disciple. No one will dare to bully you in Tianyun Pavilion. Bullying you is equivalent to going against me, Tianjizi. As for you, you can bully whoever you want. Let me see who dares to say no. Tianjizi burst into laughter. What he said made Xianxia blush with shame. That's awesome. Xianxia couldn't help but give Tianjizi a thumbs up in his heart. The domineering and unruly qi that Tianjizi carried was somewhat similar to Xianxia himself. However, the others began to roll their eyes. They knew all too well how awesome and domineering Tianjizi was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a transcendent position in Tianyun Pavilion. What Xianxia had done in the outer sect was also extremely domineering. When this overbearing master and disciple met, would the peace in Tianyun Pavilion ever be restored? Congratulations to Elder Tianji for taking in an outstanding disciple, said Li Zhong. And both of you have done a good job this time. This is your reward. Tianjizi waved his hand casually. 2 streams of light fell into Li Zhong and Yuan Kuei's hands. Both of them trembled with excitement without even looking at what they were, especially Yuan Kuei, who was only a heaven immortal expert. He had never thought that he would be rewarded by a golden immortal elder. Thank you for your reward, Elder Tianji. Both of them spoke in unison. This was simply an unexpected harvest. They didn't even bother to look at what the treasures in their hands were. Anything given by Tianjizi would definitely not be an ordinary item. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take it out. Alright, Xianxia, follow me to Tianji Peak. Tianjizi said with a smile. Today he had accepted Xianxia as his disciple and he was indescribably happy. Master, you should return first. I have promised to restore the iron dummy array. After that, I will personally go to Tianji Peak tomorrow. Xianxia said. Chapter 1175. Xianxia would certainly do what he had promised. As the symbol of the outer sect and inner sect, this iron dummy array was an indispensable existence. In the future it could select a lot of geniuses for Tianyun Pavilion. He really shouldn't destroy it in his own hands. Oh, you can repair this iron dummy array? Tianjizi was stunned. The way he looked at Xianxia changed. Such a young genius with incredible combat strength, Heaven-defying means and mastery in the art of formation was really rare. That's right. I have done some research in the art of formation. I have already seen through this iron dummy array. Since it can be destroyed, I can naturally repair it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. His words were full of confidence. No one would doubt his words. All right, I'll wait for you at Tianji Peak. Tianji nodded. Initially, he wanted to help restore the iron dummy array, but since Jiang Chen wanted to do it himself, it couldn't be any better. This would also allow him to witness the true capability of his disciple. More importantly, Jiang Chen was already his true disciple. Repairing the iron dummy array by himself and having Jiang Chen was two completely different things. As a mighty golden immortal expert and having a good understanding of the iron dummy array, there was nothing to show off about restoring it. However, if Jiang Chen, the one who destroyed it, repaired it, it would be a totally different story. It would bring glory to his master. Tianji flew up and disappeared in a blink. After he left, the oppressive atmosphere was lifted. Many of them couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The presence of a golden immortal expert was too stressful. He. Li Zhong and Yuan Kuei came to Jiang Chen with a smile. Although they were the great elders of inner sect and late divine immortal experts, Li Zhong didn't dare to look down on Jiang Chen at all. Who wouldn't want to show disrespect to a true disciple of Tianji? Jiang Chen, your luck is just too good. Now you've become Elder Destiny's true disciple. You don't even know how many people are envious of you. Allow me to congratulate you first. Li Zhong said. He and Yuan Kuei were very happy now, especially Yuan Kuei. As the great elder of the outer sect, Jiang Chen's performance today had made him feel very proud. Now he had even received a treasure from Elder Tianji. His mouth was almost crooked from smiling. I have to thank the two elders for giving me this opportunity. Jiang Chen cupped his fists. His gratitude was sincere. Originally, he was not qualified to challenge the iron dummy array. If it were not for these two elders making an exception for him, he would not have been able to successfully pass the iron dummy array and become the true disciple of Tianji. Jiang Chen, if you can repair the iron dummy array, then repair it. If you can't, then it's okay. Li Zhong said. His attitude was completely different from before. Previously, Jiang Chen did not have any backing. If he destroyed the iron dummy array, he would probably be punished. But now he was a true disciple and the only disciple of Tianji. Who would dare to punish him? It doesn't matter. Tomorrow Jiang Chen will definitely repair the iron dummy array. Elder, you don't have to worry about this. Jiang Chen said. For him, repairing the iron dummy array was not a difficult task. All right. In that case, you can stay and repair the iron dummy array. We will take our leave. Now you are not only a true disciple but also an inner sect disciple. Your status is completely different from before. If you encounter any difficulties in the inner sect, you can come to me directly. Li Zhong patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and then left with the elders of the inner sect. Yuan Kuei and Jiang Chen chatted for a while and then left directly. Another heaven-defying genius has appeared in Tianyun Pavilion. But the competition in the inner sect is too intense. There are constant frictions between true disciples. I think it will be difficult for Tianyun Pavilion to be peaceful in the future. All right. The battle between geniuses is not something we can participate in. It's a great thing for us that Jiang Chen has entered the inner sect. We don't have to worry about cultivation anymore. That's right. We've finally sent this god of plague away. I was afraid that he wouldn't be able to break through the iron dummy array. Let's go back. From now on, we won't have anything to do with Jiang Chen. Let him continue to wreak havoc in the inner sect. When those outer sect disciples saw this ending, they were envious and jealous. But at the same time, they heaved a deep sigh of relief. After sending away this plague, the outer sect could finally be peaceful. This guy looks very arrogant. If he thinks that he can be lawless after becoming a true disciple, then he is gravely mistaken. In Tianyun Pavilion there are many powerful people. That's right. The competition in Tianyun Pavilion is fierce. Not only the competition between disciples, but also the relationship between many elders. Their own true disciples are also fighting with each other. Tianji also has countless enemies because of his personality. Jiang Chen's future days may not be easy. Come on. You guys are just saying that the grapes are sour. He is now a true disciple. Do you dare to provoke him? Many inner sect disciples were very envious of Jiang Chen's luck. The event of Jiang Chen breaking through the iron dummy array had come to an end. Most of the inner and outer sect disciples had left. This event was destined to set off a great uproar in Tianyun Pavilion. It would not take long for this news to spread to every corner of Tianyun Pavilion. Even those divine immortal core disciples and supreme golden immortal elders would know about Jiang Chen. They would know that another peerless genius had emerged in Tianyun Pavilion. There were a few people who did not leave. They walked towards Jiang Chen. The one who took the lead was Fu Hui. Brother Jiang, it seems that I have underestimated you. Today you are in the limelight. It was really satisfying. Now that you have become a true disciple, congratulations. Fu Hui cupped his fists and congratulated Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, Fu Hui sighed in his heart. Before he brought Jiang Chen to Tianyun Pavilion, he had never thought that Jiang Chen would do such an earth-shattering thing in such a short period of time. But this also made Fu Hui understand the fact that Jiang Chen's ability and potential were far more terrifying than he had imagined. Now that Jiang Chen had become a true disciple, his status was far higher than Fu Hui's. Initially, Fu Hui thought that he could rely on his relationship in Tianyun Pavilion to give Jiang Chen a backer. Now it seemed that Jiang Chen would become his backer. It's all thanks to Brother Fu's recommendation. Jiang Chen said with a smile. It was Fu Hui's credit that he was able to enter Tianyun Pavilion smoothly and develop so much in such a short period of time. Brother Jiang, let me introduce to you. These are all inner sect disciples. They are our people. This is senior brother Mengjie. He has already reached the late heaven immortal realm. Chapter 1176. Fu Hui was good at making friends and had a good reputation in the inner sect. Naturally, he had a few friends around him, all of whom were elites in the inner sect. If it was before, they wouldn't have come to make friends with a half-step heaven immortal outer sect disciple, but it was different now. After witnessing Jiang Chen's abilities, no one dared to look down on him anymore. Plus, Jiang Chen had become Tianjizi's true disciple, which meant that his future was destined to be limitless. Whether it was status or identity, Jiang Chen had far surpassed them. Befriending Jiang Chen would only bring them benefits. It could also be considered as having an indirect backing. Brother Jiang's talent is extraordinary. It's amazing. I really admire you. Mengjie cupped his fists towards Jiang Chen. Even a late heaven immortal expert wouldn't dare to put on any airs in front of Jiang Chen. That's right. Brother Jiang is a peerless monstrous genius. Your future is destined to be limitless. Now that Brother Jiang has become Elder Tianji's true disciple, your status in Tianyun Pavilion has skyrocketed. In the future we will have to rely on Brother Jiang's guidance. That's right. Although Brother Jiang has only come to Tianyun Pavilion for a few days, we have all heard about your heroic deeds. Plus, Brother Jiang is Brother Fu's friend, which makes him our friend. In the future we will follow Brother Jiang and have a place in the inner sect. That's right. Although Brother Jiang is also an inner sect disciple like us, he has the identity of a true disciple. That is truly noble. The few of them began to flatter Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could only chuckle in response to their flattery. He knew very well what they were thinking. Now that his status was different, it was perfectly normal for them to come and fawn on him. Brother Fu's friends are naturally my friends as well. In the future we will have to take care of each other, said Jiang Chen with a smile. Of course, Jiang Chen wouldn't refuse their goodwill. In order to make Tianyun Pavilion flourish in the future, it was necessary for him to build up his own network. Brother Jiang, you can say that you are riding on the crest of success right now, but don't be too careless. You are a true disciple, but at the same time, you are also an inner court disciple. There are many true disciples in the inner court. Ordinary inner court disciples wouldn't dare to offend you, but those true disciples are different. Plus, Elder Tianji is a bit unreasonable and he has enmity with many elders. I think those true disciples won't let you have it easy. Fu Hui reminded. The others nodded. The few of them also nodded. As inner sect disciples of Tianyun Pavilion, they were far more than Jiang Chen. They'd better not provoke me. A trace of cold light flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. Although it was only for a moment, it made them shiver. Although this was the first time they met Jiang Chen, They were very clear about Jiang Chen's past deeds and the things he did in the outer sect. They deeply understood that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Now that he had Tianji as his backer, he became even more insufferably arrogant. It seemed like Tianyun Pavilion would become even more lively in the future. In the future, if Brother Jiang has any errands for us in the inner sect, we will do our best. Meng Jie patted his chest and expressed his sincerity to Jiang Chen. It was a funny thing for a late Heaven Immortal genius to express his sincerity to a half-step Heaven Immortal disciple, but no one on the scene felt anything wrong, because this was the reality. Because the current Jiang Chen was no longer the same Jiang Chen as before. He had potential and a backer. Everyone could see this with their own eyes. And following me will bring you endless benefits in the future. I'm going to repair the iron dummy array now. You all can go back first. Jiang Chen said. Although his cultivation base wasn't high, he was born with the qi of a king, which ordinary people couldn't compare with. Those who were with him would be easily influenced by his qi and be subdued by it. Fu Hui, Meng Jie and the others left. Only Jiang Chen was left in front of the palace. Not long after they left, a golden light flashed and appeared next to Jiang Chen. It was De Huang Dog. For God's sake. You are truly a ferocious brat. You have even destroyed the iron dummy array. Well done. Big Yellow seemed to be very excited. Obviously, he had been watching everything that had happened in the dark, and when he saw that everyone had left, he jumped out from his hiding spot. De Huang, you have come at the right time. I'm going to repair this iron dummy array and I need your help. Jiang Chen said. Give me some benefits or I won't do it. De Huang Dog had a sinister smile on his face. This guy was an expert in bargaining. You can have as many immortal metastones as you want in the future. Jiang Chen chuckled, not stingy at all. That's more like it. De Huang Dog wagged his tail in satisfaction and walked towards the interior of the palace. You are proficient in the Heavenly Book of Source Formations. What is the essence of this iron dummy array? Jiang Chen asked. There is a kind of array in the Heavenly Book of Source Formations called the Seven Stars Alignment. This array isn't very profound, but it was built with great precision. This iron dummy array is obviously evolved from the Seven Stars Alignment array. It can be seen that the owner of this array is also a master of array. De Huang Dog only took a casual glance at it and was able to see the essence of the iron dummy array. Perhaps only De Huang Dog could have such a terrifying ability. Jiang Chen gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. What De Huang Dog said was exactly the same as what he had explored before. It could be seen that if he had brought De Huang Dog here to break the array, this iron dummy array would have been nothing to him. The essence of the iron dummy array is that the core is not in the array but on the puppets. The process of combining the array and the puppets is rather complicated. If I do it alone, it will take too long. Since you are proficient in the Heavenly Book of Source Formations, can you see if there is any fast way to restore the iron dummy array? Said Jiang Chen. The core has been destroyed by you. Master Dog has taken a look at it. The materials used to refine these puppets are very rare. The puppets you destroyed can no longer be restored. These puppets could have been restored with the operation of the array, but the array has been destroyed by you. Therefore, the destroyed puppets are destined to be unable to be restored. Even if the array is operated again, it will be useless because the complete puppets must be used in the array in advance. De Huang Dog said, but these 28 puppets occupy the 7 positions of the 7 stars alignment. Once one of them is missing, the balance will be broken and the array will be incomplete. Therefore, I suggest you destroy 6 more puppets and leave 3 in each position. In this case, the power of the array itself will be affected, right? Chapter 1177. In order to maintain the basic balance of the formation, it was necessary to destroy some puppets again because it was impossible for them to find the same materials and create new puppets in a short period of time. This was the most difficult part. However, if the puppets were destroyed, the original 28 puppets would be reduced to 21, which was equivalent to weakening the strength of the formation. This was also not what Jiang Chen wanted to see. This formation was personally created by Ouyang He. It could be said that it was Ouyang He's painstaking effort. If Ouyanghe's painstaking effort was destroyed in his own hands, he would feel very guilty. Don't worry. Don't worry, if it's an ordinary person they won't be able to restore it to its original power after reducing the number of puppets. But it won't be a problem for me, Big Yellow. I'll add a new formation to the 7 stars alignment formation, which will be called the Horns formation. Every 3 puppets will form a new formation, and the Horns formation will be triangular, which is the most stable state when they work together. It can double the combat power of the 3 puppets, which is equivalent to the power of the original 6 puppets. Besides, I can merge the 7 stars alignment formation and the Horns formation with each other, so not only will the Iron Dummy formation's power not be weakened at all, but it will also be stronger than before. De Huang Dog said proudly. This dog had 2 great advantages. One was to find treasures and the other was to set up formations. Amazing. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He secretly thought that the Heavenly Book of Source Formations was indeed worthy of its reputation. De Huang Dog's attainments in this aspect were really not just for show. However, in this way it will be more difficult for the geniuses who want to challenge the Iron Dummy formation in the future. But this is also good. Once they succeed they will definitely be molded. Jiang Chen nodded his head and praised. The Iron Dummy formation was more perfect than before, which made him feel less guilty. That's nothing. Master Dog can make this formation more perfect. De Huang Dog said arrogantly. Forget it. It will be meaningless if you do that. Jiang Chen curled his lips. If he made the Iron Dummy formation too perfect it would be meaningless. No geniuses who entered it would be able to come out alive. So, what was the point of the Iron Dummy formation? It would not be able to motivate the geniuses of the outer sect to improve. Subsequently, Jiang Chen walked to the puppets and punched, smashing 6 puppets in succession. Out of the original 28 puppets, only 21 were left. Next it was up to Big Yellow. Big Yellow kept spitting out complicated patterns and drawing in the air with his hooves, revealing the profound meaning of the formation. Seeing that De Huang Dog was so proficient, Jiang Chen felt that there was no need for him to make a move. De Huang Dog alone was enough to deal with this formation. Plus, Jiang Chen did not know the essence of the horn formation. So he simply flashed to the side and acted as a guard for De Huang Dog. Although Jiang Chen did not make a move, he also knew that the 7-star alignment formation and the horn formation were bound to be a slow process. Even with De Huang Dog's ability, he was afraid that it would take him a day to complete it. During this day, the only thing Jiang Chen needed to do was to prevent others from disturbing De Huang Dog. Setting up a formation was a complicated and precise process. It needed to be done in one go. Once it was disturbed, all the previous efforts would be wasted and the person who set up the formation would suffer a certain amount of damage. De Huang Dog's technique was skillful. He constantly made various kinds of marks. For a time, the entire palace was filled with the aura of the formation. Bright lights constantly appeared in different corners of the palace. De Huang Dog's face was solemn as he appeared in different positions from time to time. Perhaps in De Huang Dog's heart, setting up a formation was a very solemn thing in itself. The entire mountain was quiet. As usual, no one would appear here. The only reason for the existence of this mountain was the Iron Dummy Array. In the absence of geniuses challenging the Iron Dummy Array, it had always been quiet. Late at night, De Huang Dog had finally repaired the entire Iron Dummy Array after half a day's work. However, he had only set up the 7-star alignment formation. He had yet to start setting up the horn formation. Even if he could completely set up the horn formation, he still needed to fuse the 2 formations and place the core of the formation on the puppets. The process was even more tedious. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, the entire formation should be completely set up by dawn. Seeing De Huang Dog working so hard, Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This dog was very mischievous and always made people worry about him. However, when it came to a critical moment he would still be very useful. In Jiang Chen's heart, De Huang was neither a dog nor a noble divine beast dragon horse, but his own brother, a brother of life and death. At dawn, De Huang Dog had finished setting up the horn formation. He was now going through the most critical step of fusion. Once the fusion was successful, the formation would be completed. However, this step of fusion was also the most difficult one. Perhaps only a freak like De Huang Dog could withstand such a high intensity and high energy load. If it was an ordinary person, he would have long been paralyzed on the ground. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard outside the palace. It wasn't loud, but it couldn't be hidden from Jiang Chen's ears. Bang! Before Jiang Chen could do anything, the door of the palace was kicked open by a barbaric force. This situation made Jiang Chen frown. No matter who the person was, such an impolite way of doing things was extremely disgusting. Big Yellow had reached the most critical moment of his cultivation, and he couldn't be disturbed at any cost. You're right. Jiang Chen turned around and saw 3 young men in the uniform of Tianyun Pavilion barging in. All 3 of them were Heaven Immortal experts. Needless to say, they were inner sect disciples. The leader was a tall and burly man with a full beard, giving people a fierce feeling. One look and anyone could tell that he wasn't a kind person. His cultivation base was also very terrifying, having reached the late Heaven Immortal realm. The other 2 were intermediate Heaven Immortal experts. The 3 of them had arrogant looks on their faces as if someone owed them money. I don't care who you are. You'd better get lost immediately and quietly. Jiang Chen gave them a casual glance and said impatiently. What a good Jiang Chen. Sure enough, you're as arrogant as the rumor says. Chapter 1178. Get out of here now. Jiang Chen's voice was incomparably cold. He didn't know who these 3 guys were, but he could tell that they were up to no good. Knowing that he was a true disciple of Tianjizi, they must have some kind of background to cause trouble for him. However, Jiang Chen didn't care about this. All along, those who dared to offend Jiang Chen had always ended up in a miserable state. The stronger one's background was, the more miserable their ending would be. Humph. Jiang Chen, don't be so arrogant. We are here to check the condition of the iron dummy array under Senior Brother Chu Yuan's order. You have destroyed the iron dummy array. If you can't restore it in good condition, it will be a great crime. It will be a great disrespect to the previous sect master. You can't afford this crime. An intermediate Heaven Immortal disciple harumphed coldly, showing no fear towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, how dare you let a dog come here? The iron dummy array is the sacred place of Tianyun Pavilion. How dare you let a dog in and pretend to restore the array? Preposterous. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want after acknowledging Elder Tianjizi as your master? Another disciple spoke Lung Lung. It seemed like he was here to condemn Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's frown deepened. Obviously, these 3 guys were here to cause trouble for him. It seemed like the Senior Brother Chu Yuan behind them wasn't a simple person. What puzzled Jiang Chen was why Chu Yuan would come to find trouble for him. However, Jiang Chen had heard from Fu Hui and Meng Jia about the internal situation of Tianyun Pavilion. He guessed that Chu Yuan was also a true disciple of an elder. Currently in the inner sect, except for those geniuses who had a true disciple, ordinary inner sect disciples wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him, because that would only cause trouble for him. Senior Brother Gao Yong, I think we should throw this dog out, then ask Jiang Chen about the crime of blasphemy. The intermediate Heaven Immortal disciple said to the bearded youth. The bearded youth was called Gao Yong, an inner sect disciple. There weren't many late Heaven Immortal experts in the inner sect. One could imagine that Gao Yang's status in the inner sect was pretty good. You go and capture this dog for me. Gao Yong said with a cold expression. Yes, Senior Brother Gao. That man sneered and strode towards De Huang Dog. He did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was merely an outstanding talent. After all, he was just a small character who was not even a Heaven Immortal. The gap between their cultivation bases made them very confident. Pa. However, just as the disciple took a step forward, he could no longer move his body. This was because a large hand had landed on his shoulder from behind. The hand was like a mountain, pressing down on him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? The disciple turned his head and said fiercely to Jiang Chen. You're tired of living. Jiang Chen's face was emotionless. He exerted strength in his palm. With a cracking sound, the disciple's shoulder was crushed. Then Jiang Chen casually flung the disciple out of the palace like a sandbag. I know that I'm your target. Let's settle this. Jiang Chen looked at Gao Yong and the others and said plainly. After witnessing Jiang Chen's strength with their own eyes, The two of them were incomparably shocked. It seemed like Xianxia was much harder to deal with than they had imagined. The one who attacked them just now was an intermediate heaven immortal expert and a genius of the inner sect, but in Xianxia's hand he was thrown out like a doll. Fine. Gao Yang glared at Xianxia, then turned and walked out of the palace. After all, this wasn't the place to fight. Although Gao Yang was shocked, he wasn't afraid because even if Xianxia had the strength to defeat an intermediate heaven immortal expert, Xianxia was absolutely no match for him. Gao Yang was very confident in his own ability. After the two of them walked out of the palace, Xianxia followed them out. He then turned and shut the door of the palace. The Huang dog was now in the most crucial stage of his cultivation. He must not be affected in the slightest. If all his previous efforts were in vain, it wouldn't be worth it. Outside of the palace, the disciple who was thrown out by Xianxia had stood up from the ground. However, he couldn't lift his crushed shoulder anymore. The intense pain had twisted his face, but he was trying his best not to scream out loud. That's right. How are you? Are you all right? Gao Yang asked. Senior brother Gao, this man is much scarier than we imagined. Even though he has advanced to the half-step heaven immortal realm, he is still a little too scary. I didn't even have the chance to resist when he attacked me just now. The disciple said in a low voice, looking at Xianxia with fear in his eyes. Xianxia's power was beyond his expectation. I will give you one last chance. Scram immediately. I don't care who that dog fart Chuyuan is, but you'd better not offend me because you can't afford to offend him. Xianxia's tone was icy cold. Xianxia, you are too arrogant. You have just arrived at Tianyun Pavilion and you are already so arrogant and despotic. This isn't a good thing for you. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of senior brother Chuyuan. I will teach you how to behave. Gao Yang said arrogantly. Is that so? Then I will not let you be a man. Xianxia was infuriated. He never liked to give people too many chances. He only had one way to deal with those who didn't know what was good for them, and that was to make them regret ever offending him. I would like to see what's so special about a man chosen by Tianjizi. Gao Yang's qi fluctuated. Waves of qi surged out like tidal waves. The qi of a late heaven immortal expert was completely unleashed. Bang! Gao Yang bellowed and charged at Xianxia like a raging bull. His terrifying fist was glowing like a divine weapon, appearing in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. Gao Yang cultivated a rather overbearing cultivation method, which made his physique the strongest. His physique had always been his proudest feature. Ordinary opponents would tremble in fear under his overbearing qi. Naturally, Gao Yang was brimming with confidence in dealing with a half-step heaven immortal expert. He didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. In his point of view, a single punch was enough to cripple Xianxia. He even had to preserve some of his strength, otherwise he wouldn't be able to bear the wrath of Tianjizi if he killed Xianxia with a single punch. His purpose of coming here was to teach Xianxia a lesson. However, it was a grave mistake to show off his strength in front of Xianxia. Humph. Chapter 1179. Pa. Sparks burst out from the collision of their energies. Gao Yang's facial expression changed drastically the moment his fist collided with Xianxia's. Things were far different from what he had imagined. This half-step heaven immortal in front of him was ridiculously strong. Gao Yang felt a lightning-like power pressing down on him. It was vast and sharp, making it impossible for him to resist at all. He was already powerful enough, but compared to the other party's strength, the difference between them was very obvious. Along with the sound of bones breaking, Gao Yang was pushed back by Xianxia's punch. The two disciples behind him quickly helped him to stabilize his body. One of his arms was dangling down. Gao Yang's forehead was covered with sweat. He could clearly feel the dislocation of the bones in his arm. That was a serious injury. An intense pain came from his palm, making him feel numb. How is this possible? Gao Yang couldn't believe this result. He couldn't accept that the strength he was so proud of was so vulnerable in front of his opponent. Senior brother Gao, this bastard is too abnormal. We are no match for him. The disciple who hadn't attacked yet had his facial expression changed dramatically. He no longer had the arrogance he had when he first arrived. Chu Yuan had asked them to teach Jiang Chen a lesson, but Jiang Chen's scariness had far exceeded their expectation. The shock that a half-step heaven immortal could possess such terrifying strength was unimaginable to ordinary people. Only those who had experienced it themselves would know how scary Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen, we will remember what happened today. Let's go. After knowing that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, Gao Yang left a harsh sentence and turned to leave. If they continued to stay here, they would be the ones to suffer. Although they failed to teach Jiang Chen a lesson and were injured, they were only superficial wounds. This trip wasn't in vain. At least they had figured out Jiang Chen's true strength. Zhoosh. However, it was too late for them to leave now because Jiang Chen would never agree to it. Just as they turned around, Jiang Chen's silhouette appeared in front of them, blocking their way. You want to leave just like that? Jiang Chen crossed his arms in front of his chest and spoke plainly. These three bastards had come to find trouble with him. If he were to let them leave unscathed, where would he put his face? How was he going to establish a foothold in Skycloud Pavilion in the future? If this news reached Tianjizi's ears, he was afraid that Tianjizi would despise him for being a coward. Jiang Chen, what do you want? Don't go overboard. Gao Yang said with a frown. Ah, what a joke. You all came to find trouble with me before dawn, and now you say that I'm going overboard? Since that's the case, I'll show you how overboard I am. I've warned you all before not to provoke me because you all are not qualified. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. After that, he flipped his palm and a long sword appeared in his hand. He threw the long sword onto the ground and said coldly, each of you will chop off one of your arms as punishment for provoking me. After that, I'll let you go. What? Hearing what Jiang Chen said, the three of them cried out in shock at the same time. Cutting off an arm? What kind of joke was this? It was normal for disciples to fight each other in the sect, but normally there wouldn't be any serious injuries or deaths. At least they wouldn't kill each other in the sect. But Jiang Chen had cut off one of their arms. This was too cruel. This is the last chance I'm giving you all. If you don't act now, I will personally cut off your arms, turning you all into real cripples. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. His eyes were cold and emotionless. The three of them suddenly felt a deep fear. They felt that Jiang Chen wasn't joking with them. That wasn't a joking expression. That was the cold-blooded expression of someone who had experienced countless slaughters. In that gaze, all living beings were just floating clouds. Killing seemed incomparably normal in that gaze. At this moment, the three of them finally realized the other identity of Jiang Chen. He was the true disciple of Tianjizi. Tianjizi could guarantee Jiang Chen's safety even if their arms and legs were cut off. Even the law enforcement palace had to give Tianjizi face. As for them, they didn't have a golden immortal elder to back them up. Although their senior brother Chu Yuan had a noble status, he couldn't help them regrow their arms. Jiang Chen, don't go too far. We are senior brother Chu Yuan's men. Senior brother Chu Yuan is a half-step divine immortal expert, a peerless genius and a core disciple of a golden immortal elder. If you touch us, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Gao Yang gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, there was nothing else he could do apart from putting Chu Yuan on the table. He was sure that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. He could only use Chu Yuan's identity to oppress Jiang Chen and force him to compromise. Only then could they leave unscathed. As for today's enmity, they would naturally have time to settle it in the future. It seems like you still can't see the situation clearly and don't know how to appreciate favors. A light flickered in Jiang Chen's hand. Another long sword emerged. The sharp heavenly saint sword slashed out like a blood dragon. At such a close distance, Gao Yang wouldn't be able to dodge such a fast slash from Jiang Chen. If it was before, Jiang Chen would have to transform into his dragon form to deal with a late heaven immortal expert like Gao Yang. But now that his cultivation base had advanced to the half-step heaven immortal realm and his potential had been stimulated, dealing with an ordinary late heaven immortal expert wouldn't be a problem at all. Blood splashed all of a sudden. Gao Yang's arm was severed by Jiang Chen's sword. Blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed arm, looking very dazzling under the dawn light. Ah, Jiang Chen, how dare you? Gao Yang didn't expect that Jiang Chen would attack so quickly. He exclaimed, but before his words faded away, Jiang Chen had already made another slash. Pucci, his other arm was severed. Uff. My arm, Gao Yang finally let out a blood-curdling screech. Losing both of his arms was a huge blow to him. Whether it was a psychological blow or a physical blow, it was unbearable. Although Gao Yang was a late Heaven Immortal expert, he was basically a cripple after losing both of his arms. His future achievements would be completely limited, and it would be extremely difficult for him to advance further in his cultivation base. This situation simply made him despair. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't know how to cherish it. This is just a small punishment. You should be glad that you're still alive and can still scream here. Chapter 1180. Gao Yang's scream was heart-wrenching. Both of his arms were chopped off at the same time. Blood gushed out unceasingly. Jiang Chen's face was cold and indifferent, like a bloodthirsty devil king. The other two intermediate Heaven Immortal disciples were completely scared silly. Their bodies were trembling, not daring to say a word. The pressure that Jiang Chen gave them was just too great. The two of you, are you going to do it yourselves or do I have to do it? Jiang Chen looked at the two, his face still expressionless. Jiang Chen, the sect forbids disciples from killing each other. The law enforcement hall will never let you off for treating us like this. A disciple said in a trembling voice, wanting to use the law enforcement hall to pressure Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, he didn't understand Jiang Chen's character at all. Jiang Chen, don't go overboard. We are indeed in the wrong today. We will apologize to you now and beg you to let us go. The other disciple was obviously more sensible. Not only could he see the current situation clearly, he could also tell that Jiang Chen was a cruel and ruthless man. Going against such a man wouldn't end well. The more threatening words Jiang Chen uttered, the more danger he would be in. Gao Yang was a living example of this. Don't talk nonsense with me. I will count to 3. If the two of you don't do it yourselves, I will do it for you. Jiang Chen glared at the two of them. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Jiang Chen, who had gone through countless slaughters, had long understood that kindness was a luxury in this cruel world. Only when one was strong enough would he have the chance to turn the situation around. If he wasn't strong enough and was bullied by the three of them, it would only be a humiliation. Therefore Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to them. Both of them looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. They could tell that Jiang Chen wasn't joking with them, and there was no way he would let them go so easily. At this moment they began to regret coming here today. If they didn't provoke Jiang Chen with their cultivation base, they would still be able to live a good life in the inner sect. But now everything was different. This was the so-called, a single mistake may cause everlasting sorrow. At last the two of them had no choice but to compromise, because they had no right to bargain with Jiang Chen, and they didn't have any bargaining chips to resist Jiang Chen. The two of them clenched their teeth. They didn't bend down to pick up the sword that Jiang Chen had dropped on the ground. Instead they took out their combat weapons and chopped off one of their arms, causing blood to spurt out from their wounds. The scene was extremely miserable. This was an act of self-mutilation. How cruel must one's heart be to cut off one's arm with a sword? However, the two of them had no other choice. Losing one arm was much better than losing both arms. Gao Yang was a living example. There were many people in this world who only had one arm, but they could still cultivate and fight. But if they lost both arms, they would basically become a cripple. The rest of Gao Yang's life would be ruined. Jiang Chen, can we leave now? One of them said. The pain of losing an arm made his voice tremble. Get lost. Jiang Chen glanced at the three of them and said indifferently. He would never show mercy to his enemies. Jiang Chen, this isn't over yet. We must take revenge. You killed your fellow disciple. We'll report this to the law enforcement hall. No, there's no need for the law enforcement hall. Senior brother Chu Yuan will teach you a lesson. Gao Yang, who had lost both his arms, said ruthlessly as he walked away. His action frightened the other two. They immediately pulled Gao Yang and disappeared. Gao Yang had lost his mind after losing both his arms. He had become an idiot. Obviously they couldn't afford to offend Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen told them to leave, they should leave immediately. Even if they wanted to take revenge, they shouldn't say it out loud. If they offended Jiang Chen, it wouldn't be as simple as losing his arms. After the three of them left, Jiang Chen's eyes turned extremely cold. Chu Yuan, I don't care who you are. You'd better not provoke me. Otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. To Jiang Chen, every stage of his growth was destined to be full of troubles. There were bound to be a lot of stepping stones in front of him. What he needed to do was to crush these stepping stones and move forward calmly. The same went for Tianyun Pavilion. Since Jiang Chen had decided to carry forward the Tianyun Pavilion in the future, it was necessary for the whole sect to undergo a major change. If he wanted to establish his position in the sect, he had to be ruthless and prove himself with practical actions. In the center of the inner sect, there was an incomparably tranquil courtyard. The immortal qi floating in the air was obviously denser than other places. It was imaginable that the people who lived here had a certain status in the inner sect. This was Chu Yuan's residence. As a half-step divine immortal expert, he was already one of the best in the inner sect, but it was impossible for him to have such a special cultivation place. Chu Yuan also had another identity, which was a true disciple. His master was Elder Yang Shu, a late perfected golden immortal expert of the sect. His master was Elder Yang Shu. The two people with the highest cultivation base in Tianyun Pavilion were Tian Miyun and Daoist Yufeng. Both of them were half-step immortal king experts. The late golden immortal expert was second only to them. Yang Shu was one of the two elders sent by Tian Miyun to guard the regenerative lotus in the heavenly mountain. This showed how high Yang Shu's status in the sect was. Who would dare to provoke Yang Shu's disciple? Therefore Chu Yuan was basically like a little emperor in the inner sect. No one dared to provoke him. If he was really provoked, he was afraid that Yang Shu wouldn't even need to deal with him personally. The core disciples of the immortal realm would be able to help him settle the matter. One should know that Chu Yuan wasn't the only true disciple that Yang Shu had accepted. There were also powerful divine immortal experts in the core sect, the true core disciples. Therefore, every respected elder in the sect had their own forces, or in other words, every elder was nurturing their own forces. Tianjizi was an exception. Given Chu Yuan's identity, if Jiang Chen had only passed the iron dummy array and become an ordinary inner sect disciple, Chu Yuan was afraid that he wouldn't even spare a glance at Jiang Chen, let alone find trouble with Jiang Chen. But now Jiang Chen had the same identity as him. The identity of a true disciple was the most sensitive. Plus, his master Yang Shu and Tianjizi didn't get along well. That was why Chu Yuan wanted to find trouble with Jiang Chen. He wanted to use Jiang Chen to humiliate Tianjizi. Chapter 1181. In the courtyard, Gao Yang and the other two were wailing loudly. They were like children who had been wronged endlessly and had suddenly seen their own mother, wanting to release all of their grievances in one go. In front of them was a handsome and elegant young man in white. He held a folding fan in his hand. He was very handsome with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His figure was tall and straight and he had an extraordinary bearing. However, at this moment his expression was extremely ugly. The folding fan in his hand should have been swinging around, but now it was tightly shut. He was Chu Yuan, the true disciple of Elder Yang Shu. Speak. What happened? Chu Yuan bellowed angrily. The three of them had been following him for a long time. Not long ago they were sent to cause trouble for Jiang Chen, but now they came back in such a sorry state. Each of them had an arm severed. Gao Yang, the strongest among them, had both of his arms chopped off. In the entire inner sect, cutting off their arms was no different than slapping his own face. Chu Yuan had already guessed that this matter must have something to do with Jiang Chen, but he couldn't believe that Jiang Chen was only a half-step heaven immortal expert. He didn't have the ability to do such a thing to Gao Yang and the others. Senior brother Chu, you have to uphold justice for us. That Jiang Chen is just too arrogant. He didn't put you in his eyes at all. We went to see how the array was being repaired, but he sent a dog to repair the array. That was a humiliation to the iron dummy array. We went to stop him, but we didn't expect that this bastard's cultivation base was so strong. We were no match for him. That's right, senior brother Chu, that freak is really too powerful. Even senior brother Gao Yang couldn't withstand a single move from him. He said that since we provoked him we must pay the price, so he chopped off one of our arms each. Senior brother Gao Yang resisted a few words and both of his arms were chopped off. Senior brother Chu, you have to uphold justice for us. That Xianxia thought that he could do whatever he wanted just because he was accepted as a true disciple of Tianjizi. We even mentioned your name, but he didn't put you in his eyes at all. He said that if you dare to provoke him you will end up like us. The three of them wept word by word and told Chu Yuan everything that had happened. They didn't exaggerate the process because Xianxia was, after all, arrogant as Xianxia was. Boom. After listening to the three of them, Chu Yuan's anger exploded. He had never been so angry ever since he became a true disciple. He had not tasted anger for a long time. Good. Very good. Xianxia. In the entire inner sect, no one has ever dared to not give me Chu Yuan face. How can a guy who has just arrived in the sect be so arrogant? Does he really think that he can do whatever he wants after becoming a true disciple? There are many true disciples in Tianyun Pavilion, and many of them are arrogant. But I have never seen anyone so arrogant and unscrupulous. Chu Yuan was infuriated. Xianxia's behavior was simply a provocation and humiliation to him. If this matter was spread out he would lose all his face. Senior brother Chu, that bastard didn't care about the friendship between his fellow disciples. He killed his fellow disciples in the sect. He has completely disregarded the rules of the sect. Why don't we report him to the law enforcement hall and let them punish him severely? One of them said. The law enforcement hall was the most important hall in the sect, but under normal circumstances, it wouldn't interfere with the matters of the outer sect and inner sect. This was because the outer sect and inner sect had an institute of elders. Ordinary matters would be handled by the institute of elders. The law enforcement hall mainly dealt with the core disciples and some higher-ups of the sect. But Gao Yang's situation was different. Xianxia was now a true disciple. The Institute of Elders didn't dare to interfere, because even the Institute of Elders of the inner sect wouldn't dare to offend a golden immortal elder for no reason. Therefore, if they wanted to seek justice they had to report Xianxia to the law enforcement hall. As the most authoritative hall in the sect, they would certainly give them an explanation and punish Xianxia severely. But as soon as the disciple finished his words, Chu Yuan gave him a slap on the face. Trash, if you bring this matter to the law enforcement hall because of a mere Xianxia, where would I put my face? My master's face would also be damaged. In the inner sect there is nothing that I, Chu Yuan, can't handle. Chu Yuan Leng said. What a joke. He had to settle this matter himself to redeem his face and his status in the inner sect. If this matter was brought to the law enforcement hall, wouldn't it show that he was incompetent? At that time he would become a laughing stock in the inner sect. His master Yang Shu would also punish him severely. Yes. Senior brother Chu Yuan has remarkable abilities and powerful means. That Xianxia is definitely not a match for you. Just now I said to report the law enforcement hall out of desperation. I hope senior brother Chu Yuan won't take it to heart. That person was so scared that he became a yes man and hurriedly tried to explain himself. He knew that his words had made Chu Yuan unhappy. However, he had already begun to curse in his heart. What the hell is going on? I lost an arm while working for Chu Yuan. Not only did I not get any comfort or compensation when I came back, but I was also slapped in the face. How can I live like this? Humph. A puny Xianxia dares to make things difficult for me in public? If that's the case I won't be polite anymore. I'll personally settle the debt between you two. Take these pills and heal your injuries first. Xianxia said. Chu Yuan snorted coldly and a trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then he gave some medicinal pellets to the three of them to recover from their injuries. But the three of them were very clear that their injuries could not be completely healed. That arrogant bastard. He has completely offended senior brother Chu Yuan. Now he will suffer. Gao Yang said fiercely, but he was still immersed in pain. Because even if Chu Yuan killed Xianxia, it would not be able to make up for the loss of his arms. You guys go and cultivate. I will go and meet that Xianxia and see what makes him so arrogant that he doesn't even put me, Chu Yuan, in his eyes. After saying that, Chu Yuan's body flashed and disappeared. The three of them also left Chu Yuan's courtyard. This place was very noble and not a place where they could stay for a long time. They had their own place to cultivate. In front of the palace of the iron dummy array, De Huang Dog had completed the final repair of the iron dummy array. The 7-star alignment array and the horn array were perfectly integrated. With the 21 puppets cooperating with each other, the power of the entire array was not weaker than before. Instead, it had become more tyrannical. "Boy, you have to make it up to Master Dog," De Huang Dog said. After such a long period of continuous high-intensity array, his condition had begun to weaken. "How about a lotus leaf?" Chapter 1182. The formation has been repaired. Let's go to Tianji Peak. Jiang Chen closed the gate of the palace and prepared to go to Tianji Peak. "You've chopped off the arms of those 3 guys. That bullshit Chuyuan will definitely not let you go. It seems that your days here will not be peaceful," De Huang Dog said. Although he was focused on setting up the formation when Gao Yang and the other 2 came looking for trouble, he was still aware of everything that happened outside. "When have my days been peaceful?" Jiang Chen shrugged, indicating that he did not care at all. He had encountered too many enemies along the way, and Chuyuan was definitely not the strongest one. Just as Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were about to go to Tianji Peak, a strong aura flew over from the direction of Inner Sect. This aura was obviously filled with anger and killing intent. Obviously, this person did not come with good intentions. "You're here so soon." De Huang Dog curled his lips. "Since I'm here, let's meet him in case others look down on me." Jiang Chen smiled and his eyes began to flicker with cold light. Bang! A white-clothed figure landed heavily in front of Jiang Chen. It was none other than Chuyuan. "You are Jiang Chen?" Chuyuan looked at Jiang Chen from head to toe. This was his first time meeting Jiang Chen, which was different from what he had expected. However, this did not affect his killing intent towards Jiang Chen. "It seems that I'm very popular. So many people want to find me. I hope you are not here to look for trouble because I have just crippled 3 of them," Jiang Chen said indifferently. He had already guessed the identity of this person. "Humph. In the entire Inner Sect, no one has ever dared to hurt my people. You're the first one. Jiang Chen, you have to pay for what you've done," said Jiang Chen. Chuyuan snorted coldly. "It's a pity that you don't have that." Jiang Chen was well aware of the other party's purpose in coming here. He knew that this was an unavoidable dispute, so he naturally wouldn't be polite with his words. Chuyuan was a half-step divine immortal expert and an Inner Sect genius, which made him very difficult to deal with, but Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of him. If it was before, he might not be a match for Chuyuan, but now that his cultivation base had advanced to the half-step Heaven Immortal realm, he could easily kill a late Heaven Immortal expert. In his half-dragon form, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight a half-step divine immortal expert. Plus, the battle with the puppet had given him tremendous benefits. Even if he encountered Chuyuan, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of fear. "Arrogant. You are indeed the most arrogant person I have ever seen. Unfortunately, you do not have the qualifications to be arrogant before me. In the Inner Sect, those who offend me, Chuyuan, will never have a good ending." "In the Inner Sect, those who offend me will never have a good ending," said Chuyuan Leng. Despite his pride, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was the most arrogant person he had ever seen. "Then you can give it a try. I would also like to see how powerful the Inner Sect genius is." Jiang Chen's battle intent was aroused instantly. It would be more interesting to fight a genius like Chuyuan. At least it would arouse his interest and passion. "All right. Jiang Chen, I'm afraid that you won't dare to accept my challenge. In that case, how about we have a life and death duel on the life and death stage?" Chuyuan's eyes flashed and said loudly. He looked at Jiang Chen expectantly, fearing that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to accept his challenge. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face instantly turned cold. He didn't know Chuyuan, but Chuyuan actually wanted to fight him on the life and death duel stage. It should be known that only those who had deep hatred would go to the life and death duel stage of the sect. Jiang Chen could see that Chuyuan didn't attack him directly because he wanted to fight him on the life and death duel stage. According to the rules of the sect, disciples of the same sect were not allowed to kill each other. Therefore, Chuyuan would have a reason to kill Jiang Chen on the life and death duel stage. This situation made Jiang Chen instantly have a strong killing intent towards Chuyuan. Jiang Chen only had one way to deal with those who wanted to kill him, and that was to let them reap what they had sown. Jiang Chen felt that his method was very ruthless. Breaking the arms of those 3 bastards was already considered cruel, but Chu Yuan's heart was even more ruthless. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen just for the sake of his face. What? You don't dare? Didn't you say that you want to see the power of an inner sect genius? I know that you have the strength to kill a late heaven immortal expert, and I admit that you are the most heaven-defying genius I have ever seen, but you have offended me. If you don't dare to fight on the life and death duel stage, then kneel down and kowtow to me. I won't ask you to compensate me. Let's just pretend that nothing has happened. What do you think? Chu Yuan looked at Jiang Chen with great interest. He wanted to see how Jiang Chen would answer. If Jiang Chen agreed, it would be the best. He would make Jiang Chen die on the platform. If Jiang Chen didn't agree, then Jiang Chen would have to kowtow to him. Tianjizi's newly accepted successor disciple knelt down and kowtowed to him. This was a very prestigious thing. Most importantly, Tianjizi would never be able to raise his head among the higher-ups. He would become a laughingstock. His master could laugh at him whenever he wanted. As you wish. I agree. Jiang Chen had no choice but to agree to it. He knew very well about Chu Yuan's intention. The battle between him and Chu Yuan was no longer a simple battle between inner sect disciples. It was a battle between true disciples. Normally, the battle between true disciples would involve the higher-ups in it. Jiang Chen had no choice but to agree to it. Jiang Chen couldn't lose face for Tianjizi. Since Chu Yuan wanted to humiliate him, he would let him seek his own humiliation. Good. Jiang Chen, you have guts. Come to the life and death duel stage then. Chu Yuan said and leaped up, flying towards the direction of the inner sect. The next moment, the sound of war drums was heard in the inner sect. It was Chu Yuan's drum. Once the drum sounded, it meant that someone was going to fight a life and death duel. This guy is really impatient. Little Chenzi, are you confident? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. What do you think? Jiang Chen smiled. He then summoned his flaming wings and flew towards the inner sect. De Huang Dog followed behind and laughed. Jiang Chen had just caused a big event in the Iron Dummy Array yesterday. Today he was going to cause another big event. Others might not know Jiang Chen, but De Huang Dog knew him very well. Jiang Chen would never do anything he wasn't confident about. Since he dared to accept the challenge, Chu Yuan would definitely not have an easy time. The sound of the war drums. It's the sound of the war drums from the life and death duel stage. Is someone going to fight a life and death duel? Let's go and have a look. It has been a long time since someone has fought a life and death duel in the inner sect. The sound of the war drums is starting to sound strange. I wonder who has such a deep hatred towards them. Look who it is. There will be a good show today. Chapter 1183. Dong dong dong. The sound of the war drum resounded in the sky above the entire inner court. Everyone was familiar with this sound. It was the drum of the life and death duel. Once a life and death duel was about to take place, the war drum must be sounded and the duel would take place in front of countless disciples. With the sound of the war drum, figures began to fly toward the martial arts practice field. Every life and death duel was a big event for the inner court. Everyone wanted to see who was going to participate in the life and death duel. The life and death duel drum had not sounded for a long time because ordinary people would not participate in the life and death duel unless they had a deep hatred for each other. The purpose of the life and death duel was to resolve the matter of life and death. Once on the duel, life and death were determined by fate. Therefore, once someone decided to participate in the life and death duel, it meant that there was a deep hatred between them that could not be resolved and could only be resolved by a fight to the death. The sound of the war drums not only alerted countless inner sect disciples, but also the Inner Sect Elders Institute. What's going on? Why is the war drum being sounded? Hey, the war drum has not been sounded for a long time. I wonder which 2 disciples have such a deep hatred for each other that they are going to fight to the death. Young people are so impulsive. Let's go and have a look. After all, the life and death duel is not a small matter. Moreover, we don't know who it is. The elders of the Elder Court also came out. The life and death duel was a big event in the inner court. As the elders, they should pay attention to it. On the high life and death duel, Chu Yuan stood solemnly with an arrogant and hideous smile on his face. This time he was going to kill Zhang Chen openly. It's Chu Yuan. How could it be him? It's really Chu Yuan. Who the hell offended this guy? But the person who dares to fight Chu Yuan in the life and death duel is too bold. Yes, Chu Yuan is a true disciple and one of the best in the inner court. No one dares to offend him. Those who offend him usually do not have a good ending. But this is the first time that he is going to fight in the life and death duel. I wonder who his opponent is. Seeing that the person standing on the fighting platform was Chu Yuan, everyone was shocked. No one had ever dared to offend this little emperor of the inner sect. But today someone dared to challenge Chu Yuan to a life and death duel. It was obvious that this person was courting death. Apart from courting death, this person was too daring. When the elders saw Chu Yuan, they were also very surprised. At this time they began to have a strong interest in Chu Yuan's opponent. While everyone was still in shock, a young man with a pair of flaming wings flew over and landed on the fighting ring. He stood opposite Chu Yuan. Zhang Chen. Many people cried out in surprise when they saw who it was. The elders of the Assembly of Elders widened their eyes in disbelief. Motherfucker, it's this guy again. He just challenged the Iron Dummy Array yesterday, and now he wants to have a life and death battle with Chu Yuan? Is this guy really not afraid of death? Isn't his cultivation base only at the half-step heaven immortal realm? With such a cultivation base, how could he fight the little emperor of the inner sect? Could it be that he is just relying on his identity as a true disciple? The identity of a true disciple is useless in a life and death battle. Plus, Chu Yuan is also a true disciple. What I'm surprised about is how did these two guys collide with each other? That Zhang Chen has just become an inner sect disciple. Plus, they have never met before, let alone any enmity between them. How did they decide to have a life and death battle? Seeing that Chu Yuan's opponent turned out to be Zhang Chen, many of them felt dizzy and couldn't help but roll their eyes. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. Although both of them were true disciples, the gap between their cultivation base was just too big. Half-step Heaven Immortal versus half-step Divine Immortal. No one knew where did Zhang Chen get his courage from. Chu Yuan, Zhang Chen, what's wrong with you two? Chu Yuan, as an elite of the inner sect, how could you have a life and death battle with a half-step Heaven Immortal? Isn't this beneath your dignity? Great Elder Li Zhong stood out and spoke. He had a good impression of Zhang Chen, but he knew Chu Yuan better. Zhang Chen couldn't afford to offend Chu Yuan. In his point of view, given the huge gap between their cultivation base, there was only one ending for Zhang Chen: death without a burial place. As the great elder, he naturally had to step forward to stop such an unfair duel. Although Chu Yuan was arrogant, he still gave face to Li Zhong. After all, Li Zhong was the great elder of inner sect and a mighty late divine immortal expert. Great elder, this Zhang Chen isn't an ordinary half-step heaven immortal. At dawn today I sent Gao Yang and the other two to the Iron Dummy Array to see how Zhang Chen is repairing the array. I didn't expect that this bastard would let a dog repair the array. This is simply a humiliation to the Iron Dummy Array. Gao Yang and the other two couldn't stand it and said a few words. Then their arms were chopped off by Zhang Chen. As everyone knows, Gao Yang and the other two are my disciples. Not only did Zhang Chen cripple them, he also didn't give me any face. If I don't seek justice for this matter, won't I become the laughing stock of the inner sect? Chu Yuan spoke aloud about what had happened to Gao Yang and the other two. He now had plenty of reasons to kill Zhang Chen. What? Upon hearing Chu Yuan's words, everyone exclaimed. Innumerable eyes fell upon Zhang Chen at the same time. Apart from disbelief, there was also deep shock in their eyes. Not only them, even Li Zhong's mouth was wide open. Gao Yang was a late heaven immortal expert, but he wasn't a match for Zhang Chen at all. How powerful was this Zhang Chen? He was merely a half-step heaven immortal expert, but his combat strength was just too heaven-defying. No wonder Chu Yuan wants to have a life and death duel with him. This matter has really shamed Chu Yuan. Given his arrogance, he will never let Zhang Chen go. Is that Zhang Chen really that terrifying? I have never seen anyone with such terrifying combat strength when he is only a half-step heaven immortal expert. If that's the case, it means that he has at least the combat strength of a half-step divine immortal expert. Plus, the fact that he has the guts to challenge Chu Yuan to a life and death duel indicates that he has some confidence in himself. This is really surprising. This Zhang Chen is too cruel. He actually chopped off the arms of Gao Yang and the other two. According to the rules, disciples of the same sect should be punished for killing each other, but he actually agreed to have a life and death duel with Zhou Yuan. It seems like he doesn't know anything about Zhou Yuan's strength. He is courting death. Chapter 1184. In addition to the shock, they also figured out the grudge between Zhou Yuan and Jiang Chen. Everyone was very clear that even if Jiang Chen really chopped off the arms of Gao Yang and the others, Jiang Chen could not be blamed for it. Checking the restoration of the iron dummy array should be the Elders Institute's business, so it was not Zhou Yuan's business. It was only because Jiang Chen was the true disciple of Tianjizi that Zhou Yuan took the initiative to find trouble with him. After all, many people knew about the relationship between Tianjizi and Yangshu, so it was self-evident that there was something fishy going on. In other words, the fight between Zhou Yuan and Jiang Chen was not just a fight between ordinary disciples, but also a conflict between high-level elders. Even Li Zhong could not intervene. Jiang Chen, is what Zhou Yuan said true? Li Zhong asked with a frown. It's true, but I naturally have my reasons for chopping off their arms. It's a miracle that they are still alive now, said Jiang Chen plainly. He was standing on the life and death stage. His facial expression didn't change at all. There wasn't a trace of panic in his expression. Such a performance alone was enough to make people admire him. In the inner sect, it was afraid that only Jiang Chen could remain so calm in front of Zhou Yuan. Humph. Jiang Chen, you are too arrogant. Unfortunately, your arrogance will only be trampled on by me. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly. Now that they were on the life and death arena, even the great elder had no right to intervene in the fight between them. Zhou Yuan felt that he had 100 ways to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, did you really agree to have a life and death arena with Zhou Yuan? Li Zhong continued to ask. It seemed that as long as Jiang Chen said no, he would step forward to stop him. In Li Zhong's opinion, no matter how talented Jiang Chen was, he was definitely not a match for Zhou Yuan. Since Zhou Yuan was accepted as a true disciple by Yangshu, his talent could be imagined. Ordinary disciples couldn't compare with him at all. Basically, no one in the inner sect dared to provoke him. In addition, there was a huge gap between his cultivation and Jiang Chen's, so Jiang Chen was not a match for Zhou Yuan at all. Yes, elder. I've already stood up. There's no reason for me to go down. Jiang Chen smiled with unwavering confidence on his face. Zhou Yuan was indeed a strong opponent, but it was precisely because of his tyrannical strength that Jiang Chen was more interested in him. Sigh. Li Zhong shook his head with a sigh and said no more. Both of them were the best among the young generation. Both of them had their own pride. Jiang Chen wouldn't listen to him. Besides, he would offend Zhou Yuan if he said too much, which wouldn't do him any good. This Jiang Chen is really fearless. He doesn't know how terrifying Zhou Yuan is. That's right. This matter was started by Zhou Yuan. Given Jiang Chen's intelligence, it's impossible for him not to know that this life and death arena was a trap set by Zhou Yuan. Why did he agree to it? I think Jiang Chen isn't a fool. He's smarter than anyone else. Since he dared to step onto the life and death arena, it means that he has a certain level of confidence. Plus, he could easily defeat Gao Yang with his half-step heaven immortal cultivation base, which means that his combat strength is equivalent to that of a half-step divine immortal expert. Perhaps he can really defeat Zhou Yuan. Those inner sect elders sighed, thinking that Jiang Chen shouldn't have agreed to Zhou Yuan's request. Even a fool could see that Zhou Yuan had set a trap for Jiang Chen. However, some of them also believed that Jiang Chen had his own means and trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Jiang Chen, make your move now. Don't say that I'm bullying you. I'll let you have the first 3 moves. Zhou Yuan provoked Jiang Chen. Pong. As soon as Zhou Yuan's voice faded, Jiang Chen's body began to change. A surge of blood qi was released from his body and he turned into a half-human half-dragon. Such a transformation made countless people widen their eyes, including Zhou Yuan. All of them had forgotten that Jiang Chen had a terrifying transformation skill. What a terrifying transformation skill. His combat strength has increased by at least 10 times, right? That's right. It's indeed terrifying. I have never seen such a skill before. It's much more powerful than some taboo arts. It's unimaginable. Sure enough, this Xianxia has a powerful trump card. I'm a late heaven immortal expert, but I feel that there's a huge gap between my qi and Xianxia's qi. I'm afraid that I will be instantly killed by Xianxia if I go forward. What a monstrous genius. Xianxia's dragon transformation immediately caused an uproar. Previously, there was news from Xianyang school that Xianxia had a transformation skill, but most of them didn't care about it. This was the first time that Xianxia used this skill in Tianyun Pavilion. Except for Tianjizi, no one else had seen it through the crystal ball. So it was no wonder that they were shocked. It's just a heretical skill. Do you think that you can compete with me with this? How ignorant. Chu Yuan sneered. Even though he had seen Xianxia's terrifying transformation, he still didn't put Xianxia in his eyes. His huge advantage in cultivation gave him the greatest confidence. Does it count if you give me 3 moves first? Xianxia said. Of course. How can I, Chu Yuan, go against my words? Chu Yuan placed his hands behind his back, looking extremely arrogant. Alright, thank you for letting me win. Xianxia's eyes flickered. His entire being turned into an arrow that was released from the bow, leaving his original spot with a swoosh. In the next moment he appeared in front of Chu Yuan and struck out a terrifying true dragon palm. A giant blood-red dragon claw slammed down with mountain-like pressure. The terrifying energy locked Chu Yuan, confining the airflow in the surroundings. What? Chu Yuan's expression changed. He didn't expect Xianxia to be so terrifying. His attack was so powerful that even he didn't dare to be careless when facing it. Chu Yuan hurriedly stretched out his palm and launched several dazzling palm prints, which collided with Xianxia's true dragon palm. The collision caused the air to surge and sparks to fly. You're already resisting after just 1 move. If you can't afford to let me win, then don't. You asked for it. Xianxia's sarcastic words were like a knife stabbing into Chu Yuan's heart, making him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. At this time, Chu Yuan's expression became extremely ugly. Just now he had confidently said that he would let Xianxia have 3 moves first. In the end he was forced to block the first move. It was really shameful. He really looked down on him. Xianxia, I admit that I have indeed underestimated you. However, don't be arrogant. Do you really think that you can fight with me with your little ability? Today your fate is completely sealed in this life and death fighting ring. Chapter 1185. Pong. Chu Yuan was infuriated. He fully unleashed his half-step divine immortal qi. The horrifying qi waves were like tidal waves coming wave after wave. If he was facing an ordinary opponent, his qi alone would be enough to frighten them and make them lose their will to fight. Toppling mountains and overturning seas. Chu Yuan bellowed and struck out a powerful combat skill. Just now he said that he would allow Xianxia to make 3 moves, but he didn't even manage to make 1 move. This made him lose a lot of face. Therefore he didn't hold back and decided to kill Xianxia as fast as possible. He wanted to destroy Xianxia once and for all so that he could regain his dignity. For a moment the entire battle platform was filled with horrifying qi waves. Chu Yuan's attack was really powerful. The most important thing about this toppling mountains and overturning seas was its qi. It turned into waves that could topple mountains and overturn seas, oppressing the opponent to death. Your qi is indeed strong, but it's just an insignificant skill in front of me. Golden Dragon Seal. Xianxia's battle intent was unparalleled. Chu Yuan's tyrannical attack had aroused his battle intent. He yearned for that kind of pinnacle battle. In the face of Chu Yuan's toppling mountains and overturning seas, Xianxia struck out the Golden Dragon Seal unhurriedly. Among the 5 elements combat dragon seals, the Golden Dragon Seal was the most powerful. Brr. Along with a deafening dragon roar, 3 golden dragons spiraled out. Each of them was dozens of meters long and looked lifelike like real dragons. They came from 3 different directions and collided with Chu Yuan's toppling mountains and overturning seas with unparalleled destructive force. Hong long. Terrifying sounds of explosions were heard. Destructive energy waves were everywhere, causing the void to tremble violently. The sound of the tsunami and the roar of the dragon intertwined with each other. The scene was exceptionally spectacular. The entire battle platform was filled with dazzling brilliance. It looked very beautiful, but behind this beauty was endless destruction. Thud thud thud. After the collision, both Chu Yuan and Jiang Chen took 3 steps back at the same time before they could regain their balance. Jiang Chen's blood and qi were surging. Massive wood's spiritual qi flushed through his body and restored him in an instant. His eyes were incomparably sharp, staring at Chu Yuan like a cold blade. Such an outcome was within his expectation. He did have the cultivation base to kill a half-step divine immortal expert, but that was only relative to an ordinary half-step divine immortal expert. It wouldn't be easy for him to kill someone like Chu Yuan. However, the more evenly matched a battle was, the more it would stimulate Jiang Chen's fighting spirit. Fighting against a genius like Chu Yun was also very beneficial to him. What? Compared to Jiang Chen's calmness, Chu Yuan was greatly shocked. He stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. He simply couldn't believe what he had just seen. However, it also gave him a new understanding of Jiang Chen's terrifying combat strength. It seemed like he had underestimated Jiang Chen. Both of them were evenly matched in terms of combat skills. This had shocked the inner sect disciples and the elders of the Institute of Elders. All of them widened their eyes, unable to believe what had just happened. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had drastically changed. They had all underestimated Jiang Chen's ability. Jiang Chen's face was filled with shock and disbelief. By God! How abnormal is this evildoer? How could he tie with Chu Yuan in such a fierce collision? I wouldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. You're right. You're right. That's right. He's just a half-step heaven immortal. I've never seen a half-step heaven immortal with such insane combat strength. It's unbelievable. Even if I don't want to admit it, Jiang Chen is indeed the most monstrous genius I've ever seen. His future achievements are bound to be limitless. This is just too terrifying. He's totally inhuman. Is he really just a half-step heaven immortal? Even if his voice-changing skill has increased his combat strength by 10 times, there's no way he could be this powerful. The fact that Chu Yuan was able to become a true disciple showed that his talent was far beyond the ordinary. But compared to Jiang Chen, he was simply not worthy of being called a genius. If both of them had the same cultivation base, I'm afraid that Jiang Chen could kill Chu Yuan with a single breath. No one wasn't shocked. Although Jiang Chen and Chu Yuan had only collided once, the result had undoubtedly caused a great uproar. By now, no one dared to guarantee who would win today because Jiang Chen indeed had the capability to fight Chu Yuan. I really didn't expect this. This Jiang Chen is much more powerful than we imagined. The experts of Institute of Elders sighed. It seems like today's battle is going to be interesting. Jiang Chen's power is beyond everyone's imagination. It won't be easy for Chu Yuan to kill him. However, Chu Yuan isn't as simple as he seems to be. He still has some powerful trump cards and means that he hasn't used yet. Jiang Chen will still be in great danger. Great Elder Li Zhong sighed. Although he was still a little worried about Jiang Chen, this worry was much less than before. He was even looking forward to this battle. If Jiang Chen could create another miracle and defeat Chu Yuan today, he would become a legend in Tianyun Pavilion. Of course, Li Zhong felt that it was impossible. In his opinion, it was already amazing that Jiang Chen was not killed by Chu Yuan. It was undoubtedly a fantasy for Jiang Chen to defeat Chu Yuan. On the battle platform, Chu Yuan moved once more. Like a ferocious tiger, he lunged at Jiang Chen with boundless violent energy like a storm. On the other side, Jiang Chen had been calm all this while. He kept using the 5 elemental combat dragon seal and true dragon palm to collide with Chu Yuan's attacks continuously. The two of them were locked in the center of the whirlpool of the storm. Neither of them could tell who was the winner or loser. The violent battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Chu Yuan and Jiang Chen were still standing opposite each other. At the sight of this, many people couldn't help but exclaim. At first, they thought that Jiang Chen was lucky to be able to withstand Chu Yuan's attack. But now they had completely changed their view. A person could be lucky once or twice, but to remain undefeated after a dozen minutes of collision, it wasn't luck but true strength. They are evenly matched. I can't believe that he is equally matched with Chu Yuan. This is simply heaven-defying. One should know that very few half-step divine immortal experts in our sect could be evenly matched with Zhou Yuan. Such a figure is beyond our imagination. There will always be some unusual existences in this heaven and earth. Their existence can't be judged by common sense. Xianxia is one of them. He is a peerless genius, the darling of heaven. He is envied by others. Chapter 1186. This was the first time that Xianxia had entered the inner sect, and also the first day that Xianxia became an inner sect disciple after passing the Iron Dummy Array. Everyone else entered the inner sect by exchanging their identity jade token, but Xianxia used this unusual method to become an inner sect disciple. The current Xianxia had struck the nerves of all the inner sect disciples with his mighty strength. Such a situation had made him the focus of countless inner sect disciples the moment he arrived in the sect. If he was lucky enough to defeat Zhou Yuan today, he would be able to lay a solid foundation in the inner sect, and no one would dare to offend him. That's right. Of course, the biggest thought that everyone had was that Xianxia could defeat Zhou Yuan and create another miracle. No one thought that Xianxia could kill Zhou Yuan, even though this was a life-and-death battle platform. After all, Zhou Yuan's identity was too special. Even if Xianxia was extremely daring, he wouldn't dare to kill Zhou Yuan, because killing Zhou Yuan would mean going against Elder Yangshu. Xianxia, you've really infuriated me. You've made me lose a lot of face by fighting me like this. Next, I'll kill you in the shortest time possible and make you stay on this battle stage forever. Xianxia said. Zhou Yuan's anger had reached its limit. He couldn't believe that a half-step heaven immortal couldn't defeat a half-step heaven immortal despite his cultivation base and ability. This was a humiliation, a serious humiliation to him. Show me what you've got. Don't just talk big. Xianxia sneered, totally not putting Zhou Yuan in his eyes. He had a rough idea of Zhou Yuan's ability. If he guessed it right, Zhou Yuan would soon use his trump card, which would consume a lot of his energy. Xianxia wasn't afraid of energy consumption. His blood and qi were vigorous and he had 450,000 dragon marks. Anyone who wanted to fight a war of attrition with him would end up with the same result. When Zhou Yuan couldn't maintain his peak condition, there would be a gap between the two of them. In that case, Xianxia would have the chance to kill Zhou Yuan. As a veteran of hundreds of battles, Xianxia's combat experience could no longer be described as abundant. In this aspect, even 100 Zhou Yuan couldn't be compared to Xianxia. Zhou Yuan didn't speak anymore. His eyes turned incomparably deep. A wave of nirvana qi overflowed from his body. As this qi drifted, the entire platform was instantly filled with it. It was the qi of destruction, the true taste of nirvana. Just the weak qi alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. It's the 9 forms of nirvana. Zhou Yuan is finally going to use a powerful attack. The 9 forms of nirvana is his biggest trump card. I didn't expect that Xianxia could force Zhou Yuan to such an extent. Even if Xianxia is defeated by the 9 forms of nirvana, it won't be shameful. It's said that this powerful combat technique has the power to destroy the heavens and earth. That kind of qi of nirvana can make one's soul tremble. Those who are shrouded by it will have the thought of being unable to resist. It's rare to see Zhou Yuan using the 9 styles of nirvana in the inner sect. It seems like Zhou Yuan is determined to kill Xianxia. It will be a pity if a genius of the generation falls here. I heard that Zhou Yuan has cultivated the 9 forms of nirvana to the 6th form. It's extremely powerful and lethal. If Xianxia doesn't have a powerful trump card to support him, it will be difficult for him to survive under Zhou Yuan's 9 forms of nirvana. Look, it's time to decide the winner. I'm really looking forward to it. As the qi of nirvana radiated from Zhou Yuan's body, many of them became nervous. As an inner sect disciple, almost all of them knew about Zhou Yuan's famous unique skill. It was the 9 styles of nirvana that was taught to him by Yangshu. Zhou Yuan was talented and had already cultivated to the 6th style. Very few people in the inner sect could resist this trump card of Zhou Yuan's. Therefore, even though Xianxia's performance was incomparably powerful and had reached the same level as Zhou Yuan, they were afraid that it wouldn't be easy for him to withstand the 9 styles of nirvana. Nirvana represented death. Therefore, the aura that Zhou Yuan carried could make his opponent smell the smell of death. Under the shadow of death, he would gradually lose himself and die tragically in Chu Yuan's hands. Jiangqin, wait for the judgment of death. In the inner sect, there are not many people who can force me to use the 9 forms of nirvana. Chu Yuan had gone completely berserk. His body was suspended in the air, and his body was completely shrouded by the pale gray aura of nirvanic extermination. It made Chu Yuan look like a powerful god of death. All living beings would tremble in front of the god of death, and all his opponents would only have one ending: death. 9 forms of nirvana, the first form. Chu Yuan shouted, and a black storm swept down. This storm evolved into a scene of reincarnation, and the smell of death was everywhere. Jiangqin seemed to see a reincarnation passage. This passage was extremely magical. It could actually create illusions and affect people's minds. If it was someone else, they would have been deeply affected by this illusion. However, this kind of mental influence completely didn't exist when Chu Yuan was fighting against Jiangqin. After all, the 9 forms of nirvana was an offensive combat skill. It was not a technique that specialized in creating illusions. Compared to the Great Illusion Realm, there was still a huge gap. Since Jiangqin could create the Great Illusion Realm, how could his mind be affected by the illusion in front of him? Ka-ka sounds were heard in the reincarnation passage. Countless black death storms finally condensed into a huge scythe. The huge scythe was dozens of feet long. It was completely black and exuded endless death chi. The death scythe. That's right. This was the power of the first form of the 9 forms of nirvana. All of this power came from the evolved death scythe. This strike could often penetrate the enemy's soul and cause the enemy to suffer endless torture and die under the destruction of the death scythe. Go! Chu Yuan bellowed. The death scythe let out a terrifying and gloomy howl, lunging at Jiangqin at an unparalleled speed. At this time, all the spectators couldn't help but feel nervous. Even though they were far away from the scythe, they could already feel the strong smell of death, let alone Jiangqin, who was in the middle of it. What a terrifying 9 forms of nirvana. It directly makes people feel the threat of death. So powerful. If I were on the battlefield at this moment, I'm afraid I would have died under the death scythe. That's right. This is only the first form, and it's already so terrifying. Won't the later forms be more and more terrifying? I really don't know how Jiangqin can resist it. Chapter 1187. Death had arrived. Jiangqin's expression was still as calm as before. He didn't panic at all. The death scythe and the chi of death couldn't affect his mind at all. Therefore, the 9 styles of nirvana was just a combat skill that had a relatively high lethality to him. The true advantage of this skill was useless against Jiangqin. Jiangqin pointed his finger like a sword. It had been a long time since he last used the profound 9 solar finger, but he couldn't deny it. The profound 9 solar finger was a combat skill with great offensive strength. Furthermore, it was a pure yang energy, and it was the nemesis of the destructive force. Mysterious 9 solar fingers. As Jiangqin shouted, the flaming wings on Jiangqin's back began to flap. At the same time, the powerful mysterious 9 solar fingers appeared like a golden pillar of light. 9 huge golden fingers made a whistling sound and then quickly fused together into a huge finger. The patterns on the huge golden finger were extremely clear. It was like a real finger. It was dazzling with golden light. No one knew how powerful the attack was. Rumble. The mysterious 9 solar fingers broke through the death chi and directly entered the reincarnation passage. It collided with the death scythe. Under countless nervous gazes, the 2 completely different auras exploded and intertwined. In the end, the death scythe and the huge golden finger disappeared at the same time. They turned into 2 different colored waves and dissipated between the heaven and the earth. Chu Yuan's expression changed again. He did not expect that Jiangqin could withstand his 9 forms of nirvana so easily. Even if it was only the first form, he thought that Jiangqin would be greatly affected. Even if he did not die, he would at least be injured and shaken. However, it seemed that Jiangqin still dealt with it with ease and was not affected by the death chi at all. How could Chu Yuan not be shocked? Amazing. Look, I knew that Jiangqin also had a trump card. It's really hard to imagine that he could withstand the 9 forms of nirvana. This Jiangqin is really amazing. Jiang Qin is indeed amazing, but we can't be happy too early. After all, Chu Yuan only displayed the first form of the 9 forms of nirvana. He has already cultivated this powerful combat skill to the 6th form. Now that Chu Yuan is angry and wants to kill Jiang Qin, his next attack will definitely be more violent. I wonder what other methods Jiang Qin has to resist. Look, it's getting more and more exciting. No matter who wins today, it's worth watching. The voices of astonishment were getting louder and louder. Countless inner disciples had completely changed their views on Jiang Qin. Many of them didn't think that Jiang Qin could win in the beginning and thought that Jiang Qin would definitely die if he encountered Chu Yuan. But now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Chu Yuan had displayed the 9 forms of nirvana, but he still couldn't defeat Jiang Qin. He didn't even cause any damage to Jiang Qin. Just this alone was enough for Jiang Qin to be proud. Jiang Qin's strength also showed that Tianjizi had a sharp vision. Tianjizi never accepted disciples, but this time he made an exception for Jiang Qin. It could be seen that his vision was extremely sharp. Chu Yuan's heart began to pound. Even though Jiang Qin was his enemy, the way he looked at Jiang Qin was completely different. This guy's blood and qi are extremely vigorous after his transformation. It seems that he has inexhaustible energy in his body. If I continue to fight with him, I'm afraid it'll be disadvantageous for me. I'll continue to display the 9 forms of nirvana to kill him in the fastest way possible. Chu Yuan thought to himself. Jiang Qin was much stronger than he had imagined. At this moment he couldn't use the previous method anymore. He had to attack with lightning speed. Whoosh! The gloomy gale continued to blow. The qi of death on Chu Yuan's body became denser. The atmosphere on the battlefield became extremely tense. Even Jiang Qin's expression was incomparably solemn. He knew that Chu Yuan was going to launch a frenzied attack. The collision with the first style of the 9 styles of nirvana had shown Jiang Qin the scariness of this combat technique. Therefore Jiang Qin had to do his best in the next battle. 9 forms of nirvana. Chu Yuan shouted again and the reincarnation passage appeared again. Inside the reincarnation passage, black lights flickered and condensed into new death sides. As Chu Yuan continued to inject energy into them, the number and attack power of the death sides increased. Look, Chu Yuan is serious. He has displayed the 5th form of the 9 forms of nirvana. His power is unbelievable. Let's see how Jiang Qin can resist it. The atmosphere became tense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Numerous frightening death sides were unleashed. Compared to the first style, no matter if it was in terms of quantity or strength, the death sides were much stronger. Facing this kind of attack, even if Jiang Qin kept using the 9 solar fingers, he still wouldn't be able to defend himself. Good. I like this kind of battle the most. Jiang Qin released his aura. His whole body was covered in blood-red light and a huge amount of blood qi converged into the shape of a dragon. The Heavenly Saint sword roared and appeared in Jiang Qin's hand. At this moment the Heavenly Saint sword didn't look like a sword anymore. It looked like a blood dragon, a dragon of battle and also a sword of death. Storm of swords. Jiang Qin exerted all his strength. His whole body and the Heavenly Saint sword seemed to have become one. The 450,000 dragon marks in his body rippled and endless energy was instilled into the Heavenly Saint sword. Swish, swish, swish. Incomparably bright sword lights were displayed by Jiang Qin. It was a sea of swords. Tyrannical long swords could be seen everywhere. In terms of momentum, it wasn't any weaker than Chu Yuan's 9 forms of nirvana. The number of dragon swords was even greater than the number of death sides. Clang, clang, clang. The dragon swords collided with the death sides violently, creating a lot of sparks. The current power of the Heavenly Saint sword was much stronger than an ordinary heaven-grade immortal weapon. Coupled with the enhancement of his natal weapon, it could be said that Jiang Qin's combat strength had reached its peak. The sky above the martial field was filled with destructive qi waves. All the spectators couldn't help but hold their breaths, feeling the powerful aftermath of the battlefield. Even though they were far away from the battlefield, they still couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Powerful. Such a battle was unimaginable to ordinary inner sect disciples. If a late heaven immortal expert were to step into such a fierce battle, he or she would be shredded into powder immediately. The void rippled and the collisions didn't stop. Whether it was Chu Yuan or Jiang Qin, such a battle consumed a lot of energy. Chapter 1188. The ripples of the battle were getting bigger and bigger. Jiang Qin and Chu Yuan were still evenly matched. Even though Chu Yuan had casted out the powerful 9 styles of nirvana, he still couldn't cause any damage to Jiang Qin. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe Jiang Qin's means as heaven-defying. The terrifying long sword had blocked all of Chu Yuan's death scythes. Great Elder Jiang Qin is simply a miracle. Look, he's getting more and more courageous as the battle goes on. His chi is still in its peak state, just like what happened in the iron dummy array yesterday. Chu Yuan, on the other hand, has obviously consumed a lot of his energy after using the 9 styles of nirvana. An elder from the elders' assembly exclaimed in shock. They had never imagined such a scene before them. Jiang Qin is indeed amazing. As long as a genius like him doesn't die prematurely, his future will be limitless. Chu Yuan only has one last move left. If his 6th move of the 9 styles of nirvana still couldn't inflict any substantial damage on Jiang Qin, the one who will win today will be Jiang Qin, not Chu Yuan. Great Elder Li Zhong's eyes sparkled. Ever since he met Jiang Qin for the first time, Jiang Qin had brought him too many surprises. As a late divine immortal expert, his eyesight was very unique. Chu Yuan's energy consumption was getting greater and greater, especially after using the 9 styles of nirvana. His chi was getting weaker and weaker. If the 6th move still couldn't inflict any damage on Jiang Qin, Chu Yuan wouldn't be able to maintain his peak state. Then it would be Jiang Qin's chance. 9 styles of nirvana, the 6th move. Chu Yuan didn't dare to be careless, nor did he dare to hold back. Before the power of the first 5 moves faded, he immediately used the 6th move. The situation became chaotic again. The power of the 6th move was the superposition of the first 5 moves. The reincarnation passage doubled in size, and the number of death scythes inside instantly doubled. The entire reincarnation passage had turned into a sea of scythes. There were even ghostly wails and wolf howls that made one's scalp go numb. It was indescribably uncomfortable. It was hard to imagine what would happen if someone entered the reincarnation passage. This is Chu Yuan's final attack. The 6th move of the 9 styles of nirvana is much more powerful than before. I'm afraid there aren't many experts in the inner sect who can withstand this move. I really didn't expect that Jiang Qin could force Chu Yuan to this point. Yeah, Jiang Qin's existence is indeed a miracle. He's the most heaven-defying genius I've ever seen. He can be described as a peerless monster. It seems that the winner will be decided soon. I wonder if Jiang Qin can withstand it. At this time, everyone knew that the battle had reached the final moment. Chu Yuan had already used the 6th move of the 9 styles of nirvana, which was also the strongest move he could use at the moment. On the opposite side, Jiang Qin clearly felt the power of the 9 styles of nirvana. His face was extremely solemn. Even with his arrogance, he had to admit that the 9 styles of nirvana was terrifying. This combat skill is indeed terrifying. If Chu Yuan had practiced to the 7th move, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for him. But now I'll fight with him and see who's more powerful. Jiang Qin thought. He was slightly surprised by the terror of the 9 styles of nirvana, but he wasn't afraid. The stronger Chu Yuan was, the more competitive he was. True dragon son of heaven, dragon and sword as one. Let's fight. Jiang Qin's dragon roar resounded through the sky. With a sway of his body, he transformed from a half-dragon and half-human into a real blood dragon. The real dragon might filled the air. This was the first time that Jiang Qin had used his dragon transformation to fight. At this moment he had transformed into the true dragon son of heaven, looking down on the world. Howl. The heavenly saint sword let out a howl. It seemed to be affected by Jiang Qin's battle intent. The heavenly saint sword became extremely excited. It directly turned into a dragon sword and merged with Jiang Qin. Look, that's a real dragon. How is this possible? A dragon is a divine beast, a supreme existence in the legends. How can it appear in the world? No, that's Jiang Qin's transformation skill. But it's too realistic. He has completely turned into a legendary dragon. This skill is simply heaven-defying. It's too miraculous. But he gives me the feeling of a real dragon. Is he a dragon or a human? Countless people were shocked once again. No one had thought that Xianxia would transform into a real dragon. That was a legendary noble creature, a true divine beast. After Xianxia transformed, the qi of a dragon had completely covered the qi of a human. When Xianxia was in his human form, he didn't have the slightest qi of a beast. Fundamentally speaking, Xianxia was still a human. Such a miraculous transformation was something that no one could understand. The miraculous transformation was something that people couldn't understand. The essence of the dragon transformation skill was the process of transforming from a human to a dragon. Xianxia's final destination was to become a real dragon, the Dragon King, the Dragon Ancestor, a noble existence that transcended everything. The dragon roar shook the sky. Xianxia's dragon and sword unification actually broke into the reincarnation passage. Countless blood-red light spurted out from his body and turned into sharp swords. Under the control of Zhou Xian, the reincarnation passage constantly pressed against Xianxia. However, the pressure couldn't cause any harm to Xianxia. Xianxia swayed his dragon body and collided with those sharp death scythes. His body was already very strong. Now that he had fused with the Heavenly Saint Sword, he became even more indestructible. Every death scythe slashed on his body produced a clanging sound and sparks, but they couldn't hurt him at all. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Xianxia roared once more. At the last moment of the battle with Zhou Xian, he didn't hold back and used all his trump cards. A dozen different colored dragons rushed out of his body once more, wreaking havoc in the passageway of reincarnation. The scene was too shocking. Countless people were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The scene was too beautiful. It had completely turned into a world of dragons. Caca. Finally, due to the severe consumption of Zhou Yuan's energy, he couldn't support the reincarnation passage perfectly. Under the frenzied attack of Xianxia, the reincarnation passage produced cracking sounds and cracks appeared. The number of death scythes inside began to decrease rapidly. My God. It looks like Zhou Yuan can't hold on any longer. How could this be? Zhou Yuan has consumed too much energy. That Xianxia seems to never be able to use up all his energy. He's truly a freak. His means are too heaven-defying. Transforming into a dragon and fusing with the dragon and sword unification, his destructive power is too shocking. He's only a half-step heaven immortal. How are we supposed to survive? Chapter 1189. What? Zhou Yuan could no longer remain calm when he sensed that cracks had appeared on his reincarnation passage and that it was in danger of shattering at any time. Moreover, the number of death scythes in the reincarnation passage was also decreasing. He immediately exclaimed. He deeply felt the terror of Xianxia. After Xianxia transformed into a real dragon, his imposing manner had reached its peak. His appearance alone was enough to cause great psychological pressure to people. Moreover, Zhou Yuan had consumed too much of his energy to display the 6th style of the 9 styles of solitary extinction. It was already very difficult for him to maintain the reincarnation passage, let alone launch other attacks. Zhou Yuan, you can't do it anymore. Your reincarnation passage has no effect on me at all. Your death aura also has no effect on me. Tear it apart for me. Xianxia suddenly roared. His gigantic dragon body twisted crazily. Countless blood-red rays shot out like sharp swords, rushing towards different directions of the reincarnation passageway. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. That was an energy as violent as the sea, endless and never-ending. Everyone was shocked once again. Of course, the one who was most shocked was Zhou Yuan, who was fighting against Xianxia. No one had expected that Xianxia could still erupt such a violent energy at the end of the battle. One should know that a battle was a process of consumption, especially in a battle of life and death. Zhou Yuan was a half-step divine immortal supreme expert. Naturally, the amount of energy in his body wasn't something an ordinary expert could compare with. However, the current situation was that the half-step divine immortal Zhou Yuan's energy was almost depleted, but the qi that Xianxia unleashed was still the same as before or even more ferocious. In other words, Xianxia's energy wasn't depleted at all during the previous battle. Or it could be said that Xianxia's energy was inexhaustible. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. Look, Jiang Chen's attack is too terrifying. His energy seems to be inexhaustible. He can still erupt such an attack at this time. It's much more terrifying than before. Freak, this is a super freak. Chu Yuan seems to be unable to hold on any longer. If that's the case, Chu Yuan's defeat is almost certain. This is really a terrifying thing. This result has already subverted our understanding. If he defeats Chu Yuan, who in the inner sect will dare to provoke him in the future? Everyone couldn't hold it in any longer. Jiang Chen could no longer be described as terrifying. He had defeated Chu Yuan with the cultivation of a half-step celestial immortal. On his first day in the inner sect, he had established a supreme position in the inner sect that was inviolable. Rumble. Finally, Chu Yuan's reincarnation passageway couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's ferocious attack. It was riddled with holes by the countless sword qi and then exploded with a boom. All the scythes were destroyed along with the explosion. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Chu Yuan let out a scream and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His entire body was completely dispirited. Affected by the impact of the huge energy, Chu Yuan's body was bounced down from the sky and landed heavily on the arena. The powerful impact caused the arena to tremble. In the sky, Jiang Chen returned to his human form. His white robes fluttered in the wind. He looked no different from before. He was still full of imposing manner, giving people a sense of majesty and pressure of a superior. Jiang Chen glanced at Chu Yuan below with Lung Lung, then flew down and stepped on Chu Yuan's face. Roared. This situation made Chu Yuan roar loudly. He struggled violently, but he couldn't break free from Jiang Chen's big foot. Being stepped on by someone he looked down upon in front of countless inner sect disciples and elders made Chu Yuan feel endless humiliation. This was worse than killing him. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Jiang Chen, how dare you step on me? Chu Yuan roared. Do you think I will just step on you? This is the arena of life and death. Jiang Chen said in an incomparably cold tone. His words undoubtedly reminded Chu Yuan, causing his body to tremble. Yes, this was the arena of life and death. Jiang Chen had the right to kill him. Compared to death, being stepped on was nothing. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill me? Who do you think you are? Not to mention killing me, you will have to pay an extremely heavy price for what you have done today. Chu Yuan didn't believe that Jiang Chen would dare to kill him. He was a genius of the inner sect and a successor disciple of a golden immortal elder. Even if Jiang Chen had more guts, Jiang Chen wouldn't dare to kill him, even if this was the arena of life and death. Oh no, it seems that Jiang Chen has the intention to kill. Do you think he dares to kill Chu Yuan? Of course not. Although Chu Yuan was defeated, he has a tyrannical background. If Jiang Chen kills a successor disciple, Elder Yang Shu will definitely not let it go. In the Tianyun Pavilion, no one dares to really touch Chu Yuan. Yes, I guess he won't. Although this is the arena of life and death, Jiang Chen is already very amazing to be able to defeat Chu Yuan. It can be said that he has completely established his position in the Tianyun Pavilion. From now on, not many people will dare to provoke him. The result made countless people sigh. It was something that no one had imagined. However, many people felt that it was impossible for Jiang Chen to kill Jiang Chen. After all, if he killed Chu Yuan, he would be going against Yang Shu. How would he live in the future? But Jiang Chen lifted Chu Yuan from the ground as if he was carrying a dead pig. Jiang Chen, I have said that you won't dare to kill me. Moreover, I will take revenge for today's hatred sooner or later. Chu Yuan looked at Jiang Chen fiercely and said, Chu Yuan, I have to admit that your IQ is too low. You can still say such words at this time. I really don't know where your sense of superiority comes from. If you had begged me for mercy just now, I might have spared your life. Unfortunately, you actually threatened me. In that case, I must kill you today. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had never been threatened by others, especially his enemies. If he didn't kill Chu Yuan, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. In that case, it was better to solve the problem now. Feeling Jiang Chen's cold killing intent, Chu Yuan's expression finally changed. He finally understood that Jiang Chen was the real ruthless person. Jiang Chen, you have won. Give this old man some face and let this matter go, the great Li Zhong quickly said. Great Elder Li Zhong spoke hastily. His words were for Jiang Chen's sake. After all, killing Chu Yuan wouldn't bring any benefits to Jiang Chen. Well, I will give face to the Great Elder. I won't kill you today. I will cripple you and make you completely put away that annoying sense of superiority. Jiang Chen said and slapped Chu Yuan's sea of qi with his palm. Chapter 1190. Hua. The scene was in an uproar after seeing Jiang Chen's action. Everyone widened their eyes, unable to believe and accept the scene in front of them. Jiang Chen was just too audacious. He actually crippled Chu Yuan. One should know that to a genius like Chu Yuan, crippling his cultivation base and turning him into a cripple was no different from killing him. Moreover, the consequences of Jiang Chen's action were too severe. Once Chu Yuan was crippled, the meaning of the battle would change completely. This was no longer an ordinary battle between inner sect disciples. At that time, Yang Shu would certainly not let this matter go. Moreover, Jiang Chen now had a powerful backer. Tianjizi wasn't a person to be trifled with. If that was the case, things would get really heated up. Jiang Chen, stop. Upon seeing this, Great Elder Li Zhong turned pale with fright. He had never thought that Jiang Chen would be so bold. If Jiang Chen crippled Chu Yuan today, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Zhong didn't have the time to think. He made a move decisively. Although he had already violated the rules by making a move at this moment, he had no choice but to make a move. As the Great Elder of the inner sect, if he were to watch a true disciple get killed, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if the powerful golden immortal elder were to blame him. However, Jiang Chen's attack was too fast. Even with Li Zhong's speed, he couldn't save Chu Yuan in time. With a cracking sound, Jiang Chen's palm slammed heavily on the defenseless Chu Yuan's qi si. Barf. Chu Yuan spurted out a mouthful of blood. Then his qi si exploded, dissipating all the energy in an instant. Feeling his current condition, Chu Yuan was dumbfounded. His face was ashen and full of despair. The fact that he could cultivate to the half-step divine immortal realm was enough to show that he was talented and had a bright future ahead of him. But now everything was over. Chu Yuan, a genius at the top of the pyramid, had turned into a cripple all of a sudden. From then on, he would never be able to cultivate again. Such a blow wasn't something that anyone could bear. Even if he survived, he would become a walking corpse. No, Chu Yuan let out a roar of despair. He felt that his life had suddenly become gloomy, and he had nothing left to live for. He hated Jiang Chen to the extreme, but there was nothing he could do because he knew that he would never have the chance to take revenge. At the same time, Chu Yuan's heart was filled with incomparable regret. That's right. He regretted provoking Jiang Chen for no reason. If he didn't provoke Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Both of them would mind their own business and he, Chu Yuan, would still be the little emperor of this place. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Jiang Chen. Li Zhong's facial expression changed drastically. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so decisive and merciless. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Li Zhong fearlessly. He said indifferently, "Great Elder, I've already given you enough face by not killing him. Do you think that your face can guarantee his safety? This is the life and death arena. Aren't you afraid of breaking the rules by rushing to stop me? Also, you want to save Chu Yuan, which means that you're going against me, Jiang Chen. Chu Yuan is not to be trifled with, but do you think that I, Jiang Chen, am to be trifled with? Chu Yuan has a backer, but so do I, Jiang Chen. Great Elder, I advise you to stay out of this matter." Jiang Chen's words were incomparably cold, without the slightest politeness or respect for the Great Elder. Just now, Li Zhong had tried to stop Jiang Chen from dealing with Chu Yuan. No matter what the reason was, Jiang Chen was disgusted by his action. If it wasn't for the Great Elder's help, Jiang Chen would have been even more ruthless. Hiss, the Great Elder was shocked. The indifference in Jiang Chen's eyes and the qi of a superior had affected his soul a little. The Great Elder sighed and didn't speak anymore because what Jiang Chen said was right. Chu Yuan was not to be trifled with and Jiang Chen was even more so. It was better not to provoke a monstrous genius who could kill a half-step divine immortal. Plus, Tianjizi, who was behind Jiang Chen, wasn't someone to be trifled with. At this point Chu Yuan had been crippled. Although he didn't manage to save him, at least he had done something to save him. If Yang Shu were to blame him, it would be Jiang Qin and Tianjizi's fault, and it had nothing to do with him. The battle between the true disciples had always been a headache. It was better not to get involved if possible. Ruthless. This is too brutal. The sky of our Tianyun pavilion is going to change. With such a monstrous genius, I guess those geniuses are going to be under a lot of pressure. The little emperor of inner sect Chu Yuan has been crippled just like that. Now I have nothing but admiration for Jiang Qin. I'm afraid that only Jiang Qin can do such a thing in the entire Tianyun pavilion. Chu Yuan has been crippled for the rest of his life. But Yang Shu will certainly not let this matter go. Yang Shu will definitely hold Jiang Qin responsible for this. As a dignified golden immortal elder of the sect, his true disciple was killed just like that. This is undoubtedly a slap to his face. But Jiang Qin has the support of Elder Tianjizi. So he doesn't have to be afraid. Plus, it was Chu Yuan who started the fight with Jiang Qin. Plus, both of them are on the life and death stage, not an ordinary stage. Jiang Qin has the right to do this. Even if this matter is brought to the law enforcement hall, he has the support of Tianjizi. Plus, Jiang Qin's performance is incomparably dazzling. He can be said to be the #1 genius of Skycloud Pavilion. Many people were discussing about the fact that Jiang Qin had crippled Chu Yuan on the life and death stage. This itself was a major event. It was imaginable that the next development of the situation would not be simple. At this time a strong pressure rushed out from the inner part of the sect. An elder in a gray robe appeared in the sky. This elder seemed to be in his 50s and was slightly fat. But the aura that he exuded could make people's soul tremble. This old man was none other than Yang Shu, a well-known figure in Skycloud Pavilion. It seemed that he had already learned about the incident here. Now that his true disciple had been crippled, there was no reason for him not to show up. That's right. The appearance of Yang Shu made the atmosphere extremely tense. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe. Great Elder Li Zhong lowered his head and didn't speak. Everyone knew that Yang Shu must be in a state of anger at this moment. Master. Seeing Yang Shu, Chu Yuan, who was lying on the ground, burst into tears on the spot. Unfortunately, he was completely crippled and didn't even have the strength to stand. Trash. Yang Shu glanced at Chu Yuan casually, then turned to look at Jiang Qin. His eyes were like cold blades that wanted to tear Jiang Qin apart. Chapter 1191. As Yang Shu's eyes fell on Jiang Qin, the atmosphere turned cold instantly. Everyone could feel Yang Shu's anger and strong killing intent. Perhaps in Yang Shu's eyes, Chu Yuan's life wasn't as important as his own face, but the fact that Jiang Qin had crippled Chu Yuan was equivalent to slapping his own face. It's over. I can already feel Elder Yang Shu's killing intent. Do you think Elder Yang Shu will kill Jiang Qin directly? If he kills Jiang Qin, I'm afraid that Jiang Qin's death will be in vain. It's hard to say. Even the sect master won't make things difficult for a golden immortal elder to kill an inner sect disciple. It seems like Jiang Qin can only pray for his own good luck. What he did today was really audacious. He even dared to kill Chu Yuan. Many of them whispered to each other, feeling that the current Jiang Qin was extremely dangerous. After all, the person he offended wasn't an ordinary person, but a golden immortal elder. Yang Shu was a late golden immortal expert, a first-class existence in the entire Tianyun pavilion. Even the sect master Tianmuyun had to give him face. Jiang Qin met Yang Shu's eyes with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, showing no sign of fear. It was true that Yang Shu wanted to kill him, but Tianjizi would never agree to it. One should know that Jiang Qin had defeated Chu Yuan in the life and death stage, which had earned Tianjizi a lot of face. Plus, Jiang Qin's combat strength was very powerful. Tianjizi would definitely treat such a genius like a treasure. How could he allow Yang Shu to kill him? Since Yang Shu had already appeared, it meant that Tianjizi wouldn't be far away. Jiang Qin, how dare you hurt my disciple? You're just a little inner sect disciple and yet you dare to be so audacious. You don't put the elders in your eyes and you have no respect for your elders. Today I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll personally destroy your cultivation base and make you the same as Chu Yuan. Yang Shu's tone was cold. The moment he finished speaking, he was ready to attack. This was the power of a mighty golden immortal expert. He had a high status and could ignore the rules and attack directly. Logically speaking, this was a life-and-death battle between Jiang Qin and Chu Yuan. Even if Chu Yuan died, he only had himself to blame. Jiang Qin didn't need to bear any consequences or receive any punishment. But now that Yang Shu wanted to punish Jiang Qin, no one dared to stop him. You want to cripple my disciple? Let's see who dares. Just as Yang Shu's voice faded, another powerful qi came out from the center of Tianyun Pavilion. Then an immortal-like figure flew out. He didn't stay in the sky, but directly appeared on the platform, standing side by side with Jiang Qin. This person was none other than Tianjizi. Tianjizi looked at Chu Yuan, who was lying on the ground, expressionlessly. Then he looked at Jiang Qin. Not only did he not blame Jiang Qin, he even showed some appreciation. Kid, you did a good job. You're worthy of being my disciple. Tianjizi patted Jiang Qin's shoulder. The meaning of his words was quite obvious. Today, Jiang Qin's performance had won him a lot of face. There was no need to mention how happy he was in his heart. Yang Shu, you've got some guts. How dare you cripple my disciple? Since when did you have the right to punish my disciple? Tianjizi looked at Yang Shu and said rudely. As soon as these two big shots appeared, the scene became even quieter. Such a scene was similar to what many people had expected. The battle between Jiang Qin and Chu Yuan would escalate to a battle between the higher-ups sooner or later. Chu Yuan had been crippled and Yang Shu wanted to kill Jiang Qin. Naturally, Tianjizi had to protect his disciple. Humph. Tianjizi, don't talk like that. Your disciple crippled my disciple. Shouldn't he be punished? Yang Shu snorted coldly. Judging from his appearance, he didn't intend to let Jiang Qin go so easily. Yang Shu, look carefully. This is the life and death fighting platform. Your disciple is not strong enough. Now he's lying here alive. Jiang Qin has shown mercy. You should thank Jiang Qin for sparing your disciple's life. Tianjizi laughed loudly. This was a typical ruthless slap in the face. What if I have to do it? Tianjizi, could it be that you think you can stop me? Yang Shu's eyes turned cold. It seemed like Tianjizi was going to use force, but judging from their cultivation base, Tianjizi was only at the peak of intermediate golden immortal realm while Yang Shu was a late golden immortal realm expert. If they really fought, Tianjizi wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Then you can try. Today I want to see who has the ability to hurt my disciple in front of me. Tianjizi's qi fluctuated, showing no sign of fear. Jiang Qin nodded secretly. Tianjizi's character suited his taste the most. It seemed like he had made the right choice to acknowledge Tianjizi as his master. I have to do it. Yang Shu seemed to be a hot-tempered person. Normally he didn't get along well with Tianjizi. Today he was humiliated by Jiang Qin. He was infuriated. All of a sudden he reached out a big hand and grabbed at Jiang Qin. Seeing this, Tianjizi also made a move. He was like a banished immortal. Almost at the same time as Yang Shu made his move, he also pointed out with his finger. A golden light was pointed out by him, and before Yang Shu's palm could fully condense, it was destroyed. Whoosh. Subsequently, Tianjizi flew directly to the sky and shouted at Yang Shu, Yang Shu, you dare to attack my disciple? That means you don't put me in your eyes. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. Tianjizi was incomparably strong. Even though he was an intermediate golden immortal, he still didn't show any fear in the face of Yang Shu. Let's fight then. Tianjizi, I want to see to what extent have you cultivated the art of divination. Yang Shu's qi was like a rainbow. He directly launched an attack at Tianjizi. The two great golden immortal experts fought in the sky above the martial arts arena. The winner couldn't be determined. Many people's attention was drawn to the battlefield between the two. It wasn't easy to watch a battle between two golden immortal experts. Jiang Chen's attention was even more focused. Originally he thought that Tianjizi was no match for Yang Shu, but now it seemed that he was wrong. Master's art of divination is really amazing. He can actually predict the opponent's moves. Yang Shu's cultivation is one level higher than Master's, but Master's art of divination can calculate the trajectory of Yang Shu's moves. In other words, the moment Yang Shu made his move, Master had already calculated the rules of his attack and then dealt with it decisively. When Yang Shu's attack was halfway through, Master had already collided with him. In this way, Yang Shu's combat strength could not be fully exerted. Jiang Qin was incomparably shocked. It seemed like the art of divination was much scarier than what he had imagined. Not only could it predict good or bad fortune, but it could also provide a huge advantage in a battle. It was truly shocking. Chapter 1192. Honglong. The two golden immortal experts Tianjizi and Yang Shu fought fiercely in the sky above Tianyun Pavilion. Powerful energy waves spread out and immediately alarmed the entire Tianyun Pavilion. Many core disciples, elders of the enforcement hall and some high and mighty golden immortal elders had also appeared. One should know that it was extremely rare for golden immortal elders to fight in the sect. It's Tianjizi and Yang Shu. Why are they fighting all of a sudden? You guys still don't know that Tianjizi's new true disciple has crippled Yang Shu's true disciple Chu Yuan on the life and death stage. Naturally, Yang Shu can't swallow this. How audacious. But since it's a life and death stage, Yang Shu has no other choice. Now it's just a matter of face. For a time, the news of Jiang Qin crippling Chu Yuan spread at the fastest speed. At the same time, everyone knew that Jiang Qin was only a half-step heaven immortal expert. Such a genius who could defeat a half-step divine immortal was extremely rare even in the entire Tianyun Pavilion. Even in the entire one-line sky or even the entire ethereal immortal domain, he was considered a first-class talent. No wonder. This Jiang Qin is truly an evildoer. Otherwise, given Tianjizi's stubborn temper, why would he suddenly accept a disciple and even fight with Yang Shu for this disciple? Jiang Qin is indeed a genius, but his way of doing things is a little too arrogant. He crippled an inner circle true disciple on his first day in the inner circle. Such an arrogant attitude needs to be suppressed. That's right. Many people thought that Jiang Qin was too arrogant. Even if he was a genius, his cultivation base wasn't high. In Tianyun Pavilion, where the competition was extremely fierce, Jiang Qin should more or less restrain himself. However, not only did he not restrain himself, but he also crippled a true disciple and provoked the two great elders to fight. This was the first time such a thing had happened in the entire Tianyun Pavilion. Honglong. Tianjizi was also angered by Yang Shu's attacks. The shockwaves from his battle with Yang Shu became more and more intense. The two of them were locked in a stalemate. This seemingly evenly matched duel was different in the eyes of outsiders. After all, the cultivation of both sides were not on the same level. People couldn't help but marvel at the terror of Tianjizi's divination technique. His ability to foresee the future was really shocking. In contrast, Yang Shu seemed very sullen. Every time he made a move, his opponent could predict it. In such a situation, anyone would be sullen to death. They couldn't display their abilities at all. Elder Destiny's divination skill truly deserves its reputation. At first, I thought that this kind of divination skill could only be used to predict good or bad luck. I didn't think that it could also be used in battles. That's right. It's really amazing. Although Elder Destiny is only an intermediate golden immortal expert, his status in Tianyun Pavilion isn't any weaker than a late golden immortal expert like Yang Shu. If Elder Destiny advances to the late golden immortal realm, I'm afraid that Elder Yang Shu won't be a match for him. In the entire Tianyun Pavilion, only Sect Master and Daoist Yufeng can suppress him. This is a very special skill. Ordinary people can't learn it even if they want to. Tianjizi's power was unavoidably amazing. When his ability to foresee the future was perfectly used in battle, the advantage was too obvious. Jiang Chen's eyes were fixed on Tianjizi. Every time Tianjizi made a move, there would be a kind of illusory divination qi which fascinated people. Currently, Jiang Chen had been completely attracted by this magical divination technique. So both of you. Just at this time a voice was heard. A yellow-robed, skinny old man appeared in the sky. His cultivation base was still very strong, but judging from his qi he wasn't any weaker than Tianjizi and Yang Shu. In fact, he was even slightly stronger. It's the Hall Master of Law Enforcement Hall, Yuan Ting. He's the most distinguished figure in Tianyun Pavilion, second only to Sect Master and Daoist Yufeng. I never thought that he would appear here. I already said that this storm wouldn't be simple. It is very likely to alarm the higher-ups. Now it seems like I'm right. Tianjizi and Yangshu are at loggerheads. In the entire Tianyun Pavilion, only the Law Enforcement Hall dares to stop them. That's right. Even in the Law Enforcement Hall, there aren't many who have the ability to stop them. Yuan Ting can. Yuan Ting's appearance meant that the Law Enforcement Hall was going to intervene. In Tianyun Pavilion, the Law Enforcement Hall was high and mighty. Normally they would rarely appear. However, once the Law Enforcement Hall wanted to handle something, it would definitely not be a small matter. Today the matter between Chu Yuan and Jiang Chen had become very big. If the Law Enforcement Hall didn't step in, there would be no way to solve it. Seeing Yuan Ting's appearance, Tianjizi and Yang Shu stopped what they were doing. They had to give Yuan Ting face. Additionally, the two of them knew very well that even if they continued to fight, there would be no result. In the end, there would still be no winner. Elder Yuan, I believe you have heard about what happened today. I, Yang Shu, am also a respected figure in Tianyun Pavilion. Today I have to save my face. As long as you cripple Jiang Chen, I will not pursue this matter any further. Yang Shu said. His attitude was still very unyielding. What a joke. Where do you think I, Tianjizi, am? Don't you understand the meaning of the life and death duel? Once you are on the life and death duel, life and death are determined by fate. Chu Yuan was defeated by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen only crippled him and spared his life. It is already very kind of him. If Jiang Chen is defeated and killed by Chu Yuan today, I will not say a word. I can only say that Jiang Chen is not good enough. Yang Shu, aren't you even more humiliating by pestering me endlessly? Tianjizi gave tit for tat. Currently Jiang Chen was a treasure in his eyes. Yang Shu wanted to cripple his disciple, which was simply wishful thinking. Yuan Ting frowned. Looking at Jiang Chen below and Chu Yuan, who was lying motionless on the fighting platform, he was also very surprised. Today's matter was a bit tricky even for an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall to deal with. He had to give face to Yang Shu. If Jiang Chen was just an ordinary disciple, he could directly deal with him. However, Jiang Chen was also a true disciple. He was also very clear about Tianjizi's stubborn temper. If they really caused trouble, he, the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, would not have enough face to deal with it. However, since he had come forward, he had to solve it. He could not let the matter go on. Otherwise, the existence of the Law Enforcement Hall would be meaningless. If the sect leader blamed him, he would also be embarrassed. This matter should not go on. Elder Yang Shu, Elder Tianjizi, bring your disciples to the Law Enforcement Hall. The Law Enforcement Hall is a reasonable place. I want to know the ins and outs of the matter. Yuan Ting said to Tianjizi and Yang Shu. Chapter 1193. After Yuan Ting finished speaking, he disappeared directly. At the same time, some elders of the Law Enforcement Hall also disappeared. It seemed that they had all returned to the Law Enforcement Hall. Everyone knew that the following matters would be transferred to the Law Enforcement Hall. Humph! Yang Shu snorted coldly. He grabbed Chu Yuan with his big hand and a suction force fell on Chu Yuan's body, pulling him up. Master, save me! Chu Yuan cried and his face was full of despair. Sigh. Yang Shu sighed and then shook his head. If it was just an ordinary injury, no matter how serious it was, Yang Shu could find a way to save him. Unfortunately, Chu Yuan's Sea of Qi had been destroyed and it was impossible for him to recover. No matter how capable Yang Shu was, it would be useless. He could turn a fool into a genius, but he could not turn a cripple into a normal person. The only thing I can do is to help you seek justice and make Jiang Chen pay the price. Yang Shu said and then no longer looked at Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan closed his eyes in pain and tears of regret flowed down from the corner of his eyes. Revenge? Was it really that important? For Chu Yuan, it was no longer important whether he could make Jiang Chen pay a heavy price or not. Even if he killed Jiang Chen, he would not be able to restore his former glory. Jiang Chen leaped up and spread his wings on his back, looking extremely magical. He came to Tianjizi's side and bowed slightly to him. Master. Good, very good. I have just accepted you as my disciple and you have already given me face. You don't need to say more about this matter. I know the cause and effect very well. Chu Yuan only has himself to blame. With me, Tianjizi, even if you go to the law enforcement hall, Yang Shu will not be able to touch a hair of yours. Tianjizi said in an incomparably admiring tone. The more he looked at Jiang Chen, the more he liked him. Strong, overbearing, and outstanding talent, it was really in line with his taste. It was impossible not to like such a disciple. Let's go to the law enforcement hall together. I want to see how old Yuan will deal with it. After Tianjizi finished speaking, he flew towards the law enforcement hall with Jiang Chen. The martial arts practice field, which was originally crowded with people, instantly became noisy because of the departure of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen is really famous this time. There is no one in Tianyun Pavilion who doesn't know him. He killed Chu Yuan on his first day as an inner disciple. He's really awesome. I don't know how the law enforcement hall will deal with him. Yang Shu will definitely not let it go. Even if Jiang Chen is in the right, I'm afraid he won't be able to get away with it. After all, this involves Elder Yang Shu's reputation. The enforcement hall isn't a good place. No one in the entire sect likes to go to the enforcement hall. Once they are there, they will definitely cause some trouble. I heard that Elder Yuan and Elder Yang Shu have a pretty good relationship. On the other hand, Elder Tianjizi has a stubborn temper and is extremely arrogant. He doesn't even get along with many golden immortal elders. I'm afraid that he won't be able to gain any advantage in the enforcement hall. Many people were talking about it. In Tianyun Pavilion, from the powerful elders to the ordinary disciples, the law enforcement hall was the most serious existence in their eyes. In front of such a tiger-like existence, no one was willing to deal with the law enforcement hall. Even if an ordinary disciple made a mistake, if they were brought to the law enforcement hall, they would be skinned alive even if they didn't die. The law enforcement hall was located in the center of Tianyun Pavilion. It was an incomparably magnificent hall. From the outside, it gave people a sense of solemnity and solemnity. It was a very important place in Tianyun Pavilion. It represented the highest level of law enforcement in Tianyun Pavilion. In the entire Tianyun Pavilion, no one dared to challenge the authority of the law enforcement hall. Except for sect master Tian Muyun and Daoist Yufeng, the law enforcement hall represented the highest status in Tianyun Pavilion. At this moment, in the hall of the law enforcement hall, a group of elders of the law enforcement hall were already present. Yang Shu was also standing there and Chu Yuan was standing beside him. Chu Yuan was already able to stand, but his condition was extremely poor. His body was swaying as if he would fall to the ground at any time. His face was as pale as blood, making him look like a walking corpse. Tianjizi also walked in with Jiang Chen. Tianjizi walked like a tiger. Even though he had arrived at the law enforcement hall, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear. Jiang Chen was the same. The corner of his mouth was brimming with a smile. A mere law enforcement hall was far from enough to make him afraid. In addition to these high-level elders, Jiang Chen also saw 3 other people. They were Gao Yang and the other 2 who went to the iron dummy array in the wee hours of the morning. These 3 guys were kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. Their arms were chopped off and they were already seriously injured. Now that they were in a place like the law enforcement hall, they were already scared out of their wits, especially Gao Yang, whose arms were chopped off. He should have been recuperating, but now he was kneeling here. In Gao Yang's heart, he felt that his luck was really bad. He originally thought that Chu Yuan could kill Jiang Chen to avenge him, but who would have thought that Jiang Chen was so terrifying? Not only was Chu Yuan not a match for him, but he was also crippled by Jiang Chen. Now that Chu Yuan was in such a state, how could the 3 of them who were the fuse have a good ending in the law enforcement hall? The 3 of them were filled with regret in their hearts. They were cursing themselves for finding trouble with Jiang Chen for no good reason. They were simply asking for trouble. Jiang Chen's face was filled with regret. Jiang Chen, you've arrived at the law enforcement hall. Why don't you kneel down? An elder of the law enforcement hall shouted at Jiang Chen coldly. Why should I kneel down when I'm in the right? I don't even know why you asked me to come to the law enforcement hall. I didn't make any mistakes. Jiang Chen casually glanced at the elder and said in an indifferent tone. Arrogant. Looking at Jiang Chen's behavior, many elders of the law enforcement hall were infuriated. How dare someone challenge the dignity of the law enforcement hall? This was outrageous. All along, any disciple who came to the law enforcement hall, even those unruly core disciples, would have to kneel down obediently in front of them, not even daring to breathe loudly. But Jiang Chen actually dared to talk back to them, the elders of the law enforcement hall. They had never seen such an arrogant and presumptuous disciple. Jiang Chen, you have killed your fellow disciple. This is a serious crime. The elder glared at Jiang Chen and continued. He was a mighty early golden immortal expert. Being disobeyed by a half-step heaven immortal meant that his dignity had been violated. How could he stand it? Are you blind? Or do you not know the meaning of the life and death stage? Besides, I was challenged by Chu Yuan. Could it be that I'm the one who is killed in the life and death stage and I'm not allowed to kill? Besides, Chu Yuan is still standing here unscathed. I have already given him a lot of face. Chapter 1194. Boom. As soon as Jiang Chen's words came out, countless flames of anger began to float in the main hall. Many elders of law enforcement hall were angry. Not to mention whether Jiang Chen was in the right or not, his arrogance had already violated a taboo by not putting the elders in his eyes. Which of the elders present wasn't superior? If Jiang Chen wasn't the true disciple of Tianjizi and was just an ordinary inner disciple, he was simply courting death if he dared to talk to the elders in this way. Even if he didn't make any big mistake, he would still be slapped to death on the spot. What an arrogant disciple. Even if a person like you grows up in the future, he will still be a tumor of the sect. You have no respect for your elders and contradicted the elders of law enforcement hall. You must be severely punished. Even if your cultivation is abolished, it would be a light punishment for you. Yang Shulungleng said. Now that they had arrived at the law enforcement hall, it was no longer up to Jiang Chen. He must regain his lost face and avenge Chu Yuan. In any case, he and Chu Yuan were master and disciple. Even if he couldn't restore Chu Yuan to his original state, he still had to do something for Chu Yuan. Bullshit. How can anyone bully the disciple of Tianjizi? Jiang Chen is right. This matter isn't his fault. Don't tell me you don't care about the face of law enforcement hall? Tianjizi didn't care about these things. The pressure of the law enforcement hall was useless to him. Jiang Chen's character was very much to his liking. He liked Jiang Chen very much. He felt that a successful person should be so awesome. Ouyang, he was exactly like this in the past, unrestrained and unrestrained. No one in the entire one-line sky could make Ouyang he give in to them. Alright, no need to argue anymore. I will make a fair decision on this matter. I won't easily wrong a disciple. Yuan Ting waved his hand. The main hall suddenly quieted down, but the smell of gunpowder was still strong. I wonder what law enforcement elder has to say. This is a life and death battle. It's all about your own ability. Jiang Chen looked at Yuan Ting without the slightest fear. Looking at this calm and composed young man, many of the elders couldn't help but sigh and feel shocked. No matter whether they liked Jiang Chen or not, they had to admit that this young man wasn't ordinary. Putting aside his formidable combat strength, his calm and composed temperament was something that most of the young men couldn't compare with. It's not your fault that you went to the life and death stage, but there must be a reason why you went to the life and death stage even though you have no enmity with Chu Yuan. I'm going to find out the reason now. Jiang Chen, Gao Yang and the other two were injured by you, right? As fellow disciples of the same sect, you crippled their arms and acted so savagely. That in itself is a great taboo, said Yuan Ting as he looked at Gao Yang and the other two. Hearing this, Jiang Chen snorted in his heart. He had already guessed that this would happen when he saw Gao Yang and the other two. Yuan Ting had a good relationship with Yang Shu, so he could also see that the law enforcement hall would definitely make things difficult for him. Gao Yang and the other two were the fuse of this matter, but it was just the beginning. That's right. They wanted to kill me, but I only crippled their arms and spared their lives. How can this be called cruel? If they weren't disciples of Sky Cloud Pavilion, I wouldn't feel any pity for them. They would have died on the spot instead of kneeling here. Besides, I was repairing the iron dummy array, but Chu Yuan sent the three of them to make trouble. It's only right for me to punish them. If I wasn't a match for Gao Yang and the others, I'm afraid that the consequences wouldn't be as simple as me getting injured or killed. The iron dummy array with the unique symbol of Skycloud Pavilion would also be beyond repair. Wouldn't that be a great sin and loss for me? What Jiang Qin said was his own reasoning. Sure enough, Gao Yang and the other two felt like coughing up blood. That's right, they felt like coughing up blood. They felt extremely aggrieved. Not only did they lose an arm, they also had to shoulder all the responsibilities. They couldn't even voice out the bitterness that they had to suffer in silence. We can't just listen to your one-sided statement. Gao Yang, Chu Yuan, come on. Yuan Ting looked at Chu Yuan and Gao Yang. Reporting to law enforcement elder, I just sent Gao Yang and the other two to see how the iron dummy array is being repaired. After all, the iron dummy array is the painstaking effort of sect leader Ouyang. If there were any problems with it, it would be a loss to Tianyun Pavilion. I'm just concerned about it, Chu Yuan said. He was not in the mood to talk here. He was so disheartened that he wanted to kill himself. However, in order to take revenge on Jiang Qin, he had to say it. Yes, elder. Senior brother Chu asked us to check on the iron dummy array. Unexpectedly, when we arrived at the main hall, we found that Jiang Qin was asking a dog to repair the iron dummy array. This is a blasphemy and insult to the iron dummy array and sect leader Ouyang. Naturally, we had to stop him. However, we didn't expect that Jiang Qin would fly into a rage and cut off our arms. Gao Yang said almost in tears. Jiang Qin, you're really audacious. You destroyed the iron dummy array and asked a beast to repair it. This is a blasphemy to Master Ouyang. This alone is enough to punish you. Jiang Qin said coldly. Yang Shu shouted at Jiang Qin. Hearing the word beast, Jiang Qin's eyes suddenly turned cold and a faint killing intent overflowed from his body. He looked at Yang Shu coldly and said, Old man, you'd better watch your mouth. De Huang is my brother. Bastard, what did you say? Yang Shu was furious. A little inner disciple dared to call him old man. How could this be? He had been in Tianyun Pavilion for so many years and it was the first time that someone dared to be so disrespectful to him. If it weren't for Tianjizi, he would have killed Jiang Qin 100 times with this sentence. I said that your mouth is old and stinky. Jiang Qin didn't have the slightest fear. When someone wanted to target him, he would never be polite to the other party, even if the other party had a higher status than him. In front of Jiang Qin, Yang Shu's identity was useless. Jiang Qin didn't put a late golden immortal expert in his eyes. If they really fell out with each other, Yang Shu wouldn't be able to kill him with the help of the Zulong Tower. Moreover, Jiang Qin cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which gave him a unique advantage. Whether it was cultivation base or combat strength, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Yang Shu. Ah, good, very good. He really is an arrogant disciple. Elder Yuan, did you see that? Such an arrogant and conceited junior has no respect for his elders, and even more so for the sect's rules. What's the point of keeping such a person? Yang Shu laughed and said to Yuan Ting. Jiang Qin, your performance is really disappointing. There has never been such an arrogant disciple like you in Tianyun Pavilion. Chapter 1195. Yuan Ting's pressure was very strong. The pressure of a peak late golden immortal expert wasn't something an ordinary expert could bear. Of course, Jiang Qin wasn't an ordinary expert. With his powerful soul power and the help of the Zulong Tower, Yuan Ting's pressure was like a child's play to him. Elder Yuan, you don't have to scare me. You don't need to know what method I used to repair the iron dummy array. The array has already been repaired and it's even more perfect than before. I believe you all have already checked the condition of the array. Jiang Qin said without the slightest fear. Upon hearing this, most of the elders couldn't help but nod in agreement. They had indeed checked the condition of the iron dummy array. Even they couldn't help but marvel at the miraculous method used to repair the array. They had to admit that it was perfect. Although they had lost 7 puppets, the iron dummy array that was rebuilt using 21 puppets was much more powerful and effective than before. If the iron dummy array was used as an example, Jiang Qin should be rewarded by the sect. Putting the matter of the iron dummy array aside, it's a fact that you have injured Gao Yang and the other two. I won't pursue the matter of your life and death battle with Chu Yuan any longer, but you have been so rude in the law enforcement hall today. This is the first time I've seen this in the Tianyun Pavilion. With these two actions, I have to punish you to defend the dignity of the law enforcement hall. Yuan Ting said with a deadpan expression. Since these words came out of his mouth, the punishment became a matter of course. Elder Yuan, I think it's better to leave the punishment to me. It's reasonable to kill him in such a situation, but considering that he is a true disciple, I can spare his life and let him be a cripple like Chu Yuan. That's already good enough. Yang Shu said with a sneer. Bullshit. Tianjizi was infuriated. Yuan Ting, Yang Shu, do you really think that I, Tianjizi, am just air? I, Tianjizi, am not someone who can be punished just because I want to. Today with me, Tianjizi here, I want to see who dares to touch a single hair on Jiang Chen's head. Tianjizi had already figured out that Yuan Ting and Yang Shu had joined hands to find a crime for Jiang Chen. In addition, it was a fact that Jiang Chen had injured and maimed Gao Yang and the other two. Moreover, he had behaved so arrogantly in the law enforcement hall today. However, Tianjizi wasn't a pushover. Since he couldn't reason with them, then he wouldn't bother. He, Tianjizi, had never been afraid. Tianjizi, you better not go too far. This is the law enforcement hall, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Yang Shu bellowed. As a matter of fact, Tianjizi was the most troublesome person to deal with. Sometimes even Tian Muyun couldn't do anything to this doyen of Tianyun Pavilion. Even Daoist Yufeng had to be polite to him. If he was really provoked, this bastard wouldn't listen to anyone. Plus, Tianjizi was able to predict the future. This kind of divination technique would be helpful to the future of Tianyun Pavilion. Therefore, although Tianjizi was only at the peak of intermediate golden immortal realm, he had a pivotal position. Plus, his combat strength wasn't any weaker than a late golden immortal expert. This could be seen from the fact that he was equally matched with Yang Shu. So what? Since you are being unreasonable, don't blame me for being impolite. If you provoke me, I will tear down this law enforcement hall for you. Tianjizi was completely enraged. Even Tianjizi couldn't help but secretly give his master a thumbs up. Sure enough, Tianjizi wasn't just bragging. Humph. Tianjizi, in Tianyun Pavilion, no one has ever dared to come to the law enforcement hall to behave atrociously. This place represents the highest authority of Tianyun Pavilion. You are provoking me. I have already given you a lot of face. If you continue to pester me endlessly, I don't mind punishing both of you together. If a fight really breaks out, even if you have the divination art, you won't be able to walk out of this law enforcement hall today. Yuan Ting was infuriated. As the highest authority of the law enforcement hall, he had never been provoked like this before. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with the smell of gunpowder. It seemed like a war was about to break out at any time. At this time, an invisible wave of wind suddenly drifted in the hall, carrying a storm-like pressure that made people feel suffocated. Everyone saw the void above the hall tremble. Then an extraordinarily handsome figure walked out of it. A half-step Immortal King Supreme Expert had already comprehended the spatial force, which allowed him to appear anywhere at any time. Young, promising, dignified and elegant. When these adjectives were put together, they could form a single word, Tian Muyun. That's right. This expert who suddenly appeared was Tian Muyun, the highest authority of Tianyun Pavilion, a half-step Immortal King Supreme Expert, a legendary figure in one-line sky. Tian Muyun was the sect master of Tianyun Pavilion. Normally, he wouldn't appear in such a place, but today's matter had attracted his attention. This was enough to show that this matter wasn't a small one. Sect master. When they saw Tian Muyun, everyone in the law enforcement hall, regardless of their status or cultivation base, stood up and saluted respectfully. Although they were much older than Tian Muyun and some elders had even watched him grow up, they didn't dare to show any neglect at this moment. This showed that although Tian Muyun was young, his prestige in Tianyun Pavilion was still very high. To put it bluntly, after 2 years of development in Tianyun Pavilion, Tian Muyun's prestige had already reached the level of Ouyang He. When Jiang Qin saw Tian Muyun, a trace of coldness and disgust could be seen in the depth of his eyes, but this trace of disgust was concealed very well. For an expert like Tian Muyun, any unusual expression on one's face would be sensed by him. Tian Muyun nodded casually. His body naturally carried a faint superior qi, making him look very tall. He didn't look at the others, not even at Yuan Ting and Yang Shu. His eyes fell directly on Jiang Chen. "You're Jiang Chen?" Tian Muyun asked in a flat tone, but everyone could feel that the way he looked at Jiang Chen was different. It was the way a genius looked at another genius. There was admiration, praise, jealousy, and faint hostility in his eyes. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Jiang Chen. Disciple Jiang Chen pays respect to sect master. Naturally, Jiang Chen couldn't show any neglect. Immediately he clasped his fists at Tian Muyun and saluted. Crippling Chu Yuan, a half-step divine immortal expert, with just a half-step heaven immortal cultivation base. Your talent is even higher than mine. That you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.